in town.
Yeah, another first here. Oh, well. Sorry, wait. Hey. Huh? Do I look like a skunk? Oh, too early for this. Hey, how many of you saw the variety show last night? Hey, what are you doing here? Don't tell them to do this. What? Got it? No, I don't got it. I got a big mouth. I'm a fat and I'm in a postal thumb, so I look like a chimpanzee or something. Oh. No, I want to know, I know you saw the variety show last night. How many of you thought I was the best one there? Obviously, you're all sleeping during the show. You like to see you stop? Oh, yeah, see, actually, that was all planned. I will do anything I can to please my audience. Yeah, right. It's true. All right, anyway, we're going to get started because we're already running late. Of course, that's normal for a time. If we start on time, that's when I get worried. Hey, I was just looking, you know what? I still got that tracking device back here.
You're on time, but you're on first standard time.
Yeah, right. This guy is going to get it. Anyway, welcome to the first puppet show here. Whoever scheduled this thing at 10 in the morning after the variety show will get zapped next. It was way too early. So, are you guys back there? Usually they're all ready to go back here. I think they're back there having a soda or something. We're going to do an opening number for you. I'm not going to tell you what it is. It's a song. It's no introduction. How about that? Basically because I'm still not awake and I forgot what it is. Actually, I know what it is. So, without me talking anymore, here is the first song. Enjoy.
I don't know if we got Mike.
chairs. No time. It's called chairs. This is actually what we call cabaret style. This is a style that I started doing for the first puppet show. How many of you know that I'm doing a 10th anniversary show later today? How many know I've been doing this for 10 years? Not a furry con. The furry con's 8 years older, up to like 10 years. That goes back to when I did my first ever puppet show, which was in '92. And I don't remember the exact date of it anymore. And when I did that first ever puppet show, I had 2 puppets and a room box. That was it. So at this time I did a 10th anniversary show, I brought the 2 puppets and I brought the exact same room box. And I also have pictures of that first ever puppet show. So I'm going to do a song that I've been doing here recently. This is a relatively new one. I do a lot of shows for kids back home, and the kids love this one. This one's fun. So this is kind of a cute one. So, are you guys ready back there? Ready? All right. Let's go. Notice all these big cameras around, you know, because we're trying, I guess, to do a really professional quality video. Interesting thing I always find about these cons is we have all this equipment stuff, and I never get to see a video of anything I do. I'm still waiting for last year's MFF video. I don't have one yet. So people ask me, can you send me a video of the puppet show from last year? I can't wait for the video from the puppet show last year.
VHS tape is cheap.
Really happy to share that we have the entire Puppet North Coast crew, including a Kiyakami, who I have known since the very first day I ever went to a con. He and Sue there got to see pretty much from the beginning. But they've known me ever since then, and nobody's still talk to me, but they do. So they got a little skit they're going to do for you now. This thing, I've heard this one before, and it's very, very funny, so I think you guys are going to like this one. They call this one Mounted Animal Nature Trail.
very fun. It's very fun.
Thank you very much. It's about time for a sing-along song. Everybody likes sing-along songs, right? Everyone sit around the old campfire with the nice linen out and sing along songs. Yeah! This song in our lovely line of work, we often get to do a lot of driving across this wonderful land of ours, which means we get to go through that wonderful place of snow and rock called Northern Ontario. Has everyone driven across Northern Ontario? Stop cheering. For those of you who haven't, Northern Ontario is 80 billion kilometers long. There are 13 people who live there, all of whom are named Frank. Even the girl.
She's very popular.
Very popular indeed. We were driving across Manitoulin Island once, the world's largest freshwater island. That's a Canadian fact. And we saw a theme park. This is a real place. It's called Terry's Taxidermy and Mounted Animal Nature Trail. Oh, you've heard of it. Everyone's heard of it. It's the only low-maintenance zoo. Grab some rope killing. Woo! The traditional sound of the taxidermist. Woo! So anyways, we have written a little theme song for the Mounted Animal Nature Trail. It has a sing-along chorus. Please, everybody, sing along, and they will feel the love in Calidar. On the Mounted Animal Nature Trail, you'll be sure to see all Mother Nature's favorite pets all sitting rigidly. They're never hungry anymore. They're left being left and stuff. Don't worry, they won't walk away. Try to pet their fluff. Where the dog goes, and the cow goes, and the bear goes. Enthusiasm mediocre. Keep in mind the animals are dead. And the pig goes, shut up! And the crow goes, I guess it was a lie. You can see all this on the Mounted Animal Nature Trail. Mounted Animal Nature Trail. It's great for mom and dad. Where else could grandma and the kids see the silence of the land? Don't have to walk 100 miles or climb the steepest hill. And the only fearsome sound you'll hear is the ringing of the till. Where the dog goes,
No. Meow.
late and stupid. And the cow goes, big and strong. And the bear goes,
Yeah, okay, Trevor, if there's a kid, you could probably take him.
and the pig goes,
He certainly intimidated me. Yes, he did.
and the crow goes, I guess it's still alive. You can see all this on the Mounted Animal Nature Trail. The only things that fight are the bugs. Ow. None like other theme parks, the mice won't say hello. If you're having trouble with your own family pet, you can bring him in and add him to the trail. Woo! Okay, everyone, where the dog goes, and the cow goes, stop it. And the armadillo goes,
Someone should read Dr.
and the pig goes, and the crow goes, don't cry for me, Argentina. The truth is I never Where's his medal bra? You can see all this on the Mounted Animal Nature Trail. Thank you.
she ordered me a pizza. Later found out she was packing me up. Yeah, that wasn't very nice. She got no better since then, though. Yeah, because every time she tries to eat me, she gets pummeled, and it's kind of funny. I kind of like it. Well, I like the fact that she gets pummeled, not the fact that she tries to eat me, you know. Gotta clarify things with you people, you know. I know how things get twisted. And next thing you know, you're here, and next thing you know, you think I'm a bad squirrel. I'm a good squirrel. I am. And I can take it to that. We get to do a first time here at MFF Performer. First guys, next to doing a song with, oh no, I'm such a little tiny squirt for that to be. Is it Shelley? Shelley with us? Oh, yeah. See, I'm just a little tiny little cute thing, and sometimes I forget things. But as a squirrel, we forget lots of stuff. You ever see that commercial at the school, the push-it notes? That's because we forget where we bury our nuts at. So we have to have a push-it notes to remind us. Otherwise we'll start the winter. See, I found it's very, very hard to get pizza delivered in a tree. They don't like that. Yeah, especially the pizza delivered in a far tree, they get really mad. So they stop delivering by tree. So anyway, there's a nice little fox with a nice little song. I don't really know what it is, but I bet you're gonna like it. Here we go. The kid messed with the sound system. Dixie Warrior, I'm playing with the sound. You better watch it.
There's a boy, a little boy, shooting arrows in the blue, and he's aiming them at someone, but the question is that who? Is it me, or is it you? Hard to tell in your head, but you'll know it when they hit you, 'cause they hurt a little bit. Here they come, pouring out of the blue. Little arrows for me and for you. You're falling up again, falling up again. Little arrows in your golden, little arrows in your hair. When you're in love, you'll find those little arrows everywhere. Little arrows that will hit you once again. Little arrows that hit everybody every now and then. Oh, 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 the pain. Some folks run, others hide, there ain't nothing they can do. And some folks put on armor, but the arrows go straight through. So you see, no escape, so why not face it and admit that you love those little arrows when they hurt a little bit. Here they come, pouring out of the blue. Little arrows for me and for you. You're falling up again, falling up again. Little arrows in your golden, little arrows in your hair. When you're in love, you'll find those little arrows everywhere. Little arrows that will hit you once again. Little arrows that hit everybody every now and then. Little arrows in your golden, little arrows in your hair. When you're in love, you'll find those little arrows everywhere. Little arrows that will hit you once again. Little arrows that hit everybody every now and then. Little arrows in your golden, little arrows in your hair. When you're in love, you'll find those little arrows everywhere. Little arrows that will hit you once.
Alright, get out of here. I'm going fox with the spotlight on here, you know. So we got a little tired of Hazel there. She's just too darn cute. Yeah, it's weird, because every single time that I try to eat her, I get something bad happens. I don't know what it is. This is a Wiley Coyote thing. Thanks a lot, Wiley. Oh, well. Are you guys awake yet? Good, I'm not either. You know what I really need is an eat. Also, just put me on the candle and do this on grill. less and less organized the further we go. Oh, look at my voice. Hold on a sec. There, how's that? That always converted me like around here, you know? Very sophisticated. That's what we are. If you believe that, I got some swampland in Arizona to tell you. Alright, we got to talk about the topic here, right? I told you I want to cruise to Jamaica. That's topical, you know. Jamaica's not the Arctic Circle, last I checked. That's the food yet. So we're going to do something topical for you. What do you think of the topics? What are some ideas?
Rob?
What? Palm trees, bananas?
This is Gary.
Alright. Well, we got a lot of them on here. One of the fact that we have to have this song is about bananas. The other thing is that you see the topics? Really, really big spiders. Oh yeah, you never been there? They got spiders that are right from the newspaper, they'll whack you right back. They are really big down there. I don't know, must be something there where those spiders get huge. Especially in some parts of the tropics. Dude, we're going to be educational for a second, okay? I promise I'm going to entertain you. Those spiders that can eat birds. You ever heard of such a thing?
I've heard of them.
Yeah, the bird-eating spider. That is scary. It's not much that'll scare me, but that'll do it. Very much so. They get big. It's about as big as I am. And that is scary. You can't make me eat my spider, can you? Let me show you something besides theater with the giant spider invasion. Alright, so we're going to do the next song. I'm not going to tell you the name because you're all going to know it. I'll just say this. It deals with bananas and big spiders. Be patient. This song takes a lot of work.
Work all night and a drink a rum. Chop banana till the morning come. Come, Mr. Tallyman, tally me banana. Come, Mr. Tallyman, tally me banana. Alright, banana. Black tarantula. Yeah.
So you guys like that one? Yeah. They worked very, very hard on that one. That was Stargazer's choreography on that one. So they did a nice job. So Pixie was right. Imagine that. She said it was going to be bananas and spiders. First time Pixie's ever gotten anything right. I really did go on a cruise this year, and I did take Pixie on the cruise ship with me. Believe it or not, she was a hit. I liked her. I actually got to do a show. It was the first time I've gone international. I performed out in international waters. Yes, it was fun. I love two things about the tropical islands, though. They have a whole heck of a lot of sand that's impossible to get out of your clothes entirely, and that sand is very, very hot. That's just a big thing I learned going down to tropical islands. But he asks about the Caribbean, I just say sand and hot. That's about it. So, give these guys a break. I'm going to do it solo. We're debating if I want to do this backstage or not, but they need time to get out of there, and so you can hear me run off my big mouth. So, we're going to do a Squirrel song for you. So far with this mic, trying to get it right. Dixie likes to screw up the microphone. So this is another week, one of the three Squirrels that you guys have seen before. Yes, Squirrely had to, I had to promise him we'd have squirrels today. So we do have squirrels. And at some point I'm going to bring Scarlett out so you guys can see Scarlett. So this is one I haven't done for quite a while, so I can remember the whole song here. So I'm going to turn my mic off a little bit here. You guys ready? All right, so. Yes, they do. More than I have for the moment. I did not get enough sleep last night. I went back up to my room when I read for a few minutes. I basically collapsed. The other guys were like, what, you going to bed already? I was like, yes, I'm exhausted. We have an early departure tomorrow. Some of us actually need to sleep because we're getting older and older. The one thing about these squirrels is these snails shed very badly, so every con that we ever go to, you will be finding these
MFF, we gave the beach nuts. And that year 2000, remember, we had a lot of sleet, freezing rain that weekend. It was kind of a nasty weekend. So we told me, well, the Vancouver, Chicago is not that bad. I can come to, the sleep stuff. Since then, I can't get him to come back. He thinks that Chicago in November is an Arctic wasteland.
Third California.
Yes, he's from the Bay Area of California. He's also lived in Texas. He doesn't know what cold is. There we go.
Why not North Dakota?
Well, how about, you ever seen that hotel somewhere, where is it, in Alaska, that they make every year? It's made out of ice. It's a Tiger Hotel. Oh, well, okay. We'll hold a furry comp there. How about that? Yeah, there we go.
Good one in Colorado, too.
I guarantee we won't have a single California. Well, you know what, I used to run the conference in January, out in Southern California. It was always interesting because all you had to do was look at how people were dressed and tell where they were from. If they were from the South, they were wearing long pants and jackets. If they were from the North, they were wearing t-shirts and shorts. You didn't even have to ask if somebody was from. It's the most amazing thing. Very true, though. I used to wear t-shirt and shorts. It's like, what? It's 70 degrees and it's January. This is wonderful. We used to have outside ice cream socials. And I was like, hey, that's back home. Middle of January, standing outside, eating ice cream. I do like to do the funny farm. But it's not bad. So anyway, that's the weird stories. I use them all my stories when I talk about my 5th anniversary show, although that's only an hour or so. One of the first we got to do a couple of years ago, I believe it was, I was at the time, I've done so many of these cons, and I think this is con number 25 for me. I have to go back to con, but I'm possibly on con 25 now. I did something really scary. I was figuring out how many cons I did. I got to thinking, I don't know how many panels of Krispy Kreme donuts I see. What's that? Anybody that brings Krispy Kreme into this room is obligated to give me one. No, just me.
Give us the donuts and no one gets hurt.
You notice I don't say anything to counter that? Anyway, I figured this was a conference. I got to think, well, how many panels? I've been not only like at workshops, I've been puppet shows, I've been in masquerades, I've been in variety shows. I hold the current furry record for being in the most variety shows. Actually, I don't know if that's good or bad. I've been on tons of my directors and stuff like that. I've done well over 100 panels, performances, workshops, whatnot. So guess what? Next year I'll give you the break. I'm not going to disappear entirely. You guys can't get that lucky. But this is going to be my last bit of staffing, at least for a year. So I'm going to take some time off. I'm going to hopefully go to Marcon in Ohio again in May. Very nice sci-fi con that they are trying to give Marcon a plug here. I went this year. It was wonderful. I got to relax and enjoy things. And they really want furries there and stuff. They are very open to the idea of having furry stuff. So I'm going to help out there. And I'm hoping to maybe go to MFF down in Memphis, because I've never been, and I want to try to go to that. And then I'll be, close here at MFF again, and hopefully back to the music convention again. So anyway, I've talked long enough. One of the first we did, like I said last year or the year before, we have the first ever female puppeteer. That was Babs Bunny. Yay! And Babs is one of the most enthusiastic birds I've ever known, and she's one of the ones. She really took to this very well. So we're going to let Babs take over now and do a number. I have no idea what song she's doing, but she's always fun. So let's do it for Babs. Yay! goes down, the faces are dark and dirty and brown. They're looking back at me. Iron arrows everywhere I see. Iron arrows, why can't I go free? Look at Larry, Darrell, and Darrow standing next to the orange barrel in their orange vest apparel, looking back at me. They stand in dirt and get wet. I haven't seen them working yet. They have to feed a poor and let and their butt crack smiles at me. If I could fly, I'd leave this world behind, and I'd free up my mind from this debris. And the orange barrels looking back at me. Orange barrels everywhere I see. Orange barrels looking back at me. Looking Larry, Darrell, standing next to the orange barrel in their orange vest apparel. They picked up my girlfriend Carol, who's sitting next to me. She makes calls on my cell phone. All she does is piss and moan. She's like a big fat ass at home. What a service me. Look at Larry, Darrell, standing next to the orange barrel in their orange vest apparel. They picked up my girlfriend Carol, whose favorite act is really barrel with our extra glasses. We drive through the rain and snow to orange barrels. Here we go, where the work gets done. Well, no one knows if there's any mystery. Orange barrels.
Yeah, the contract stipulates that at least one of them has to appear at this show today, or I get shot again. So, with great reservation, great trepidation, I produce a bring up to you, Rosa. How are you, Rosa? A little farther, please, so that I can see you. Hold on, I'll let you do. Did you get that moonshine again?
What moonshine? You got moonshine around here?
I thought so. Oh. Just how I need a hungover sheepdog.
I need there. I know I got plenty of them. I need more.
Oh. It's worse than I thought. How did your eyes get so bloodshot?
You can see them.
No, I just have a great sense of imagination. Trust me, I'm really glad I can't see him at this moment.
I wish this whole show was my imagination.
That's it, we had a hayseed and over blue party. Why didn't you invite me?
You just dropped it all.
Yeah, but I missed the class. You want to see me see? I'm going to listen to Hazel. You'll hear what he's into so much this. See, how can you deny that?
Why again when you see the chicken?
So it's back to the chicken again.
Right.
Speaking of chicken, I've actually found the one thing in the universe that does not taste like chicken.
What's that?
The McDonald's chicken McNugget.
Can't argue with that.
Do you realize that if you buried one of those things, a million years from now, some archaeologists can dig it back up again, and it'll still be a chicken McNugget. It'll be totally unchanged. Now, even Twinkies have some food value. Twinkies also very entertaining. Have you guys had a microwave? Wait a minute, actually, but do you guys have microwaves? Hello? Yeah.
Yeah. What is that?
That's that funky looking box that you put stuff in and 30 seconds later you have hot food.
Oh yeah, we call that an oven.
Ah, go there.
Right. We won't go there.
What do you think of beer nuts?
Well, I think it's a great idea. Getting the nuts and they got to plant a beer tree. And take the cans right off the tree. That'd be great. Got it.
That would be a big, huge no.
What's the idea?
Who's talking?
I heard that. Barely.
I think the only thing you're hearing is the sound of beer cans being opened.
Really? Where?
Over there. Yeah.
Hey, bring it over here.
Hey, this is a family show. We don't drink beer this time of day.
Oh,
That's later.
what day is this?
I don't know.
You don't know.
It's the day after yesterday, the day before tomorrow. Got that?
Right. I think it's always like that.
Let's go ask this question.
Alright.
All right. Have you ever been to Chicago before?
No.
No. What do you think of it?
I think it's big. I think there's a lot of highways. I think that they eat no cactuses.
No.
Cactuses here.
No, they don't have any
It's
hands.
cold out there.
It's not cold yet.
If I had to wear my sweater, you know how ridiculous I look in a sweater?
Do you know how ridiculous you look no matter what?
I don't have to be here, you know.
Yes, you do. You signed a contract. You're getting paid. You're getting one case of beer for this.
What?
Yeah. You're not that smart. Where's Casey actually? Anybody seen him?
He's dead.
When do you expect him to get out of bed?
I don't. I tied him there. For his own safety.
I am really not going home.
No, he was in here last night. Lost his chicken.
It's always better than chicken, isn't it?
Well, he's waiting for about me to finish with it. He had just a bunch of chicken nuggets afterwards. I'm hungover, all right.
Oh, this moonshine is doing something to you, you know?
I certainly hope it does. Something's got to be better than this.
What could be better than this? You got famous fortune. What more do you want?
Beer. Yeah.
Somebody got it right.
I'm smart out there. Yeah, that's not good hands there.
If you're so smart, what are you doing in this place? What was that again? I want some beer.
All right. Hey, bring those two beers over here. Hey.
All right. Hey, over? I think the audience is bored with us.
So, you got bored with this? No. Yeah, right. You thought you could give us more redneck questions.
Yeah, let's hear you one.
Another redneck question.
Do another question.
All right, let me think here with it. All right. The best place to get your news is A, CNN, B, local newspaper, or C, the front porch of Joe's Carryout. Which one is it? There you got it.
Oh, you mean they got a front porch now? They must have expanded.
Well, I mean, rednecks got to get Joe's Carryout. You know why?
Why's that?
They got beer.
Ah. And they serve it from over bands, too.
Well, only if you have to charge a nickel for it.
Oh, that's right.
That's the deposit. Not when they
You don't see any elephants, do you?
No elephants.
See a horse?
Wait a minute. I see a pink one over there. Oh, there's another one. Oh, we got all kinds of big elephants around here.
Hey, Ozark? I think it's time that you go get a nap. So I can introduce the next song. Well, let's hear Ozark, everybody. Somebody got a spatula. Jump those sheepdog guys. All right, we got another song coming up, I think. So you know what? After all that, I have absolutely no clue what it is. But we're going to do it anyway. So here we go. Oh, listen to this. Oh, hi, Key-Connie. Key-Connie's going to do it, so you know it's going to be good. So, give it up for Key-Connie. Yay!
An old cop open right now, one dark and moody day. Upon a ridge he rested as he went on his way. When all at once a mighty herd of red-eyed cows he saw, a-plowing through the rising skies, and up a cloudy draw. The ghost herd in the sky. Their brands were still on fire and their hooves were made of steel. Their arms were black and shiny and their hot red heat to feel. A bolt of fear went through as they thundered through the sky, for he saw the riders coming hard, and he heard their mournful cry. Ghost riders in the sky. Their faces gaunt, their eyes were blurred, and shirts all soaked with sweat. They're riding hard to catch that herd, but they ain't caught 'em yet. 'Cause they got
But the silver that this thing was made from comes from a silver bar that was recovered from an actual shipwreck. You've ever heard of the Etosha shipwreck? This is one of the, they melted down a number of the silver bars and made jewelry out of it, generally reproductions of the actual points they found. So the silver from this came from the Etosha shipwreck. They even have a neat little card at home where they documented each silver bar and tells which silver bar it came from and the whole deal. So it's kind of cool. So anyway, we've been doing lots of really goofy, silly songs here today. Well, guess what? I'm going to do a nice serious song for you. Those who remember, if you ever read K Turtle, raise your hand, K Turtle. I think K Turtle here is like one of the coolest guys in the whole fandom because he does these really wonderful comic strip versions of furry cons. And even if I have never been to the event, there's always something in it that I can laugh at. And they're really wonderfully done. You know, it's just my puppets in there. And he mentioned before about how furries, what is the difference between a furry audience and a regular audience that is not furry, is furries will accept a puppet with a more serious song. Whereas I try to do this with a non-furry audience because they don't want to accept the puppet on its own terms. I'm going to do a nice serious song for you here for a minute. This is one that I fairly recently did video. I haven't done it for a while, but this is one that I like and started performing with me. And I like to do it just to show how with the puppet, how you can convey a lot of different emotions and stuff through the puppet. So if you guys will start my music for me.
Day after day, I must face the world of strangers where I don't belong, and let things roll. It's nice to know that there's someone I can turn to who will always care. You're always there when there's no getting above our rainbow. When my smallest dreams won't come true, I can't take no nights if the world without you. Yesterday without you.
Scarlett and I have been performing together since '95. We made our debut at DEFCON back then. I made it a habit for years to debut different puppets at DEFCON. So we are the con that's been doing puppets longer than any other furry con. Yay! Because in '94 I had Pete Giannori, '95 Scarlett came along, '96 Gracie came along, in '98 R.C. Record came along and made the record song Infamous. Maybe you're wondering why there's so many records around the con, you know, like all the publications and stuff.
People like them.
I'll tell you the quick little story behind that. Is the first MFF we did for 2000, I somehow got the job as guest liaison, and I had to work, you know, with the artists. We had the car spectacles as guests that year. And I had to work with them and get the artwork for the con, and badges and stuff, and badge art. And, you know, we talked with the concept, what animal should we use? And, you know, of course, I wrote the record. Back to my mind. And, you know, because I thought, who's the con that did the record song? And everybody associates that with her con and everything. It's really, really cool. There's the problem. It's not omnidirectional, it's only unidirectional. And it was turned the wrong way. So anyway, so when it came time for them to start doing the con badges and stuff, and give us some ideas, it's like, I posted the staff list, what animals everybody think would work? And I just got this big silence. Not a single email on the staff list responded. I said, fine, I'm going to make the decision. We're going to use raccoons. Yay! So they came up with some various raccoon ideas. They did about 5 different badge ideas, and 2 of them, we ended up doing 2 of them. One of them, one of the rejected ones was the one that I liked the best. It was very cute. And the car speckers were very, very nice, and did a color version of the tech, and let me use it, you know, doing t-shirts and stuff. In fact, I had it airbrushed onto a shirt yesterday that Nikon is still drilling over. I got email permission from them to do it. They said, as long as it's just you, and I said, that's fine. So ever since then, the records just won't go away. So that's how we have records. It's almost by default. Yeah, which one is that? Okay, that's the first one. Well, what is that? Oh, that's everything. You can't really see it that well, but it's got records on it, trust me. So anyway, now we're going to go from a serious song to something totally silly. He's laughing back there. This is Stargazer with his character, Dipper, who has been here at MFF before and always makes things extremely interesting. He's got a little song called Bad Influence. That is his personality, trust me.
You can do whatever you want.
trouble here because the beginning of the year here last year, there were poor tourists or one of the squirrels. We gave her a big complex. Because she had to play the part of slapping the squirrel and be someone with the drawing of this nail thing. She's finally recovered from it. Guess what? We're doing it to her again. She is going to be in therapy for a very, very long time. That's a money after all this. So anyway, this is Simon the Squirrel during the parody of the parody. This one is called Orange Triangles, and I have absolutely no clue what this is about. So enjoy, I think.
1, 2, 3, 4. Orange triangles everywhere I go. Orange triangles, that means I touch world. Look at Kramer, Barry, and Carl, causing that big traffic snarl. But if I drive an even car, I'll burn in hell below. If I could drive, I'd leave rain behind. And orange triangles looking back at me. Orange triangles, all through that money. Orange triangles, the speed limit is free. My money is black and shiny, pissing on the cars behind me. I'm staring at the horses behind who's staring back at me.
I will say this about it. It's short. I don't know. It's just going downhill and picking up speed. It's going fast. We're going to try and resurrect it at some point. I don't know how. Although I think if we resurrect it, I pretend I didn't hear that. I don't know if we're trying to resurrect it. I wouldn't enjoy it anyway. We could do one of those really boring TV shows where everybody's all happy all the time. Hey, what are you doing? Can you spell cat? Oh, I think you could. Then we'll stick your finger in my pocket. See, but everyone's got some twisted fairy tales. Would you like to hear one?
Yes.
Okay, this is my version of Little Red Riding Hood. Okay, you ready? Once upon a time, there was Little Red Riding Hood, and she had to go deliver a basket of goodies to her grandma, who lived in the woods. So Little Red Riding Hood gets her basket together, she goes off skipping through the woods, all that jazz, because she meets up with the big red wolf. The big red wolf eats her, and it was happy ever after. The end. That's my version. Alright, I think we're ready back here for the next pair. Remember this? This is a song called Keep It Spinning. I have no idea what this song is about either. Doesn't have boxes in it, that's all I know. This one features Nick Rabbit, and you can have it as far as I sound. So enjoy this one, I guess. I'm going to go back and have a donut. Hey, Nick. Where'd that thing go? Nick, this is fun. I was going to say this is no type of movie park, but I'm not going to go there.
Once I was looking up there.
Here we go, right.
Once I was looking up there. Now I eat humble pie. Oh, my unspeakable wife, Queen Lisa. Now I eat humble pie. I'm telling you I was looking up there. Now I eat humble pie. And now I work at the pizza. 1, 2, 3, 4. Royalties, Lord, it was good on me. Married in silk and the royal boudoir. I'm going to play a free or playing broken now with the princess of Monaco. Telling my joke to the old and leader, getting it all on video. Once I was looking up there, now I eat humble pie. Yes, I ain't so fun, that was my home. Now I eat humble pie. I'm telling you I was looking up there, now I eat humble pie. And now I vacuum the turf at Sligo. Once he was looking up there, I can't wait, I'm lowering interest rates. My people say,
Harry, you're such a genius. There's a roof overhead.
share. Let's make Friday part of the weekend and give every new baby chocolate eclair. Well, I was looking up, say, naive, humble. Hey, listen, hey, listen, that problem you're calling me. Naive, humble. I'm telling you I was looking up, say, naive, humble. Now the leaves call me up to drive them and voting. 21, looking up, say, ladies and gentlemen, I introduce to you the International Orchestra. Now, some of you might be wondering how I came to be living in Canada after being royalty in Spain. Should I tell them, guys? One night, without palace, was asleep. Out of my royal chamber and into the garden I creep. And I wait till the appointed time when the moon is lighting the pitch, at which point my peasant friend, who looks just like me, arrives, so we make a switch. Prince and Pauper, Junior and Walker, will made up from silver and copper under my operation. I took a change of position. So next time you drool in the peaks of life, sweeter than so a piece of old mushroom. Get up, straight now, rushes. Once I was like a little stage, naive, humble. I was looking for a better way to improve on naive, humble. I'm telling you I was looking up stage, naive, humble. And now I'm jamming with Moxie Fruba. 21, looking up stage.
Just hanging around down there. What a puppet show in the road down there. What? This show died a long time ago, I think. Somewhere right after the parody song of the parody song. Like a puppet show, we do not have a parody of the parody of the parody. Yeah, we'll say that for next year. So there was a parody. Hell. We're going to wake up. We're going to come down here. Could be on a nice beach somewhere. Get covered with sand. Eat by spider, yes. Rolling a banana. And drinking a margarita. I've never seen Jimmy Buffett on the beach, and I'm glad. He's got restaurants all over the place, did you know that? Jimmy Buffett's Margaritaville restaurants. It's true. Got one in Key West, got one in Jamaica. I don't know where else. It's scary. Oh. Is it lunchtime yet? Who wants to buy me lunch? Anybody? You see that, Rabbit? I'm not touching anything with a 10-foot pole. I didn't check it last night. I got a little fan voice today. I haven't talked to forget that, thank you very much. I had a question right back to my mind again. I learned that foxy behavior skills. You want to learn a lot about foxes? See, the nature night people, they think they know it all, don't they? But are they foxes? No. How can a human write about foxes? They don't really know how wonderful we are. We are. We have our own network. If you don't have hope yet, how about the ones we have our own businesses? We communicate by fax messages on our fax machines. Gotta say, I'm really foxy. Crickets chirping. We need those sound effects one of these days. What do you guys got, pal? This is your question for next year. Crickets chirping sound effects. Yes, go for it, you're right about now. Nick, who asked you? Yeah, that guy is still waiting on the quarter here. I think he's bringing a him tall. He's muttering something about do another song for you. This one's not quite weird. It is not saying much. Alright, this features, I believe the color's name is Cool Carl, if I remember right, and his group called Kazoo Plain Parrots. Okay, maybe you can get weird. They were asking how I were before I lose entirely, so enjoy or something. We're going to do a skit, I think. This one is called the Ajax Pet Store, and you would not believe the stuff I'm seeing back here. You are about to find out. Please, I want to share this whisper I just heard back here. So many foxes have really good hearing, you know. I can hear things you guys can't. Like the sound of my career going into the toilet. Oh yeah, I heard something about the fish is missing. It tastes like chicken. There it is. And there it goes. Are you guys ready? Alright, we're going to skip. So, this one's called Ajax Pet Store, and wish them luck. They're going to need it.
Is this the dog pound? I know this is Ajax Pet Store. Pet Store? Ajax Pet Store. Okay. Is it Fred? Who's Fred? That's my dog. Did you lose him? He ran away. Too bad. What did he look like? Like Red 1010. Except he ain't got a tail. No tail. No, I haven't seen a dog like that all day. Hey, Fred. No, he's not here, sir. Hey, Fred. No, he's not here. Believe me, he's not here. Don't lean on that bird cage. I'm sorry. That's a nice little bird. That's a nice bird, isn't it? I love birds. Oh, you like birds? Ain't the bird calls. Miami to a bird call? Okay. Okay. That's sensational. What kind of bird was that? Well, what was it? That was a canary. Okay. Woodpecker? Okay. Okay. Don't pet that snake. That's just hanging back rattling. That cost me $150. Well, they say you come and then they don't. Why do you say that? Look at the tongue on that sucker. It's split right around the middle. Say, did you steal one of my white mice? There's a white mouse crawling out of your pocket right now. That's my mouse. Your mouse? Conrad. Conrad? Why, it looks like a bird. I'd like to hear that. Stand by. Conrad? What's like a bird? Like Conrad. No, you can't fool me. I saw your lips move. Hey, that's getting away. That's my son. I'm sorry. You're sorry. I don't think I'll leave my leg, no. No, he's going out back. He's going to feed the hawk. Well, I see. Mice. That's good. No, it's okay. It's all right. It's all right. The hawk is in a cage. Don't fret. Fred. No. No, Fred is not here. He's not in the pet store. Yeah, a pound of those fish. Those fish are deadly. They're South American piranha. Oh, this give me half a pound. Hey, here comes the dog now. Is that your dog? That's Fred. Who caught it? Fred. Yeah, that's my Fred. Hey, he's a beauty, isn't he? Yeah, he's smarter than Lassie. That's him doing some tricks. Can you use some tricks? That's it. Roll over and play that, Fred. Look at that. He's rolling over. That's beautiful. I thought he was dead there. He feels so good. Sit up, Fred. Sit, boy. Look at that. Right on the hind legs. That's beautiful. Sit, boy. What else can he do? Buddy, never. Can he speak? Can he speak? Are you kidding me? Ready, Fred? Speak, Fred.
How about every time I come out here, the crowd is looking smaller and smaller? Oh, that's it. Microphone trying to get used to here. That's fine. I didn't know there is a Cape turtle where we even have to be food, right? No, we spent good money to get that. So it's like, you better take advantage of it. I know the name it. All right. Has it gotten weird enough yet? No. Good. I haven't weirded it all out yet. I'm trying to think of some of the weirdness we've done. There's some things I could talk about that I won't. There's a lot of things that go on behind the scenes that you never hear about. It's really a good thing that you never hear about it. So anyway, trying to get some semblance of semi-normalcy around here. Of course, it's always weird. We got a squirrel wearing a halter top. I guess that's pretty weird. You know, the most amazing thing about Gracie, when I take her out in public, you know, because obviously I mentioned I do a lot of shows, and, you know, people look at her and everything. What do people notice most, do you think people notice most about Gracie? The thing that they comment on more than anything else. You know what that is? Anybody have any ideas? What? No? The earrings. I don't know what it is. People don't mind that she's wearing a halter top and she has a figure. That doesn't bother them at all. Just, no, she's wearing earrings. I hear that more than anything else. You know, I had a story I was going to tell you just a second ago, where now it just slipped out of my mind. See what this job does to you? I was going to know. A really nice, cute, wonderful, Gracie story. Oh, I know what it was. I remember now. Like I mentioned, I went on a cruise in September on a cruise ship to the Caribbean. It was fun. It was a 5-night cruise. And, you know, every night they have entertainment on the cruise. And it was his family was some of the entertainment. And they're pretty cool. And the second night, they did a black light puppet show on the cruise, which is pretty cool. So I talked with the cruise director and got the chance to meet her. So one night I had coffee with the man and his wife. The man is actually from Argentina, so he has this really nifty accent. Really nice people. The woman, she was from the Midwest. I think she's from Wisconsin. And, you know, we were talking about Gracie long and stuff. We had a real nice coffee. And I commented to the guy, just like I commented to you guys, about how Gracie wears, you know, how everybody notices the earrings more than anything else. And I commented, I said, well, you know, Gracie, nobody ever seems to notice or comment on her. She's got a little slider notice. And the guy looks at me and he goes, I noticed. Really, song, and then we have our closing number. We always save the best for last. You're going to love our closing number, I guarantee it. So, since we're trying to hurry, here's the Puppets Road Coast People with the best song.
The bunny, whoa, I love the bunny. I don't love my mom or my dad, just the bunny. The bunny, yeah, I love the bunny. I gave everything that I had for the bunny. I don't want no health food when it's time to feed. A big bag of bunnies is all that I need. I don't want nobody to come out and play. I'll sit on my sofa, eat bunnies all day. I won't go to church, and I won't go to school. That stuff is for sissies, but bunnies are cool. I don't wanna be nobody, I don't wanna honey, I just wanna play in a bunny, in a bunny. I don't wanna kiss you and bite on the bunny, I just wanna play in a bunny, in a bunny. I don't wanna tell you I just that it's funny, I just wanna play in a bunny, in a bunny. I don't wanna play on a day that is sunny, I just wanna play in a bunny, in a bunny. The bunny, whoa, I love the bunny. I don't love my mom or my dad, just the bunny. The bunny, yeah, I love the bunny. I do everything that I had for the bunny.
All right, everybody. You had enough? All right. What do you have guys for closing number now? We are shooting for a record here, folks.
What do you got time?
The record is 10 lyrics in one song. Okay? So during the course of the song, you guys get to count the lyrics. Because I don't count so good. I get stuck after one. But hang around the gate, see if you get those other guys too much. What's that? Oh, hey, we're ready for two. Tastes like chicken. Yeah, she had pie. We're ready. Are you guys ready back there? Not yet. Because we like to kill time. I'll kill everything else. I'm ready to hit it. Here, hold on, get here. This is what happens when real life freezes on your computer. How often do you have that happen? Hold on a second, I'll be right back. I promise this will be worth it, I promise you, okay? Since I believe we some dead air, hold on. Never mind. Okay, so I'm live. Thanks a lot, guys. Are you guys finally ready? Are we ready? Alright, here we go. Music, please. This will take a second.
Hello, boys and girls.
Oh, volume, please.
Where's the key? This is a song about a whale. No! This is a song about being happy. That's right. It's the happy, happy, joy, joy song. Happy, happy, joy, joy, 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 joy. I don't think you're happy enough. That's right. I'll teach you to be happy. I'll your grandmother to suck eggs. Now, boys and girls, let's try it again.
Happy, happy, joy, joy, 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 joy.
If when you ain't the granddaddy of all liars, the little critters in nature, they don't know that they're ugly. That's very funny. A fly marrying a bumblebee. I told you I'd shoot, but you didn't believe me. Why didn't you believe me?
Happy, happy, joy, joy, happy, happy, joy, joy, happy, happy, joy, joy, happy, happy, joy, happy, happy, joy, joy, happy, happy, joy, joy, happy, 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 joy, joy, joy.
Just about killed myself there. Who put that step there? How many ferrets did we count? Anybody? 14 ferrets. All right, we have a new ferret record. 14 of them. Yes, we need a bigger stage. So anyway, I believe it is now noon, which means the torture is over. So when you get all our performers out here, now what you see who's responsible for this madness. Get out here, guys, hurry up. Just kidding. There's donuts out here. Okay, there's one donut we got to split between all of us. And everybody on stage. You two back here. On stage. I can't see you back there. They want to see you. All right, let's see. We have Dan Stargazer, who does Ozark. We have Butterscotch, who I recently met this summer, found him really close to me. And as soon as he gets to know me, what does he do? He happens to St. Louis. Let's see. Well, I can go back to the rear. We got Babs Bunny. I told you her story. We got Brooke Dry. We've got Jay Badger, who I've known for many, many years. We've got a new guy. What's your name again? Hal? Hal there. He's new to this. Prince Lightly. Prince is the one, if you ever see any of the Puppets and West Coast videos, I can figure out all those really cool empty effects and stuff. He's kind of a little electronics whiz. Let's see. I did you drip dry, right? Okay, Butterscotch. Here we got Akia Kami. Akia is the founder of Puppets North Coast, and who's been a big, huge help. He's been a big supporter of mine for many, many years. And stuff. He's also Gracie's biggest fan. He likes Gracie.
We just want to say
Who?
we appreciate your 10 years.
Yeah. We did the first group show. I was a solo act up until '99, and then these guys started in. And it's so wonderful because so many people do puppets now. I think it's great. A lot of people tend, furry tend to get real competitive and think, oh, I should be the only one doing this, I'm the best. I try not to be that way. I want everybody to do it and have fun and enjoy themselves. And I think a lot of people have enjoyed it. It's added to me, it's added a great dimension to the family.
Also, hopefully, you still have it.
Yes. Oh, I'm glad you reminded me. Hey, pocket schedule. What I'm doing. There are some puppetry stuff I want to point out here. They're going to be on the third floor, room 3220. Whoops, is that Saturday?
Yep. 60 and then...
Okay, that's the first one. Okay. 2 o'clock, we've got the puppet performance. If you want some tips and techniques on how to perform puppets, any of these guys that want to come along, they're willing and want to help. It's because I like giving a nice beginner's aspect to it. After that comes puppet building, which we're going to kind of give you some tips on how to build these things, what makes a good puppet, what makes a bad puppet. Babs is going to help us. Babs built Nick there all by herself.
Here's the example of that.
because I wanted that more intimate setting we used to get. And we didn't used to have these big fancy stage setups. There's more stuff back here than I know what to do with. If I had the wireless stuff, it might be lost. If it wasn't for guys like Fred and the Kiyakami and that, we'd really be lost. Let's see, we got, on Sunday, I asked the Kiyakami to do a panel on puppet video production, so they're going to talk about how to do some of those cool special effects that they do. Because I don't have a clue how to do them, so welcome here. Works for me. So that's a good one. Oh, I've got, let's see, puppetry for Mondays on Sunday, and what that is basically giving you some tips if you want to go beyond furry cons, do like puppets for charity and puppets maybe even get paid for this. Yes, outside of here, I actually get paid to do this. And I'm going to give you tips and techniques on that. Yeah, money. Or snake things with money, I have no idea. Then at 2 o'clock is our special holiday puppet show. It's fast becoming a tradition here at MFF because it's so close to Christmas and you guys aren't getting sick of holiday songs. We're going to get you sick of it real quick. So we're going to start out, we saved some really cool numbers for the first part of the show. We do it in 2 parts. The first part is going to be a lot like what you saw here. The second part is devoted to holiday stuff. And we got some really good stuff here planned this year. And I think the Kiyakami's getting a little too intimate with that snake. So anyway, that's the show. Hope you enjoyed it, and I hope to see you at some of these panels today. We got some really nice ones. One thing I really like about MFF, I think we have some of the best puppetry performance panels and puppet shows of any furry con out there. And you see, we bring a wonderful cast. This is one of the largest casts of puppeteers I've ever assembled at a furry con. This is up there. We had a further confusion. I think at one point we had a grand total of 3 performers. And that's a con twice the size of this one. So as you see, we do really well here. So, you guys are dismissed. How about that?
Yay. And everyone, I hear they've got some really good fun.
Babs wants to do a shameless plug real quick. You need a microphone? I didn't know that.
Okay, guys, just to let you know, the 80s dance from 8 till 9, you guys will be mine. And you guys are going to be hearing songs that you've probably never heard before. So check out the dance hall and get your groove on.
All right. Yes, we have wonderful dances at this con too. I forgot to mention it. There'll be some good ones tonight. It's going to be a fun day. Check this out. Nobody. Cool. Now, that's a crazy nut that plays a puppet.
And your last name's not Henson. Because you didn't go see the doctor when you should have.
Right. Well, you want to hear a little bit about my background or how I know what I'm talking about? Let's see. I've been doing puppets overall for 10 years now. Got my first show in 92, did my first performance in 92. I did the first ever furry puppet show at a furry puppet show at FurryCon back in June of 94 at .con, which MFF broke off to .con a few years ago. I was a major guy for these puppetry to furry fandom. I put the first team puppet performance together in 99 at AmperCon, and that's what the Sunday group grew off of that. The Yappy Fox actually got inspired. I used to do masquerade acts with Yappy, doing my Vixen Scarlet and him in fursuit. And we did some acts together at the conference called the AmperCon. So I attended that con from 94 through 99. I was one of the founders of Midwest Fur Fest in 2000. I've been staff here ever since. I'm also on the executive board of MFF. I've been to every further confusion. I run, the last 2 years I've run the variety show there, running puppetry events there. They've had a pretty wide range of puppetry events.
I went to CF 6 through 9 doing puppet shows. Back then I was just solo. And both Albany Africon and Africon, I had done tons of shows and workshops there up through 2001. I did not go to Africon this year. So I have done a lot of puppetry performance behind me. Besides that, back home, I am not a full-time puppeteer. It's very difficult to get full-time. I do it as a side business. I do treat it as a business. So I advertise. I actually get paid for this when I do shows. Every now and then I'll do a volunteer show. And if you go to my puppeteer for Mondays, I'm going to talk in more detail about that kind of work. In fact, I have a few volunteer shows coming up this next week back home. And also doing my first local hospital show coming up as well. So I do keep busy. I do get paid for this. So I have done numerous performance workshops. And people seem to like them. I wanted to list and make sure they got more out of my performance workshop than they did in all the books they ever read. That makes me feel good. So I'm going to give you some basics. How many of you have some puppetry experience? I know some of you do. And some don't. I have a good idea where I'm starting from. Well, what I like to do, keep in mind this is going to be a crash course. A lot of what it's not a bad idea to take notes just so you can go back and reference this because for some weird reason, there's not a whole lot of information out there, especially for adults on how to perform puppets properly. And a lot of people like to just put puppets on and just start doing stuff with them. And it's easy to do that, but I believe you should take it to the next level and really try to be very highly professional with what you do. But like everything you do, art or whatnot, you have to learn the basics. And that's where I'm going to start, is on the basics. Because once you know the basics, you have to get the basics down before you get more advanced stuff. We are going to get into stuff that is more advanced, but if you remember nothing else, remember the basics, because everything is going to build on that little foundation you've got. And that's the important part. Most people, when they get a puppet, they're going to probably get a folk mask, so that's how we'll start out with. And of course a lot of people are first going to be shy doing too much with it. So you're going to see a lot of people, they're going to, put a puppet on and they're going to walk around and be all goofy and stuff like that with it. And that's fine, that's fun to do. But if you want to start being really professional with it, really make people take notice and say, wow, that really comes to life. There's some certain things you can do towards that end. So one of the most common things that you see at a furry con, I said, we're going very basic here, is you'll see somebody walking around with a puppet like this. And what is wrong with that picture? That's not how the animal rests. No, raccoons don't float in midair. So, you gotta carry around a little table. So, well, a good way to do it is just to use your arm, just to cradle the puppet. That right there is all of a sudden adding a lot more believability to it. Puppetry, like animation, there's this one concept that can be hard to explain to some people. It's what's called believability. There's a big difference between reality and believability. Reality is, trying to duplicate to be realistic. Puppetry and animation are a lot alike, and that they're trying to be believable, trying to make you just accept what you're seeing on its own terms. When you watch an animated movie, you just accept it on its own terms. You say, that's believable, that's a believable character. You know when that's happening because you start feeling for that character. Your puppets are the same way. You want to create a believable character. That should be your whole goal. So part of that believability to me is making them a little, adding a little bit of realism to it. And that's one of the things we do right here. Well, it's just a little more believable because this raccoon's no longer floating in midair, which is a nice thing. That's a nice little touch to do. So that's pretty good. He's doing that and all that. But I'm also doing something else wrong even as I'm speaking. Can anybody tell me what it is that I'm doing wrong? Have you ever seen a real raccoon? Have you ever seen a real raccoon, unless it's roadkill, sit still like this? So it should be scratching with your eyes? No. Remember when we talked about there's a difference between believability and realism. Yes, if you try to hold a real raccoon like this, it probably would try to scratch your eyes out. But we're shooting for believability. So the thing is, you always should keep your character moving at all times. And it really pays to study real movement to do this, to see. And it should always be moving. No matter how distracted you get, the character should start taking on a little bit of life of its own. can always do that. I like to point out an example. A friend of mine, Rapid T. Rabbit, some of you may have heard of. He's done this public access cable show in New York City for about almost 20 years, almost 20 years now. And I stayed at his place a few years ago out in New York. And one night he had to work, so up at home, and to keep entertained, he had some videos he wanted me to watch. One is this friend of his that does puppets, you know, and thinks pretty highly of himself. So I watched one of the videos. And one of these videos, I'm going to break the rules over here, I know it. He had the puppeteer was interviewing somebody, like a magician or something. He had his puppet character sitting in between it, which was fine. However, when the two guys were talking, that puppet was like this. It never moved. And then all of a sudden, when they wanted the puppet to, you know, be part of it, all of a sudden it came magically to life. It looked really, really, really bad. And for somebody that claims to be a professional and very good at puppetry, you know, he needs to go back and correct that, because that's very wrong. It looks terrible. And if you ever notice, if you see me walking around these furry cons, the puppets are always moving. It will come second nature, I can promise you that. That's why at a furry con, it's a wonderful idea to walk around and just have the character interact. You know, and what's going to eventually happen is you start developing a personality for it. You know, you can just do all kinds of little personality quirks to it. You know, raccoons, of course, are curious, so they're going to just look around at everything. But you can do any kind, you know, any kind of stuff you want. You know, the mouth can open and close. People love this. You know, if you have to chew on something, that always gets a laugh. I like to show the really disgustingly cute thing that I do with one of these raccoons, which is this. Which really brings it to life. You know, and you can just do that, and it's little stuff like that that just makes your puppetry really come to life. Your whole goal is you want the character to be believable as a live character. That should be your goal. So this is a good way to start without having to worry, you know, about voicing the puppet or anything else. You know, you could always have the characters interact. That's part of the fun, is having the characters interact with people. Never be afraid to do that. So that's a good way to start, just to kind of get used to having a puppet and moving with the puppet and keep the puppet from dying on your hand. You should never freeze when it's out in public. But you're thinking, okay, I want to move on from that. I've seen so many cool things first. How do I move on? But one of the best ways to do that is to learn how to have your puppet talk or whatever. So I'm going to teach you all about lip sync, proper ways to lip sync and stuff like that. Because I see a lot of people, you know, when I joke about puppets and stuff, you know, certainly puppets doing something like this, huh? You know, and this is how most people try to operate a puppet. Very, very wrong. Then you have to learn to do a puppet. When you're doing a puppet and you try this is a natural way your hand wants to move. What's going to happen if you got a puppet on and you're doing this? The top of the puppet, you're right, the top of the puppet's head is going to go, oh, like that. And last I saw, nobody talks that way. You can try it, but it's very painful after a while. What you have to practice doing is moving just the lower thumb, so just the lower jaw of the puppet moves. You should be able to do that from every single conceivable angle and whatnot. And it does take a little practice. I'll give you a little point on how to learn. You can train yourself to do this. I'm not magic or anything else. This is just years of training. You hold your fingers under a tabletop and just start practicing how to hold your hand like that. And you can do this too if you want. Pretty effectively start learning how to do that. And that makes your puppet look so much better. Switch here, kind of demonstrate some of this a little bit. See, some characters only exist from the white step. They're designed for behind the stage. So a lot of times they don't have legs. So if you're trying that flip tap thing I was telling you about, that looks like this. See, this is when I'm doing this. See what that looks like? And that looks really bad. See, you see how bad that looks. You'd be amazed at how many people do that. And that's another difference between a well-designed puppet. We're going to get into the puppet building. I'm just going to mention quickly. Well-designed puppet and poorly designed puppet. Poorly designed puppet, it's nearly impossible to improve the lower thumb. Well-designed puppet, you can't. Now, you're not going to get, this is an ideal setting, you know, when I'm doing it like this. You're not going to get 100% of movement down here. Always your fingers up here are going to move a little bit. Ideally, 70-80% of the movement should be down here. So what it looks like properly, like that. See, she's still got a little bit up here because that's just unavoidable. Because with the puppet, see how most of the movements in her lower chest, how believable that is? It's much more believable than this. The big difference in that, when she's doing that, opening her lower jaw like that, and that's one of the very basic things that has to come second nature. This is the kind of stuff you cannot be thinking about. This is the stuff that has to come automatic. And the only way you're going to do that way, get that way, practice. Okay, so I'm going to use exercises to practice because there are proper ways to open and close the mouth and improper ways. The proper way to have a puppet talk is to have the puppet open the mouth on every single ball. See that? It has to open the mouth. The very common thing that beginning puppeteers do is what we call biting the words. What do you mean biting the words? See that? You see how she closed the mouth in every syllable. That's a big mistake you want to avoid. A good way to learn how to do that is with a little bit of practice, you can overcome that. The best way to do it for beginning puppeteer is set yourself up with a mirror, preferably a full-length mirror. If you don't have one, you can get one very cheaply at Walmart. And either stand or sit in front of that mirror and start doing some exercises. And there's some really good ones you can do. Counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. See, 1 to 10, you have one syllable on each except for 7 has 2. And that's a good one. It's a good one to practice. And you can use your own voice too if you want. It's nothing that says you have to create a puppet voice right at the beginning. You can use your own voice. Counting to 21 to 27 is an excellent one because you're going to get numbers with anywhere from 1 to 4 syllables. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. So that's a 4. When you're 27, the mouth should open and close 4 times. Which is very good. That's why 1 to 27 is how you don't need to count. Another really good one is the alphabet. And when you practice the alphabet, you can start doing this faster. Although most letters try to have one syllable, so you get W at 2. So that could throw you. It's not a bad idea to even videotape yourself doing this. And when you do that, you want to go back and watch it. And it's not a bad idea either. I never did this. But we do it is just get a tape. Devoted entirely to this. And just start, and don't erase over the tape. Just watch yourself progress. And you should be able to look back and see improvement as you're going along. That's what you're shooting for. I can't say how long it's going to take. Everybody's different. I've seen some people pick up a puppet and almost immediately get to listen to it properly. I've seen other people that have been doing it for years and they still can't listen to it properly. Some people have never seen the grasp it. Some people grasp it right off the bat. Some people are somewhere in the middle. I think most people are somewhere in the middle. I guess that goes off that new tip for the variety show. Oh, they're fun.
How should I actually start that?
Oh, I don't even know. 12, 30. Yeah. So anyway, those are some really, really good exercises to start out with practicing. And those are some of your very basic points. It should get to the point where you can do it with your eyes closed. See how you can do it with your eyes closed. That's how it's because it comes natural, because you can't be thinking about the basics. It's like when you drive, there's just certain basic things you don't even think about. If you had to think, if you were driving, you had to constantly think, okay, I'm going to keep my foot here, my hand here, and all that. You couldn't concentrate on the road around you. Same thing with puppetry. You keep the basics down, you concentrate on what's going on around you, and start doing more, so you can breathe and life into it. That's your whole goal, is breathing life into it. Now, the next thing, once you get down the basics of your lip sync, the next thing you need to learn is to avoid something that looks like this. This is very common at the beginning, and you probably won't do this for a while. very common at the beginning. Once you get those, the basic fundamentals down, the next thing you want to start concentrating on is to vary the mouth movements a little bit. See how there's that variation in there. There's a lot of variation in there. Some other good exercises. You can start having the same thing. Keep in mind, you're still doing this in front of the mirror, hopefully. If you start having the same thing, you've got a name. But if that, you can start learning how to vary and make the movement more and more natural. Well, I'll tell you another thing, almost forgot, that beginning puppeteers will do is they'll get so tied up with wanting to go to the right, they get very stiff. See how unnatural that was? You have to be relaxed. And I see that with just about every beginning puppeteer. They're just act like they're baby puppets. And you don't want to do that. You want to be loose. Your wrist should be very loose. Usually when I get ready to do a show, some of the things that I'll do is I'll loosen up. I'll do some slow stretching exercises. Try to just get my hand and everything nice and loose. You should be loose and relaxed. Because I see that stiffness all the time. I'll just tell the beginning puppeteer because he's just very, very stiff. Be relaxed. It's supposed to be fun. Nobody's going to shoot you if you make a mistake. Trust me, I've made plenty of mistakes. And nobody's going to hold you. In fact, the person that's going to remember your mistakes most is going to be you. I believe I made some very big, embarrassing mistakes in my time. Everybody else has forgotten except me. And like a lot of things in puppetry, if you do make a mistake, don't dwell on it. Move on. There's times in shows when I'll screw up. Move on. The big audience is going to forget it. So let's see. Okay, we got doing some of the talking exercises. Yes, okay. Really good talking. Once you start getting
Get closer, John.
not yet, not unless they start bringing that. I want to keep some air flowing in here so it doesn't get too uncomfortable. When you start really getting to the point where you start feeling very, very comfortable with doing the lip sync and talking and everything, and the puppet's starting to come to life, what you start to do is to start lip syncing the songs. Is another good way to learn how to do things and to add some life. It's usually best to find songs that have a single singer, kind of medium road tempo. You don't want to do anything too fast because it's going to be hard to do. You don't want to do anything too slow because slow songs are surprisingly difficult to do convincingly. Something that you're very familiar with, fairly mid-tempo, and I can't tell you exactly what to use, everybody's different. But something that you really, really know the words of and start practicing, once you get in front of your mirror. And then you'll probably find yourself being very stiff lip syncing at first. It strives to bring the puppet more to life. Another thing that doesn't hurt either is to watch performances of live singers, watch what they do. That's what the lady that the long puppet's showing you is. I kind of do that. Kind of watch what does a real singer do. Who's singing that type of music. I mean, if you're going to be having your puppet do nice slow songs, obviously you're not going to go and watch some hard rock singer learn how to do their movements for a slow song. It's not going to work. Okay, let's see. Oh yeah. One of the things too with lip sync, I thought I touched on it this slow and fast. We're going to touch on that a little bit. There's certain little cheats that you can sometimes do. Sometimes you're running, as you get better, you're running into situations where the puppet is going to be talking really fast. And what can happen with the puppet talking really fast is you get too much movement. There is such a thing as too much movement. Oh yeah, that's one of those important things I forgot to mention. One of the key things about puppetry, remember nothing else. Remember, puppetry is about movement. That's what it is all about. It's about getting realistic movements with your puppets, realistic, believable movements with your puppets. There's always an exception to every rule as well, especially if you're doing something for comic effect. If you're trying to be very funny,
and you have the right character for it, then you can exaggerate. There's nothing wrong with doing that. But it should always be within the context of what you're doing. That's one thing about puppetry. For every rule, there's an exception, just about. You should always strive to be good at what you do. But one of the things when I attended a workshop a while back was demonstrating a very famous word to use to practice, show you what happens when something is done too fast and how you can compensate for it. So Hazel here is going to demonstrate. Okay, here we go. You see that? Didn't that look really bad? See, it's just too much. See how it just gets to be too much? It's just flapping her lips. So, now let's see if we can do a pop-up. You see how much better that looked? You notice she wasn't flapping around near as much? What did I do different? Anybody pick out what I did different?
Looks like you kind of went every other syllable.
Bingo. Except for the last syllable. The thing that people are going to notice most when you're lip syncing something is they're going to notice the first syllable or two and the last. So I'm going to slow down what I did so you can see it. I went, super color, and so I did the last two like that. But then I did every other one. And that's a good cheat that you can do. And that does take a little practice. This is getting a little more advanced. And that, don't worry about that until you feel very, very comfortable doing the other step. One of the keys to the good puppet performance is developing a character for your puppet. Every puppet is different on how you develop the character, especially if you didn't make the puppet. Now, Babs made Nick Rabbit there. She had something very specific in mind. She knew before she built it what she wanted, so it wasn't difficult for her to develop a character.
It's kind of funny though, because with Nick here, I kind of wanted him, you know, to be sort of a specific way, and I guess one of the marks of a good character is when they start developing themselves. Because originally he was supposed to have like a much drier sense of humor. He was going to be a lot quieter, and his voice was going to be, you know, a little bit different. And it's like I just started performing him and working with him and everything, and well, he just, you know, kind of, he's not hyperactive, but he's kind of, you know, he's very adamant about certain things, and he's you know, he's picky, and he's, I don't know, he's just a spunky little rabbit. He's a lot spunkier than I expected.
I noticed you chose a very small and childlike voice for him.
Well, I figured, because he's small. I mean, because the way I've drawn him, he's, you know, the rabbits, you know, the rabbits, the venom that he's in are very small rabbits. And the voice that I use, well, you know, I really can't do too much of a deep voice since I'm a girl. But, in regards to, you know, his voice, it's sort of derived from Chucky from Rugrats. And so I figured, well, if you give, you know, I want to try to give Chucky a British accent. And then, of course, as I performed his voice just got a little bit higher. Which sort of adds to the comic relief because he's very adamant about being referred to as male. And but with his actions and his voice and the way he looks, he finds more and more difficulty, but he still insists that he's a boy. He's a pop star rabbit.
See, Babs made some good points, because what eventually is going to probably happen, which is a good thing, is your puppets are going to start dictating certain things. They're going to dictate, like, you do songs, which songs you do. And that's the way it is with all my characters. There's certain songs that I can listen to and say, okay, that's good for this character. That one's good for this character. And, you know, the personalities will have a lot to do with it. I got this one, I bought her off of eBay, and I got her in January, just like 2 weeks before further confusion come about. And I used her to do some MC work. Well, I didn't have her personality all the way down yet, and it showed. Right? If you watch a video of me hosting the puppet shows, you could tell a lot of times I was stumbling over what to say next because I didn't know her well enough. Now I know her a lot better. Her personality has developed since then. Now I see her as being, she's a young squirrel. None of my puppets, I don't ever really set a specific age for any of my characters. I can't say, well, that character is 32 years old, you know, or some do. I just have a general idea, and that's just me. You might be different, and there's nothing wrong with that.
With Nick, I kind of made him, you know, because around when Duran turned out popular, they were in their early 20s, so I made Nick in his early 20s, and he's the baby of his band and everything, so he sort of has more of a specific age, although he's not 22, well, I guess around somewhere between 22 and 23, but he's a youngster.
You know, and Hazel's probably younger than that. And the thing with Hazel, what I developed with her, is the fact that she will say very funny things, not realizing that what she said is funny. So she'll say something, people start cracking up, and she can't figure out why they're laughing. You know, and she's not stupid, she just hasn't made the connections yet. And that started to really develop her personality a lot. Every now and then she'll say something that she knows is funny, but a lot of times you'll catch her saying something and she just has no clue why people think that's so funny. And that's a nice personality trait that developed, and that made her personality just come together for me. And now, if you watch me perform her now compared to how I was in January, I'm a whole lot better at her now. Things really got better. To contrast that, the one that, she took quite a while to do, is the story behind Vixie here. And actually, Vixie is the second version of this type of character that I come out with. Teddy Ruxpin, who does the Puppets West videos, had found one of these plush in a thrift store like he did. Because he was looking for, possible ones that he could modify into puppets and that sort of. Teddy's another one that saw me almost from the day one. He saw I believe he saw my first show I did at Conference 6, which was the second ever early puppet performance, which was pretty cool. And he started working on puppets. He'd known how to build teddy bears and things like that. So he saw this in the fish and thought, oh, this will make a really good puppet because he has got a nice seam along the mouth and everything. He's really easy to work with. See, those puppets he's being used already. And so he said, good, I can have a nice male puppet character here. So he went and he did all the conversion and came out with something like this. And he looked at it and he goes, that's a female. It just looked female. And Teddy doesn't usually voice characters. Some people just are never get comfortable voicing characters, and Teddy's one of those. So when I first got a hold of what is the original version of this one is named Vixlet, her personality just came out almost immediately. And I can't explain it. There is no explanation for that. It just happens. And what she is, I describe her as Little Fox Big Attitude. She's all about attitude. Babs did a wonderful drawing for me at Marcon earlier this year at Vixie, and it just captured her personality perfectly. And that's what she is. She's very aggressive, very knows what she wants. She's got an ego the size of Chicago. And, however, really, it always helps to have a little depth. She's actually deep down a very, very caring character, and she's the kind that no matter what happens, she would always stand up for me in the end. But it has to go pretty far before she will. And she's just wonderful that way. She was just a great character that come out that way. And some puppets you're going to find are going to be that way. Just instantly, you're going to just know their character. That's right. I'm all personality, and this guy's nothing. You see how the basics still hold true. See how you're just moving the lower jaw again? How she's coming to life. Yes, I am floating, but usually when I carry her, I'll carry her around like this. Oh, she put your hand, buddy. See, and you can have little comments like that just bring the character so much to life. And the little mannerisms and everything. And having characters react to things is good too. It's another very good practice. And doing voices is a lot of fun. With Vixie, that falsetto voice just works really well. Hazel's voice, just because I don't do female voices incredibly well, is actually a toned-down version of Vixie's voice with a slight lisp. Because if she got those big buck teeth, she's probably going to have a little lisp. So when she talks about being a squirrel, she kind of has a little lisp at times. At times it comes out more than others.
Makes her sound younger, too.
Yeah.
That helps with the characteristic.
Right, because I wanted her to be a younger-sounding character. Now, the thing, the folk manists, we talked about that a bit, are not bad puppets to start out with because they're inexpensive and most of them work reasonably well, some better than others. The raccoon is in my opinion, is one of the best I've found. It is a very good starting point because one of the things that can be a challenge is, what if you spend, Rodney spent tons of money on a big puppet and say you don't want a puppet after all. You just waste that much money. Folk manners are a good way to figure out if you like what you're doing. I really firmly believe you should move on because folk manners are limited. This raccoon, I like this raccoon a lot. I think this is a very nice raccoon. And folk manners to me is the best store-bought puppet you can buy. I very much took up for it, but they're very limiting in what you can do with them. A lot of the ones we're making now, unfortunately, the mouths are very small. And seeing that ferret, you saw how tight that was. That makes it very, very difficult to operate a puppet if it's way too tight. Another thing, with it being so realistic looking, to me, it's not as believable if this character is going to try to do something. Vixie is kind of a little puny style. You can get away. She's a definite fox, but she's still somewhat of an anthropomorphic in a way. And she's very believable on her own terms. You accept her. A raccoon like this would be a little tougher to get people to believe in because it's just so realistic. It doesn't have enough puniness in it. And to me, it's a little limiting. The other thing is that it's very nice to have puppets that nobody else has. That's one of the reasons I started getting custom-made puppets. That didn't, when I first got my first one built, I decided from day one that I didn't want to be up there doing a show from a group of kids and some kid would say, oh, I have that puppet at home. It's like, what's the point? So that was another reason. But the custom-made puppets look so much better. Of course, with the folk manas, we got to talk about this a little bit. Lip singing songs isn't a bad way to go and stuff like that. But when you just have it singing like that, that's, it's lip syncing, it's fine and whatnot. But it's not really, really acting with the puppet. Because the only part that you're doing anything with is just the face area. But when somebody is acting or singing or whatever, they're using their entire body in the performance. And folk manas are inherently self-limiting in that factor. And that's where you start running into your limitations with them. Some of the says going to misuse beginners. One of the things that's fun to do, if nothing else, is accessorize your puppets a bit. I actually got this for one of my big puppets, and I put it on the ferret, and I thought it just looked so cute, I kept it there. The accessorizing can tend to some personality as well. However, we're going to start getting into the bigger steps. We're going to start getting into some little more advanced things. Gracie here's a good demo puppet. Grace have had since '96. Of course, she's fully custom made. What's some of the advantage differences of her over folk manas? I tell you a lot. One, she costs a lot more. But beyond that, one is she's unique. There is no other Gracie anywhere in the world. This is the only one. She is entirely handmade. Paid to have her made. There is no mold for her. She is it. She's the only one there ever was, and probably the only one there ever will be. And that's nice to be able to say that with the character. Because another thing is, because the mouth is so much bigger and this was made for me, it fits me. Gracie's probably got the smallest mouth of all of my big puppets I have. She's still very comfortable to operate. I've got my 4 fingers up here and I've got my thumb down here. My hand is not cramped in like those folk manas are. She is not a one-size-fits-all. She's designed to fit me. She's not made for kids either. She's made for me. The movement is so much more realistic. The range of movement she gets are so much better. You see how she can move, how much she can move her neck around, and it's very, very believable. Her whole body doesn't contort every time she moves. There are a lot of puppets that don't have their necks can be very stiff. That allows her to have a very wide range. She has arms that we can move. We're going to get into this here very quickly. This is what's called a hand and rod puppet, for those that might not know. Hand, because you use your hand to operate the mouth. Rod, because we use what we call the arm rods to operate the arms. Very common style of puppet. Princeton uses these puppets like crazy. They're very good. I chose them because hand and rod have a lot of advantages. One of the big advantages being one puppeteer can operate the mouth and both hands. And we're going to get into that, how that's done here in just a second. The other type of puppet you see very commonly on there as well, which I've done, is what we call the human hand or live hand puppet. And best example of that's probably like the Swedish chef, where the puppeteer's hands actually become the puppet's hands. Seen those, or Ernie, or remember Ernie is that way too. Ralph the dog, yes. The advantage of that is a hand and rod puppet can handle props. It can do a lot of stuff. This or hand and rod, the live hand can handle props and things like that. It's a lot of fun to do. The disadvantage is if you want both hands to be going, it takes two puppeteers. And those type are usually done one of two ways. Henson, most of the time, would do it where one person would operate the head in one arm, and somebody else would do the other arm. The Swedish chef was done with Jim Henson just doing the mouth, and Frank Oz doing both the hands. Either way is good. And I have operated those kind of puppets. SK1, you know, him, he likes those kind of puppets a lot. He's used brought those to furry times. But since I knew that I was going to be solo, I chose to use the hand and rod style, which I said have the advantage that I can move both arms by myself. Disadvantage is you can't handle props very easily with them. There's ways you can do it, but it's really not much of an issue. Now this type of puppet is good when you take the next step up if you want to get something done. This is the style of puppet that I very highly recommend that you get, is the hand and rod. There are places you can buy pretty decent hand and rod puppets online without spending a huge amount of money. One that comes to mind is Axel Puppets. He makes pretty nice, he makes them as professional. The difference with him is he likes the latex bases rather than the all foam. The body will be, you know, usually a stuffed body covered with fur for the animals, but it will have a latex base. But they're designed for professionals. They're not supposed to be kids' puppets. And they're pretty affordable. They run anywhere from, he's got some smaller ones that run under $100 up to probably $300 or $400. So you didn't want to get an idea of how much puppets cost. That's probably something you're thinking of too. What does all this cost? Gracie I had done back in '96. I had done a lot of puppets. I'd already had this lady build 3 puppets for me. She did her at the bargain basement price of $400. If you can find anybody today to build Gracie for $400, bring them to me because I want to meet them. In today's market, a puppet like this is probably at least $1,000, if not more, to get done. There are companies that would charge probably $3,000 or $4,000 for a puppet like this. That's not unheard of. You don't have to spend that much. I'm going to call him Drip Dry back there. You notice this, can you grab Gina there, Drip Dry? He is another one that got inspired by me and wanted to get a puppet made. And he had that one built by a lady in Virginia who goes by Matt Puppets. And that's a very nicely done puppet. I've operated that puppet. She moves very, very nicely. What should she cost?
Well, it was originally going to be $475, but it took for over a year to the profit, so she knocked $50 off.
So you see, you can get a nice puppet without spending it on real leg. And that's another unique character. And he had a pretty good idea of what he wanted and stuff like that. And it's kind of interesting. She interpreted the character slightly different than what he had originally planned. But he had something in mind.
Playing on the
On the lips, yeah.
got out of the box. I'm like, hey, it's not here.
One of the things, for some reason, you'll find that non-furries, when you try to describe, you know, like a furry female, they somehow think that putting big lips on them is a very cute idea. I don't know why. Yeah, actually, on furries, it doesn't look too terribly bad. But, you know, I have seen, they just tend to do that. You'll see that done one. I don't ask me why. So somebody like that can build you a nice puppet. It's going to take some time. Don't expect to call a place and say, I want this puppet made, and get the puppet in a week. It's not going to happen. We're generally talking months. You know, like the lady built mine, she built some puppets for a friend of mine, Mike Russell, and some of those took a year or longer to get to them.
That's Vicky Fox in them.
Vicky Fox, yes, you'll see the world of Vicky Fox.
Of course, this woman also has a bunch on her website. If I understood it correctly, I think, you know, occasionally someone will order a puppet, and they'll either he hands out or she'll just never hear from him again, so she puts them up for sale.
Yeah, she does that puppet stuff. So she's pretty reasonable. I've seen lots for about $400
Laying around.
which is not bad at all, because when you consider that those are all handmade.
Wasn't Gracie made by the same lady?
Yeah. Well, Vicky got made. You know what? It's a funny story. What made Mike decide to get Vicky made as a puppet was the fact that I had to go to the bathroom at Albany after time. We were in the like at the Dead Dog Party, and we were in the lounge there, or wherever we had this function space for the Dead Dog Party. And I had Scarlett with me, and I had to go to the bathroom. It's like, Mike, would you mind holding Scarlett for a couple minutes so I go to the bathroom? And of course, Mike was like, sure, I'll hold Scarlett. And he did. He put her on his stuff, and I come out. He's like, he had just fallen in love that quickly. He's like, I have got to get a custom puppet done. I've got to get in touch with this lady. And he did. She ended up building 3 puppets for him. And they're on us. Mike is fiercely protective of his puppets. He keeps up into his house. He keeps them covered, wrapped in plastic in his house. And I'm probably the only one that he'll allow to operate his puppets. I think if anybody else even thought about it, he'd probably smack him. He is very protective of his property, but that's okay. Oh, geez, I almost forgot. One important thing I want to talk about that's good in a performance workshop too, that kind of goes along with it, is some of the care of puppets. Puppets do require care. You notice I've had Gracie, I've had her since '96. We have been all over the country, we have done just, I can't even tell you how many performances. But doesn't she look good? Look at how good a condition she's in. That's because she's cared for. And no matter how much you spend on a puppet, I don't care if you spend $10 on a puppet, if you spend thousands of dollars on a puppet, taking care of them is extremely important. My first rule when I do a puppet show is to wash your hands with soap and water before you handle the puppets. Never, ever handle puppets with dirty hands, especially greasy hands. Just eating McDonald's, your hands are covered in grease, do not touch your puppets. Wash your hands thoroughly with soap and water first. That is rule number 1. Rule number 2 is to handle them with care. Don't try ever forcing the puppet to do anything. You know, if it's a tight squeeze or whatever, you know, don't try to force your hand too much. You know, if it doesn't fit, it doesn't fit. You know, you should look into getting some custom made. Another one for getting that done. Puppets like this, if you have nicer puppets, never pick them up by the arms or the legs. That is bad. Because you can very easily tear them out, and then you've got a damaged puppet. Do not pick them up by the rods. The puppets are designed to be, you know, certain areas that are designed to handle the weight of the puppet. Because these puppets do have weight. She weighs a lot more than a full man. So yeah, this area here is the main area designed to carry the weight of the puppet. Another good way to carry a puppet is like this. Yes, it looks like you're choking the puppet. You don't care. The audience should not see you ever carrying a puppet like this anyway, because the audience should only see the puppet. You can also get the back of the head too. The audience should only see the puppet fully on your hand, fully in character. They should never see you take the puppet on or off or carrying a puppet like this, because it destroys the illusion. Okay, now a puppet like this, the way I will put her on, basically, is I'll be holding her like this, and I'll just very carefully work my hand in to her, and she does, and she's on. Now, usually when I take her off, I generally will try to set her on something first, because I'm just extra careful. You know, like I will set her down like this, so it takes the weight off of here, and then I'll just gently grab her and gently pull my hand out, just like that. One of the biggest things packing the puppets, see, I have these trunks, and I like to keep the puppets in these trunks for the shortest amount of time possible. When you pack them up, you don't want to force them. Don't have anything pressing hard down on them. These lids, and just for a second, I noticed that these lids have like these plastic ridges that the puppets, you know, if you press into it, will mark into the foam and generally will come out. But usually what I'll do, especially Gracie in there, is I'll lay a shirt or piece of, or a piece of fabric or something over her to cushion that, and that prevents any indentations from coming in. You should never contort your puppet, or never force the arms or legs or anything into unnatural positions on the puppet, because you can damage them. So you want to have a container that's big enough
to hold the puppet. When I put her in the trunk, I usually lay, she's got, there's different types of ruts. She's like that. And it's okay to bend the legs a bit, like that, because you're not putting any stress, but just don't put any undue stress on the puppet for any length of time. And that'll help preserve them. What if your puppet does start to get dirty? White fur gets dirty no matter how careful you are. A very good and very cheap and easy to make cleaner for puppets and stuffed animals is to take equal parts of woolite and rubbing alcohol and mix it together. And usually for, like, let's say you want to do a sinkhole, maybe like 1 or 2 capfuls of each equal parts, mix it together in just lukewarm to warm water, never ever hot water. You're going to make a mistake on the temperature, make it on the cold side. Heat and fur do not mix. So there's a couple ways you can do it. A puppet like this, generally what I'll do is I'll make some of that solution up, and you can even make some up, put it in a spray bottle if you want. And then I'll take a washcloth, soak it in that solution. I'll just gently rub her clean, and then I'll get a towel. And I won't overdo it. You try not to saturate. Then I'll just take a paper towel or a dry towel and just towel her off and then let her air dry. And that works really, really well. Do that on occasion. I'll help your puppets look really good.
What about dust?
That's your part of how they're going to get dirty. If you're really worried about dirt, you can't do it Mike Russell does. You can't store them. And, he wraps his with plastic easily. He's actually got stands. You can make stands for puppets, buy stands for puppets, and set them on there and cover them in plastic, and that will also keep them clean. It's a good big piece of plastic and just drape over the puppet, and that'll help keep them clean. I generally don't do that. Gracie here, actually, when she's at home, she's sitting in one of my living room chairs, just laying like that in one of my chairs.
I see, we have our puppets. We have puppets at home, and they're just like sitting out like on display, and they get terribly dusty. And occasionally what I'll do is just blow the dust off.
Right.
And
What you can also, and one thing that I'll do too, is I've got a really nice vacuum. It's got a nice vacuum hose. Is you can vacuum with that vacuum hose. That won't hurt them. I do that a lot. I have a Kirby vacuum, which is like the ultimate vacuum. I mean, they'll like suck up anything, and that's wonderful. And it will get that dust right out of there. I use that a lot because I have some nice stuffed animals.
or how about blow drying on cool settings?
As long as you're not using hot air. Now, another thing you can do, what I've actually done, I don't know if I now I haven't done some new ones. On the old style ferrets, one of the things that I did, I got one that got fairly dirty. So what I did is I filled my sink partially full, and I used that solution of woolite and rubbing alcohol, and I actually totally submerged the ferret in, and gave it a good rub down, and then kind of squeezed it out. It looked pathetic. Now, when that's done, what you can do is take it down into your washing machine and run it through a spin cycle.
Oh, yeah.
You can, I ended up buying a new washing machine this year that has a very, very gentle cycle on it. And that's why I do these airbrush shirts. That's why I wash these airbrush shirts that way. And I could probably wash one of the puppets that way, but just use, there you would only want to use woolite, strictly woolite. Never, ever put them in the dryer under any heat setting, under any circumstance. It's okay if you just fluff air dry it where it's no heat. That's fine, but generally I will just air dry the puppet after it's gone through the spin cycle. It'll look really pathetic when you first do it, but it came back to life and it looked really nice when I was all done with it. But just keep in mind, heat and fur don't mix.
But you can never comb it with a...
Oh, you brush it. What I usually use, I didn't bring that. I got one of those pet brushes that have the wire bristles on them, that are just covered with the wire bristles. Those work wonderfully on these. And just gently brush. I brush my puppets all the time. That's a good part of the care and feeding the puppets.
So the wire is better than the plastic?
It's just what I prefer. If it works, use it. That's because I sometimes use plastic brushes. Now, another thing you can do with custom puppets like these too is accessorize. See how Gracie got that sort of base outfit. I've got several outfits for Gracie. I'm also going to do some performance demoing here too. That's why I'm just putting it together. I'm going to show you what some of this, when you put a lot of this together, what it should look like.
What's that new one you got, Scott?
Yeah, she's actually very old. You go to my 10th anniversary show later, that's why I brought her along. But Skunk's my first ever character. And she's showing a lot of wear and tear. I've had her for 10 years, so I don't use her very often now because of that. And she's also not as comfortable to operate as these two are. Gracie and Scarlett, Scarlett especially, is wonderfully comfortable to operate. She is just a dream puppet to operate because she's just so expressive. But see, once again, you know, the personality develops with her, and even not saying anything, she has personality. She just reeks of elegance now, and her movements reflect that. Once again, she's a hand and rod puppet. She's a different type, and that, you know, the rod is firmly attached. This is one of her looks that I got for her. Just, I like the ring for her look, partially because of that guy who kind of got me into it and stuff. Scarlett is wonderful for doing expressions of puppets. One of the things that challenges with the puppet is the puppet's expression doesn't change. They've got a very fixed expression. So to get emotions out of a puppet requires acting skills. This is where the acting skills come in. And Scarlett right now, this is just her normal neutral look. This is just, you know, how you look all the time or whatever. But I can just do a whole range of expressions with her. What's she doing now?
She was kind of sad.
Or just, she's a little sad, a little shy kind of. Sad is more like this. If she was just sad. See how when she's sad, how she's just very droopy. She doesn't make eye contact with anybody. Very lethargic looking. Happy. You know, she's just little bouncy and stuff like that. She's just all fanboy. Picture of Bill Gates naked. My absolute favorite expression to do with Scarlett is this one here. Very angry. See how her movements are just very sharp and abrupt. She even gets so mad she turns her back on me. Of course, then all is forgiven. See, then you get the cuddly one. This is just she's tired. She's had a long day. What did I drink last night? But see how expressive she is, all that, and that fixed expression. It's just the body actually. I got one of the most important things I wanted to teach you guys. So that's going to go on. This is another basic. We're going to, just to let you know, we're going to go back to a basic thing again. It's what we call focus of the puppet. Very, very important. Focus is basically where the puppet's looking. When you're talking to somebody, you're looking at them, hopefully making eye contact. But what if I'm up here talking? See, I'm making eye contact with all of you now. You know, I look like I'm talking to you. What if I'm going like this? You know, it's no different with the puppet. Puppets, the eye contact is very important. That's what we call the focus of the puppet. You know, if she's doing a song, if I'm going to start doing a song or whatever, she should be looking at all of you. What if she's doing this? And this, believe it or not, this happens a lot to beginners because your hand naturally wants to do this. And your hand starts getting tired, it starts getting sore, and you start doing this. And see how you're losing the focus. See how easily you can lose that focus. I am going to tell you this about puppetry. It's painful. You will use muscles that you didn't know you had. You'll get muscles that hurt. My shoulder, after a weekend like this, my shoulder will get very sore, and you don't feel it for a few days.
I was doing a number today that was very fast-paced and very involved, and by the time I was through, I'm surprised I could feel my fingers, because you feel the blood drain, you're like, you know, and the puppet looks good on stage, but behind you just begging for the song to be over.
Yeah. And I'll have other people say, why did this song? And oh, I was in so much pain, expecting sympathy. And it's like, I'm not going to give you sympathy. That's the way it is.
In a way, it's like achievement if you think about it, because it's like, you know, you worked hard.
Yeah, you should work hard. But the audience should never see how much pain you're in. The puppet performance should never suffer. I've been backstage literally holding puppets up with sweat running down my face, but the audience never saw it. I did, if you weren't at the variety show at DuckCon in '99, I did a song with Gracie, Hopelessly Devoted to You. And I actually had to do it sitting in a chair, wearing the bodysuit of a fursuit because I was going back and forth, and holding her up. And about halfway during the song, my arm was just felt like it wanted to collapse, like it wanted to fall off. If you watch the video, you can't tell. And that's how it has to be. If you're in pain, you just grin, you just grit your teeth, and you get through it. If it's going to hurt, it will get better. As you practice more, your endurance will go up. The more you practice, the more your endurance will go up. And I can't emphasize enough how much you practice.
And I noticed that in performance, though, with your choices of songs, the big problem is a lot of the songs that are recorded, they do a fade out. How do you handle a fade out as opposed to coming to an absolute end to the song?
That happens a lot, and it just depends. With me, usually, like when I'm performing in full view, like I am here, which I do a lot. Performing in full view is what they call cabaret style. Usually, what I do is when the song is fading out, is I'll kind of just turn and shut off the music, and the audience really doesn't care. If it's backstage, usually as it's fading, that's when you'll have the puppet exit the stage. There are rules for having puppets enter and exit stages as well. If you're doing the stage, we'll run onto this, and this is going to tie into the focus thing. So start on down here, because I'm going to use Hazel for this one, this demo. When you're backstage, I'm going to do this standing up because I've been doing this on my knees enough today, and puppetry can be very bad on your knees. So I'm going to pretend I'm standing, because I have done some dual level stages before where you can't actually stand up and crossbars not that high. So for stage puppetry, there are some rules. We're just going to pretend on stage. Let's say this is your stage top. The rule of thumb for a puppet is the top of the stage should come to where the puppet's belly button is. Pretend if the puppet had a belly button where it is, that should be the height of your puppet backstage. And we have cameras and monitors so we can look at that and see that. That is the ideal height. Some of the common things that will happen when people do that. Because you're back there, you're holding the puppet up. And see, my elbow is locked, and I'm holding the puppet, and it should stay locked. But what happens after a while, and I'm going to just give them it down here, you pretend I'm holding it up. What happens after a while is your arm starts to get tired. So here's your stage side, your arm starts getting tired. What happens? See, the puppet starts sinking. And that's what we call the old quicksand effect. And usually, inevitably, what will happen is the puppeteer will suddenly notice, uh-oh, my puppet's sinking. That is very bad puppetry. But it happens, very common. You have to work, and it takes a little practice on keeping your puppet at the same constant height all the time, unless there is a reason for it to change height. You should always do that. The other thing that's very important when you're backstage, when you're performing the puppet, is the focus of the puppet. The puppet should always be looking at the audience. You should know where your audience is, and you should know how high up your puppet is. When you're in the lower part of the stage, like we are, in the front of the stage, around about this high, the puppet actually is going to be about this high off the ground. You don't have to really bend your wrist a whole lot to maintain the focus of the puppet. When you're holding the puppet up like this, you have to bend your wrist much more to maintain that focus. And it does take a little bit of practice. Focus is one of those things that has to come natural. And this is also one of the most difficult things because focus can be very easy to lose. The natural tendency of your hand, when you're holding your puppet up, you're holding your hand up like that, the natural tendency is your hand wants to do this. You have to bend it like that. That is not natural. If you hold your hand up like this, let's see everybody do this. Lock your wrist, and then bend your wrist and feel those muscles. Can you feel it? You can feel your muscles reacting to that. That's not natural, but that's how you have to do it. Now, a good way to know, there is a nice little trick to help you with the focus of the puppet. That trick is, in general, for the majority of the puppets you're ever going to operate, like I said, there's always an exception to every rule. Wherever your fingertips are pointing, that's where the puppet's looking. So if you know where your fingertips are, that's how you know. And you should be able to do it all the time. See, I can close my eyes and see she's looking up, looking down, left, look right. See how she's looking at you now? She's looking at me. She's making me look up. And see, I always know what the puppet's doing because it's become second nature. That comes through practice. People always ask me, about practice. You should practice a lot. Try to practice every single day. The only way you're going to get any good at this is to practice. Now, with everything that we talked about, the lip sync, the proper lip sync and all that, the focus of the puppet, making the puppet believable and all that, it should come together for a full act, and the puppet should really, really come to life. So I want to show you what it should look like, just to give you an idea. To me, I always think that, I'm weird this way, but I always think that when you demonstrate something, you should show people how to do it, and also how not to do it. I tried to do some of that, but I'm going to show you how to do it, because I want you to see what it should look like. That's how you start. Good.
Burn your own CDs.
But sometimes, I've lately found it a lot easier, instead of juggling through 20 CDs, just all the songs are going to do, put them on like one disc. Just makes life easier. I used to juggle through a bunch of CDs, and it's a real royal pain in the neck. So one of the differences, and actually it was only relatively recently that hit me, is one of the differences between doing a nice custom-made puppet and the folk dance is the acting. How the whole puppet gets into it. It's not just, the folk band should just focus on this narrow area. With Scarlet, you're going to see it's going to be a whole thing. I want you to see all those little techniques. And the other thing I'm going to just briefly mention is arm movements. We talked about the arm rods. Arm movements on a puppet should always be done naturally. You should always, move it the way a real person would move. And they should always fit what you're trying to do. And there's another one of those things where like with doing the fast lip sync we talked about, where too much movement can be too bad. If you got the puppet sitting here and the arms going all over the place like that, that's very distracting. You want to, and this, once again, is something that comes to experience, is you just want to move the arm just enough just to make the puppet look alive, unless there's something, really specific reason to move it. Most movements in puppetry should have a reason for being. Should just be moving it just for the sake of moving it. Or, if you're doing a song and the arm is just like this the entire time, that gets pretty boring too. And I can get really subtle in some things. There's one song that I do, it's a very slow song, and it builds, but it builds a lot. And not only, when I first do the song, I talked about how to use quiet stuff, so it's done very quietly, the mouth barely moves just enough. The arm also, if you really pay attention, her arm movements reflect the mouth movements. When she's at the very quiet parts of the song, her arm is just moving a tiny little bit, if not at all. And then as the song builds, the arm movements build as well. It reflects, and that's acting, because that's how a real singer's going to be. A real singer's not going to be singing a very quiet part of the song and moving all over the place. They're trying to stand still. So we're going to try to pull all that together and show you what things can look like after a lot of practice. Hopefully get the right track here. That was the life like that is, how believable that is. You are willing to accept the fact that she's a fox, and really her movements are so smooth that hopefully you even forget she's a puppet and it's just accepting her as character. That's what you should be striving for. When you can do that, you've succeeded. And you're really, however, very important point, never stop trying to improve. I don't get up there and say, well, I know everything there is to know about puppets, and I'm as good as I'm ever going to be, and blah, 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 blah. I'm always trying to learn more, talk to people, observe people, watch what others are doing. Just because like Babster is new to puppetry doesn't mean I'm not watching what she's doing and even picking up things. You can learn from each other. Never get to the point where you say, well, I am just so great at this, and so wonderful, and nobody can teach me anything. Never get that attitude. Very bad. Always try to learn more. You know, and I'm a little weird because I like to I kind of like to pick up mistakes and things, not to put anybody down, but to say, okay, I see what they're doing wrong. I don't want to repeat that. You should always say that. When you see something good, you should say, I like what they're doing with that. You know, and I'll see that. See a lot of that. Something else I forgot to mention too. You notice there were a couple of very advanced techniques I was doing. One of the ones that I was doing, if you notice when I lip sync with the character, I'm not just simply opening and closing the mouth. If you notice that little forward movement, that's getting to be a very advanced technique. And I think it was Jane Henson had wrote, the puppet should look like it's talking from the palm of your hand. Always do that. If you watch any of the Muppets or anything, that's a technique they use. It adds a lot of life to your puppet. It can really make it a lot more believable. When the puppet's holding a note, I'll move the lower jaw just a little bit. Yeah. Like that. You notice that. One of the things that I take a lot of pride in what I do is that I tend to be very subtle with the puppets. I can do very subtle movements with the puppets. And it seems to me in this day and age, people like puppets that thrash around and all that kind of stuff. That's how Teddy Ruxpin was. He called it thrashing around. There's no subtlety to it. And I try to bring back the art of subtlety in the puppets. You know, doing the very fine, very little movements that really bring a character to life. To me, that's what gives it that extra bit of life, is all that subtlety in there. Although if I need to, I can have Dixie thrash around the production. You saw that last night when she was getting zapped for comic effect. Yes, and that's what's so great about puppets. You can go from the range of doing a very serious song, a character like this, up to total silliness with Dixie getting zapped by a raccoon. There's just a wide, very, very, very wide range of stuff that you can do. That's where your imagination comes in. You just gotta have fun with it. And that Dixie Lance, I finally got to. I've actually had that idea in the back of my head for about 2 years. A lot of times you're gonna get ideas, it won't come out, but always be thinking and just try to think of ideas for your puppets. Think of what you can do for the personality of the puppet, whatnot, you know, and try to bring it to life. Another thing to do is to watch puppetry too, any chance you get. If you're lucky enough to live in a big city, there's probably going to be a puppet theater where you live. Go see some of it. And it doesn't have to be the same type. I love marionettes. I think marionettes are so cool. If you ever get a chance to see a really good marionette performance, do it. It will blow you away. I got to see in '94, I went to Troy, Michigan, the Puppet Festival, and I saw 2 marionette performances that absolutely blew my mind. And one of them was a guy named Albert Roser, who is from Austria, very famous marionette artist. He does the most wonderful, subtle movements. And he's the one that, the inspiration I got out of that was learning how to be subtle with puppets. Because he was very subtle with his movements. He did very nice, very fine movements with those marionettes, and it was just mind-blowing. You?
When I was in Central Park last month, there was this lady who was performing her 2 marionettes, and she had one was a ballerina, and the other one was a magician. And just watching her perform them, I mean, the moves, you know, were really exquisite.
Yes.
And it was amazing. It's like you forget that, you know, good puppetry is when you forget that the puppeteer is like standing right there.
Yeah. And I'll get more comments from people where, wow, you just kind of disappear and the puppet just takes over. That should be your goal. You know, you shouldn't think that, you know, you're so wonderful to do that. You should think that's what I'm striving to do, you know, and keep striving to do that. Because that's when you're doing it right, is when that happens, because you'll see that. And I'm kind of weird. When I was at the Puppet Festival, I saw some hand puppet performances, I saw some marionettes. The hand puppet performances didn't blow me away at all. I don't know if it's because I'm too picky or what it was, but the marionette, I also got to see a Russian marionette troupe, which is very neat. And they did European puppetry. It was very heavy in marionettes, and it's just wonderful. If you ever get a chance to see any European marionette performance, do it. You will not regret it. They did Cinderella with these neat puppets, very stylized looking, no dialogue whatsoever, other than a few types like that, just to hint at something. And you could follow the story. That was the key to it, is you could follow the story without a word of dialogue being spoken. Because the puppet's acting should always be clear. There's a lot of other stuff in the puppets that I'm only going to briefly mention on because, like I said, an hour and a half is not enough time to learn everything that there is to know about puppetry.
They need a regular college course on it.
They teach our college courses on it. There literally are. What I'm trying to give here is just some of the basics and stuff like that. One of the things with the puppet, the movements, they should always be very clear. If you notice Dixie last time, if you go back and watch some of the stuff, you know, we bought that little device stuff. Dixie, when she was talking about that device, you notice she was looking at that device, drawing your attention toward it. That's what the puppet should do. And animation is no different. You know, if you read any books on how to do animation, they'll tell you that the character should be very clear what they're doing and why they're doing it. You know, if the character, like let's say, let's pretend I'm an animated character or something here, and wants to pick up this radio, well, he's not going to go like this unless there's a reason for it. You know, if we say, oh, I need to do something with this radio, see how you're looking at it. Puppet's no different. Puppet should always be looking at it. It shouldn't be, wow, look at this really cool radio here. Isn't this neat? And see how totally bad that is? Wow, look at that radio. That is something. Oh, wait a minute, Radio Shack, forget it. Take it back. But you see that, how she is looking and drawing your eye toward it, and that's related to the focus I was telling you about. If the puppet's talking about something, and if you have two puppets going, you know, the rules are exactly the same. You should, if they're talking to each other, hey Hazel, you ready to be eaten? No, I don't want to be eaten. You're not going to eat me up. And see how they're doing that? It should. That's right. But you'd be surprised at how many people do something like this. Oh, hi Hazel, how you doing? You know, see how bad that is? Or, hey Hazel, what you doing? You know.
Oh, is there an Hazel in the audience?
Yeah. You know, or something like, wow, Hazel, you really have a nice hairdo there. You know. But you're seeing that even when those rules apply for a lot of different areas, it's always fun to teach what not to do in puppets. You know, that sort of, oh, I forgot to mention, too, real briefly here, we talked about, you know, backstage. I was going to show you, actually, there is a technique for bringing a puppet up and down on stage. We don't often do it here because we kind of fudge things just a little bit because of time and space. But, a little, yeah. That would be nice. There is actually a technique for bringing a puppet up. So we're going to pretend I'm backstage, and, you know, Hazel needs to make an entrance. Well, the way you do it is you use what we call the imaginary stair step. Then there's 3 steps. And you start back like this, and you just would go like 1, 2, 3. You know, so however you know, if it's way up here, like where 70 is in a full tier stage, I would go something like this. I would go 1, 2, 3, and on the 3rd step, the puppet should be all the way up. Because, you know, usually what can happen, that's a proper technique. You know, the puppet comes up like that, the puppet will do its thing, and you should reverse it to bring the puppet down. Turn the puppet, and just let it come back down like that. And that looks a lot more natural. Because you get into stuff that we call like the escalator, where the puppet will just go like that.
Teleportation.
The elevator. The trampoline, where you try to do the 3 sets, but it just doesn't work. Because on a trampoline jumping up. But, you know, and how the puppet comes up is going to determine, you know, it's going to be based on the character. Hazel's small, so she's going to be kind of like, see how she's very small and very animated, coming up like that. Scarlet, on the other hand, doing something like that, that technique doesn't work for Scarlet. So for Scarlet, she's going to be, and I haven't had to do this with Scarlet before, she is going to have much more deliberate movements like that. This is a very low ceiling, so I'm going to have to fudge it just a little bit. And the other mistake that can happen when you bring a puppet up like that is that you forget to bend your wrist. So the puppet comes up, it'll just, and all of a sudden, because you haven't moved your wrist at all, see how the focus is gone? You have to remember to bend the wrist while you're doing that. When the puppet's up, the puppet is still properly focused on the audience. That does take a little practice to do that. Any questions? Because we're almost running out of time. We're going to get into some construction issues here very quickly. So, anybody? Anything? You're all expert puppeteers now?
No.
Y'all can get up here and lip sync songs just perfectly and not make any mistakes? You're not watching.
Nick Campbell is upstage to Dixie.
Oh, no, you're not.
Yes, I am a pop star. I just wanted it.
No, I said everybody makes mistakes. I make mistakes all the time.
Oh, perfect.
And I said, yeah, that's just it. Do not dwell on your mistakes. Learn from them. Recognize the fact that you've made a mistake, and then work next time to not do it. Just be aware of it. That if you go back and you start killing yourself, you're going to say, "Oh, I was a great puppeteer. I screwed that up so bad." Blah blah blah. You're never going to get anywhere. Say, okay, I didn't do the song very well. Maybe I need to learn the song more. Maybe I need to practice it more. You should never do a song in public until you know it inside and out. Be very, very confident with it. And I know sometimes we do stuff here where we haven't had enough time. It's very difficult when you have people that live in different parts of the country. You get all together at a furry con and work together. That's not easy to do. And so we do look a little rough around the edges at times. And that's unavoidable. Now, if we had a whole week to work together before the con, we'd be fine.
Well, where did you get all the ferrets?
Everybody brought some. Everybody's got a kid. Tommy's got 5 of them. I brought 4 of them. So you see, Rip Rod brought at least 1. We got them all over. So we are going to start switching into construction mode. Anybody who is interested in how these puppets are put together and get some ideas on if you want to build your own or what to look for if you're going to have a custom puppet made, things to ask for to make sure that the builder does, that it's done right. Because these techniques can help you, at least, if you don't want to do it yourself, at least pick out a good builder. You can know what to look for. As a lady that built mine, happens to be an expert builder, so you're going to see some good techniques and stuff. Let's see how long it's go on till, just so you know.
Yes, it is.
So this one's supposed to go to 5, and then I got a 1-hour break. So this is supposed to be another 90 minutes. It might end up a little bit early and stuff. So now we're going to go into puppet building mode. I will say this, I am not a builder. I am a performer. However, to build puppets properly, you should be a performer first. Because if you know how a puppet is supposed to work, you know what to do. And I'm going to show you how these puppets work. Yeah, there's more to these puppets than what you think. And this is what we're going to explore a little bit, is some of what to think. We're going to do, hopefully, I got some ideas to make this just slightly more hands-on as well. What to do, how to build and stuff. Obviously, these puppets here, both masks are basically, they're mass-produced. They're just foam covered in fur. There's no internal structure and no anything else. That's why they can compress down nicely and do all kinds of funky things with them. It makes it nice to pack. We were talking the other day about Teddy Ruxpin and his portable puppet stage and puppets, and how he packs it all into this one duffel bag. And it's like, you see those little sponge things you had to water and they go like 20 times your size? Teddy's puppet stage and puppets are that way. I think he just has this pellet that he packs into this duffel bag and puts water on it. It's into this huge puppet stage, pumpkin puppets. If you ever saw his stage and how much stuff he carries in his duffel bag, you will be absolutely amazed. It is one of the most amazing things I've ever seen. It is. It's just like being friends lightly. We're cracking each other up the other night talking about it, but it's true. But that bag holds all, when I first saw it, it's like, you sure you got the stage and puppets in bag? Oh, yeah.
That's sort of sick. Stick a Ziploc bag, suck all the air out of it.
Yeah. I wouldn't recommend that for these puppets, and I'm going to show you some of the whys about these. Now, mine, even though I don't build, I know how these puppets were put together, and that's a very big thing. And I can tell you how they were done. The very first thing when building a puppet, the first thing you work on is the mouth and the head. When she builds my puppets, first thing she did, she works on was mount. I'm going to go back to 1991. We're going to way back here, the way back machine. And when we were working on getting my skunk built, one of the first things that she wanted me to do was to make some measurements of my hand. Remember I briefly mentioned about how those puppets are made to fit me. Well, how you do that, and this, if you're going to build your own puppet, this is a good thing to do. What you should do is you should have two things. One, you should have the measurement of that space there to your fingertips, how long that is. You need to know how long that space is. The other thing that you should do is put your hand down on a piece of paper and trace over it. I sent her both of those, and she's kept them on file to use as reference. She ends up having very large hands, and her hands are almost as big as mine, and was able to use that as a reference. That way you can make absolutely sure that that puppet is designed to fit you. A really good builder, top-notch builder, is going to do that if you're building on your own. And generally, for mouth materials, there's a lot of different materials you can use for the boards in the mouth. Believe it or not, on these puppets, that's made out of just cardboard, which works a lot better than what you think, is a lot more durable than what you would think. Teddy Ruxpin will use, one of the things that he's been known to use is very thin printed circuit boards cut. And then he'll make a hinge, using some kind of a fabric. Yeah, that's what he's got.
Yeah, actually, yeah. A kid helped me build them, but we'll get into like complete construction later. But yeah, I used the PC board. I mean PC board, and then covered it with felt, and then kind of glued everything together, and then kind of sewed the hinge there, so that it works. And then of course, when you have the foam, by itself it might be kind of weak, but when you have the foam and the fur and everything kind of pulling everything together, it works. Everything just kind of falls into place and everything comes together.
It's layered.
Yeah. And then, in regards to the inside of it, I always use a glove because inside he is not lined. I mean, I sort of had a kind of a cloth thing on the back, but of course, with the oils and the sweat and stuff in my hand, the glue kind of moistened and then the cloth fell away. So I never perform Nick without a glove. Never. It helps preserve stuff.
It's more comfortable.
Yeah, actually, yeah, it is, because without it, Nick's,
I can imagine it'd be more comfortable.
Oh, yeah, and it fits a little bit better. It's a little less roomy, so I have more control over him.
Yeah, when we were looking at the ready-made puppets, we tried to, we had looked at them in a catalog and on the web page, and we kind of decided beforehand which one we wanted. We got in the store and saying, this one doesn't fit right. It just doesn't feel right on your hand. So we had it, you wind up kind of customizing what fits your hand.
Yeah. Yeah, with Nick, I kind of sort of did the measurements, and then I basically kind of just carved the head out of foam. It just got the basic shape like I was making a fursuit, which is something I'm practicing on. And, again, the kids help here. And, but I managed to carve the head, and then I got the PC board, and then I got the jaw. The jaw is actually itself. The foam, I kind of sort of kind of overcut, but to get the shape, so the lower jaw, the foam on it is actually very weak, and sometimes if I'm performing him, I can, when I put my hand in, I can feel the foam roll up, but fortunately he's got fur, and he's got, stuff sort of glued under there, so like I said, the stitching is fairly strong. I'm always kind of maintaining him, and he's got a little bit of wear and tear. I need to sort of redo his nose and stitch up a few things, but with everything, kind of going on, and, the fact that the stitching's kind of tight and stuff like that, that helps kind of keep everything together, and it helps keep things from wearing and tearing too soon. And, it's in such a way so that when he does wear and tear, I clean him, and I look at the parts where he needs work. I mean, like all pop stars, he needs a nose job. So, that's going to be my next chore when I ever decide to get off my butt and get around to it. And there are a few weak spots here and there, but, it's all good. I mean, it's all part of building a puppet instead of, figuring, okay, this one was a screw up, I'm going to build another one. I'm like, all right, this one, he has his weak spots. It wasn't a bad first try. He has his weak spots. I'm going to work on improving him. So, you know, whether it means an all-out nose job, I had to replace his left hand not too long ago because the other one I made was just a little too deformed and it looked kind of, it looked rushed. So I basically took that off and made a new one using a pattern this time that I made, and then just stitched it back on, and it's a lot better. Eventually, I'd like to put wires and stuff into his paws.
Oh yeah.
And make them articulated. So I'm gonna have to learn to do that. But in the meantime, all I have so far is somewhat primitive. I have a safety pin holding his paws together. Yeah, it seems like a sort of orchestra. And then like through this small loop, I'll take like a brass rod and kind of thread it through there. And that's actually very primitive, and it has its disadvantages because the rod will come undone at the most inopportune time. So what I'll usually... Pardon? Yeah, poor little Nick. Well, you know, the whole pop star piercing thing, it all goes, it all goes together. But so what I'll usually do to kind of, maintain that is, if I need to use a rod, because I kind of figure, well, if I kind of just, if I kind of keep my hands below the stage, I can move his arms a little bit, and you wouldn't know the difference. And sometimes if I pop him up, or if I bring him up, I'll kind of move him around in such a way so his arms can sort of stay on the stage, and then he can just kind of look up, look down, sort of, if he's trying to be cute, rest his arms, rest his, head on his paws, stuff like that. And if he's playing the keyboard from the stage perspective, I found that, you can't see the keys because the level of the stage is higher than the level of the audience, because the audience is most likely looking up. So I use that to my advantage, and I have Nick look down as I was concentrating and playing the keyboard. And then, if I have the rod attached, I'll kind of use it to, make subtle movements if I have to. Like if there's a piano roll, I'll kind of move it, use the rod to bring his hands up and move it across the keyboard. Or if he's striking a pose, I'll, singing or being kind of goofy, I'll have him go like this or something like that. But for the most part, except for subtle movements, I'll either leave the rod off or I'll just use it when I absolutely have to until something better comes along. But more about him later. I'll leave.
So anyway, that's some stuff too we'll get into as well with some of these, just to show you. Just talking about actually show you it in action.
Unfortunately, I don't have a rod with them, so what I usually do, especially if I'm practicing, I'll have them on my hand, and then, I'll kind of get the rod movements down pat by moving his hands around, and so when I do have the rod in place, I'll know what to do, but unfortunately, Max has my rod, so I really sort of came unprepared, but I'll kind of show you some movements that I usually do, and just pretend my hand's not there. But I guess improvisation, I love it.
About the mouth, that's how they build. So usually what you're going to end up with is, if you use whatever material you use, you'll end up with the top plate, the bottom plate, and some kind of way to fasten, like a strong tape or whatever, so it's usually reinforced a bit. And you can line that material with something too, whatever. And then the foam is built around that. They build a foam shell around that. So you end up with almost what looks like a clam shell that your hand goes into. There's foam up here, foam down here, and then the hinge right there. And that's basically how they start. Basically, I believe the sequence of building the puppets is she'll start with the mouth, then build the head. The head's just a foam shell filled with polyfill. The head is actually not attached to the body on those initially. Then she'll build the body, and the arms, and the legs. And then the head's put on, and then I believe the eyes are done last. Hazel's a good one to show some of the inside construction. That's the way she's designed. There's different types of foam as well. See this type of foam here, if you can see it. See how it has that open cell? That's what's called Scott foam. That is the high end of foam. This stuff is expensive. And so there's two different types in there. You want to, in a little while, get a nice close-up if you can. To see. But this stuff, this stuff has the advantage of it's incredibly durable. It will last a very, very long time. It has the disadvantage of it is much more expensive than regular foam. I'm not quite sure. I had heard up to 9 times as expensive. Does that sound right to you?
Yeah, that's about right.
Yeah, it's about 9 times the cost of regular foam. If you don't worry about your budget, if you want to get just the best you can get, Scott foam is wonderful for that.
Where could you find something, you know, good kind of foam?
There's a lot of places that sell foam, unless you happen to live in a big city, trying to find a local store is kind of difficult. If you look for suppliers that do foam supplies for like upholstery shops and other types of fabrication, house decorating.
Okay.
So that's the same. They do use Scott foam. They want a very durable, like a cushion for a couch or a settee or something along that line.
Probably for beginners, though, learning how to build puppets, you don't want to use Scott foam.
No,
Yeah,
no,
they're
no.
cheap.
Scott foam, about a cubic foot of Scott foam, that I understand, runs about $120.
Ooh.
And that's compared to a cubic foot of regular foam, which is like on 15 to 20 size.
Very expensive. Some of the points they're going to point out, you see this, and I'm going to show you some other ones too, is if you look in here, the arms are reinforced. You see there's like a white plastic disc where the arm attaches. There's reinforcements in the arms. You see she's just, you know, a foam shell. There's actually a wire running along the base here, and the tail is formed, there's just wire in there, wire form. And there to form the tail. There is no foam in the neck. That's one of the little trick to getting good movement on the puppet is all the puppets are that way. See, there is no foam from here, from about here, where my finger is, to here, there is no foam. See, that's the outer head. It's just that way. That's how you can get those nice movements that I was telling you about. Then once again, she's just got, you know, the foam shell, the eyes are bolted on. The ears actually have wire running along here. Foam there. And this is all covered in fur with the different links and everything. Fur details, the nice teeth. The tongue, yes, she has a tongue. A little foam there just to give her kind of a little more female look. You know, and of course a little pink foam nose. And I'll show you some of the, also, you know, the rods, we talked about the wires. Her fingers are opposable because there's wire running into each of the fingers. All my big puppets are that way as well. Scarlett's good for showing some of these construction techniques inside her fairly well. See, Scarlett, once again, from here to about there is no foam. That's just straight fur right there. She has a different technique of doing arms. See, that's the inside, what looks like inside of her. Now, she's not made of Scott foam. But see that inside, see what that bead is? See how there's this material for reinforcement? There's a heavy cord. What's going on here is inside the arms, see how the arms are jointed? How the arms are jointed. You have basically what, have you ever seen those, they're about that wide, those heavy-duty cardboard tubes? They're like really hard to bend and stuff. What are they called? Shipping tubes. Well, they're thick walls, so that down the center is not very thick yet.
Right. That's for shipping things like thermometers and things like that. They're very, very thick wall, about a 3/32 of an inch, and extremely difficult to bend.
And that's what is inside her. Some people, I've heard of people using PVC pipe as well. And what she...
Well, I've been trying to use fiberglass tubing, recycled fishing rods. It works really well.
Yeah.
Cutting is a big problem. Fiberglass, you gotta be, do it right, not create dust.
Yeah. What she's done is, you saw that bead, well, there's a cord, a heavy cord you saw, that runs down the inside of the tube. There's another bead here, and there's my, just right, you can feel it, I can't really feel it. To the second tube, and it runs down, and I believe there's probably there's a bead in here as well. Then it runs outside the tube, but in between the tube and the fur is, and back up and out, and it's tied where you saw here. Or it might be tied on the wrist, actually, because it's just running through there. And that bead, and that provides reinforcement. And it also provides you with a fully jointed puppet arm. To see how she has a shoulder, she has an elbow, she has a wrist. That allows you to have a huge range of motion. when you first get a puppet like this, they are definitely stiff at first. They do take a little time to loosen up. Some loosen up better than others. The hand, the fingers again, these are all wire running all through there, so they're fully posable. You know, and the rod, I believe, is probably part of the same wire. The legs are the same way. Of course, we haven't dressed on. It's hard to tell. This isn't the best outfit to show this off, but.
She has legs?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Scar's got I see the tail. Yeah. Scar's got. Yeah, I know. I knew comments were coming. Okay, but her legs. She's got those forms running in between her legs, which you got the same thing. You got the beads inside here. In fact, I think she's using multiple because the legs are larger. You got the cord going down into here to the feet and back up again. And see how she, so it gives her, see how she's got a knee joint, and she's got an ankle joint. But see how she even has shape to the legs. What does those mean? She make her walk along then? You can't, if you wanted to be really fancy, you could do, there's, techniques like, we did something similar at Further Confusion where we all dressed in black. I had her standing, we actually stood on risers, and I was all dressed in black with a black background, and just had her standing, and I was performing her, and it looked like she was standing there performing. You can have somebody, if you want to, do the legs and stuff, but generally with handed rods, with this type of puppet, it really doesn't look that natural to have them look like they're walking. I've seen the Muppets do it before, and just, to me, I don't think it looks good.
I thought maybe just shifting the weight, just somehow shifting the weight will just get the legs swinging.
It's probably not going to look that natural. But there are stuff you can do, like a couple of years ago, we were talking about, during the Christmas part of our show, Teddy Ruxpin and the Fred Operator Gracie for a song, and they had her reclined across the top of the stage, and one friend was below, and he actually was moving her legs. It looked like she was tapping her leg in time to the music. There's little cute things you can do like that, and that was really cute.
It's always good to elaborate their puppeteer. Speaking of Muppets, what's your opinion on sort of like the Kermit type or Sherry Lewis type mouth, where you actually form syllables and lips. You actually have form on the mouth.
I mean, with finger lips. When it can contort it. Yeah, that's
see, non-static.
That's another one of those arbitrary things where there's no hard and fast rules. If the character dictates it, do it. You're not going to get a lot of realism doing it that way. You're going to destroy any true realism doing it that way. But you can have fun with it. It can be a very funny technique, And if your puppet, if that's what it requires, that's good. But keep in mind, once you do that, your character is going to be a comic character. It's going to be very difficult from that point on to really, unless you can really, really, really develop a character very well. Kermit and Miss Piggy were developed, or Kermit and Grandchop were developed over many, many years to where you just accepted that. But you should only do that if you have a reason. You notice they didn't just always do it, they did it for comic effect. And that's just another technique. That's just one of the many techniques in puppetry. There's thousands of branches.
Kermit originally started off with a flat plate mouth, and basically just hinged to the back. There was no motion to the mouth. And they added the motion with it later. Tag the Dog, not Sandy Cat, is probably a very good example of Gambit, so that type of thing. What he did was to sew 3 loops in the muzzle. The muzzle right now is, as Cyrus was saying about no foam in the neck. There's no foam in the muzzle. The muzzle is just a floppy bag sitting out now in front of the dog. And when he puts his fingers in there, his fingers actually form muzzle shape. And with the small loops sewn in, he has his A, O, E, and basically by flipping his fingers, he can create the different vowel sounds. Yeah, basically just about. If you get the pattern right, get him to see the pattern he's using, it becomes second nature now to form the right shape with the different vowels and consonant sounds.
So I haven't seen that puppet.
There is no foam in the mouth at all. If you're not wearing them, the mouth kind of droops.
we had on our puppet chat one night a big discussion, is that better or not? And my position is it's not better, it's different. It's just a different technique. I don't necessarily think that makes it any realistic attack. You know, puppets, it's a little bit, to me, it's a little bit like animation. Where Disney got into trouble, even, you know, back in the days with Walt, was when they tried to be too realistic. You should not be copying real life. You can be parodying real life, but if they start getting too realistic, it kind of destroys it. I like leaving certain things up to the audience, up to the imagination. And a good example of that is blinking eyes on puppets. Just blinking eyes make the puppet better. And this, you know, it's basically the same argument. Just make it better, make it worse. A good puppeteer does not, to me, an excellent puppeteer does not need to rely on trickery. That's what that starts getting into. There was a study done at one point. Somebody did a little experiment with a group of kids. They had a group of kids watch Kermit and his Piggy together, a tape of it. And when they got done watching the tape, they were all asked, did Miss Piggy bat her eyes at Kermit? And just about all of them insisted she did. Miss Piggy has non-blinking eyes. It's all in the performance. And to me, you start adding all this stuff, this fancy stuff or whatever, you don't have to perform anymore. Because the part you're just doing it, you're not leaving anything up to the imagination anymore. And part of performing is letting the audience's imagination fill in the gaps.
There's a puppet show just recently on network television that tended to get very away with itself. And of course, it's really funny.
Yeah.
With Greg, if you see the pilot episode of Greg, he is flat mouth. He has a button for eyes, and his ears are fixed.
That's the original.
So basically, yeah, it's the original Greg. But as you kept watching the show, all of a sudden his button eyes became glass eyes. His mouth became more animatronic. His ears started to wiggle. And they just kept adding more and more. They finally, towards the end, before the show went off the air, they actually made him blink. So, you know, to me, if you're going to work with a puppet pattern like that, and that was one of the things that, one of the faults I found with the show, is that they weren't consistent in how they treated the puppet.
Yeah, it changed.
It keeps changing.
Well,
not only that, but how
I think they were trying to save the show as you could develop the show.
well, they needed better writers, but the whole point is, no, you started off with one show where Greg gets attacked by a dog. He's slashed across the back by the dog's nail, you know, and you see foam hanging out, which was great. You know, you have a puppet, you have foam hanging out of the puppet, that's great. Then, the next show, you have a puppet die of a heart attack. Where'd the heart come from, and how could he have an attack with it? You know, it's just, that to me is where the show started to fall apart. It wasn't actually in the puppetry was actually fairly decent, but it was just, they just had...
They didn't
Did you ever see the independent film ones they did?
Independent film ones are great.
Yeah, that was fantastic.
Those were fantastic. Which ones are they? I forget us. CGI, the puppets there are beautifully done. They do blink. Only occasionally.
Yeah.
They don't overdo it.
Yeah.
No way.
But you're talking about,
Dog got the...
yeah, Tyrus was talking about working against the black suit with a black outfit. Of course, the epitome of that is you work with a green outfit against a green screen, and you can superimpose any background you want to it. And that's the way they do proof on it.
Yeah. Well, you know what? What's interesting about that is it's just a high-tech version of a very ancient technique called gunraku, which I'm not a big fan of Japanese animation, so, but, because I know everybody says, oh, you tell them Japan, oh, you must love anime and all that, and everybody curses and so enthralled with that, and that's, I could go on and on about that, but I won't. However, there is something that I did learn from the Japanese, and is they have a very wonderful puppetry tradition called gunraku. And that's one of my inspirations. I was going to read that up in the puppet performance and I forgot. Gunraku, once again, is very subtle style puppetry. A lot of subtlety in it. And I think a lot of the U.S. puppeters can learn from it. Pooh Corner finally is starting to have some of that subtlety in it. It's very rarely seen nowadays. That's why Pooh Corner, that's why it's kind of cool, because they try to be subtle. Gunraku requires 3 puppeteers, all dressed in black. minimum of 3, and they can use those wonderful, exquisite things, and they disappear in the background. And they're just doing a high-tech version of the Boomer 2.
So basically with the puppets, it's not like Rod and Mouth where they're just up here and there's like a computer. You mean?
You see it, you see the full puppet.
Oh,
With
so
Boomer 2 style, yeah. In fact,
About 3/4 the size of the person.
say what?
3/4 the size of the person. They
Wow.
have 3 people operating.
So these puppets are like huge. These poo puppets.
Oh, no.
I don't know how big those are.
The poo corn puppets are like, they're about 3 foot tall, practically.
Whoa! I thought they were about
They
this
can
size.
have up to 6 people running them.
I thought they were only about the
So you got one person, all he does is the mouth movements. There is one person doing the leg walk, another doing the arm walk. If they're doing a dance, you got somebody swinging the body back and forth. They get to be pretty big.
I feel the reason why they did is they wanted
to save on animation.
Yeah, but what's lost in what's lost financially in the money is made up in the special effects they have in that show. I mean, it's all digitized. It's pretty cool.
Well, most of this is elaborate, I would hope. The puppets, when she was going towards the bog and Colonel Stench ones, they took off their heads and stuff.
Yeah.
The DVD has a very interesting making of that shows the whole sequence of how they did those.
Yeah.
I've met and puppeteered with Karen Crowell, who did the little worm in there that said, "Don't go that way, oh, it's right to the castle."
Love that.
Gracie uses articulated arms and legs too, right?
Right. Yeah, I forgot about Gracie. She kind of loves it when I talk about Gracie.
fanboy.
Gracie is spelled very similarly to Scarlet, but there are a few differences that I was going to point out as well. Let me think here. Oh, yeah, she has, once again, the same type of the arm where you have the bead there and the reinforcing material, and the body is just so powerful. But what's a little different on Gracie, her tail is huge. The tail on Gracie, there's wire that runs all through there, but it runs all through her body around there to hold it in place. There's several ways I can just squeeze it. Yes, we're going to look nasty here. Right along there, there's wire that runs along there. It runs all across and forms her waist, basically.
So it's actually a pelvic girdle.
Yeah, basically. And then this is just, the body's just a foam shell. And then once again, the head, there's no foam in it, or the neck, there's no foam in it. And the head is just foam to polyfill. Yeah. And then, of course, her mouth is much shorter than on Scarlet, but she still fits very nicely. On Scarlet, the hinge on Gracie only goes probably about there. This hinge on Scarlet goes all the way back to, as far back because, her mouth's so much longer than Gracie's mouth is.
I think one of the most interesting about Gracie is her eyes. Because when you look at them from a distance, like right here, and it looks like a normal, regular eye. When you get up to it, you'll actually see that it's layered. There are multiple layers to the eye that are basically the bead on top of the bead. And the advantage of that is that when she turns her head, the eye looks more natural. Whereas a flat eye tends to look flat when you turn it sideways. This gives you, still has that curvature shape to the eye. It really makes it handy. Yeah, Nick has got that problem.
I know. You're being discriminatory.
That's right.
Well, here's that thing. Germans make glass blown eyes. They're essentially perfect.
Yeah. That's why some of the Germans, like the marionettes and stuff, are so wonderfully done, because the eyes, just the whole construction techniques over there are so wonderful. Gracie's the same way where she has the arms going away. She also has wires in her fingers. Her rods are different. The builder of Gracie calls these free floating rods, and basically this is just like coat hanger wire. There's a wire that's been twisted that runs from like here to here, the loop in the middle, and that's what the rod is put through one of the loops and then been cut down with a pair of pliers, and that holds the rod in place. And for a smaller puppet like her, it's just a little different technique of building her. And she's a lot easier than Scarlet. I can use both arm rods on her very, very nicely, because then you see how naturally the arms want to move. When you don't have that structure on the arm, just going to have his arms going to flop everywhere. And I have used some cheaper made puppets to where they don't have true joints or true elbow joints, and they just don't move as well.
Wasn't Hazel just a sausage arm?
Yeah, because she is so small, but it's just foam, because it's just foam in there, it bends pretty naturally.
Yeah.
Just because of the fact she's so short. You know, the arm isn't really bending too much, I'm mainly just bending the hand, just because she is just such a small puppet. The hinge thing would probably overkill on her. So there are little variations on that, and that's where some experimentation and knowledge comes in.
I found that the weights when you're not using the arm rod give her a very natural looking arm motion when you're not controlling the rod.
Yeah, you see, because of that internal structure, the arms lay naturally.
I'm thinking of
Hazel, oh yeah, and that's just because you know, she's small, and the guy that built her is very experienced and knows how to build a puppet properly. And to build one where she can do that, but you can distort her arms more, you can move her, you know, it's like, well, yeah, you can't do that.
I can do that.
You know, and I wouldn't try that with Gracie either. The arm rods, like I said, you know, her rods are a little thinner than Scarlett's because she's smaller. It's just coat hanger wire that's been painted black. This is just a wooden dowel with a hole drilled in it. Look, there's some glue, you put a little glue, like epoxy would probably work really well. Yeah. And you just stick the rod in and paint the whole thing black. And that's your rod. That provides your handles for the rods. There's lots of ways you can add character to the puppet. Some of the things, the ear tufts were the builder's idea. Those are not my idea. You know, if you got a female, having long eyelashes makes them stick out. There's certain things, as I learned with the builder, you know, I work with the builder, and if you're getting a puppet built, there's a couple ways you can do it. One way is the way that I first did, which is being very, very specific on every little detail. The other way is to give the builder some creative freedom. As I got more comfortable with the builder, I started giving the characters more creative freedom. I gave her a lot of creative freedom on Gracie. In fact, I couldn't decide what color I wanted Gracie to be, so I said, just pick a color. I did not know what color Gracie was until I got her home and opened the box for the first time. That's how much creative freedom. Would you like to take over for a few minutes, Babs? Because I want you to go make a pit stop in the bathroom.
Sure.
And talk a little bit about how you put Nick together, because she just recently built that. You talk about some materials or whatever.
Yeah.
And I will be back very shortly.
Okay. Well, let's see here. Just like Steve has said, and as many of you know, Nick is my first puppet. He was designed, you know, I've always been inspired by Jim Henson's work, and of course he was heavily inspired by the Muppets. He is, in some ways, I still consider him a work in progress because I would like to improve the hands to such a degree that that they look like, you know, that they're articulated like Hazel's here, as you can see. You know, there's wires in the fingers, so you can bend them in such a way. You can, you know, make her point. You can make her hold things. The squirrels, I don't know if he has them here or not, but they're the same way. And so I decided to go that route. Nick is more or less his basic skeleton is bone. And in many ways, it's like building, you know, for those of us here, I don't know if there are any, but those of us who like to build full-fledged fursuits, building the head was a lot like that. You know, you get the proportions right, hack away at the foam, and then just trim away. And if you trimmed away too much, just tack some more on and shape it some more. Again, the jaw is just, you know, it's PC board. Cut in a certain way, and lined with red felt. And of course, you know, typical of the Muppets, I had to give him a throat. There's a little black throat in there and a little pink tongue. And then of course the nose, that was kind of tricky. I'm not exactly too pleased with it, and it's getting kind of grungy, so I'll probably just redo it. And I'm looking at, you know, 3 or 4 different options. So. And then, of course, there's the eyes, which were made actually from plastic plates that you can get at like any party store. With those I got, and then for the irises, I got green foam board, cut those out, and just glued them on. The eyelids are satin-covered foam. I'm right-handed, and it shows because this one turned out better than that one, but it kind of looks like he's arching his eye in that sort of coy, hey pose that pop stars most normally get. And then for the teeth, that's just Sculpey, white Sculpey, sculpted to form his little teeth there, and it's actually quite durable. Originally I was going to use PVC piping or something like that and cut that out, but I decided to just use a quicker route since when I made him it was getting close to MarCon and I wanted to perform in the show there. So I just kind of made these teeth and plunked them in the night before. Yeah, what I did, I took an X-Acto knife and after I had finished, making the head and everything, I just basically dug into the muzzle, filled the slit with glue, and then just plunked the teeth in there.
And you can't hang glue?
Just, well, if you have a glue gun, just use that, and that works perfectly. I mean, you don't want to, be too rough with them, of course, but this holds up better than I thought it would. The shell, actually it's similar to Halo's here. It's not as complicated, but it's a foam shell. And actually, my friend Ostrich, back in Columbus, helped me. He carved the foam with that. I mean, he carved the foam for me, and it's more or less. Let me take everything off here. You can't really see because I have a sleeve here, but it's just it's very simple, just a foam shell. Okay, whoops. Sorry, Nick, I'm going to sort of dose your dignity for a second.
I'm alright.
But he's just a simple, hollow foam shell, and I use the tactic of not having any foam in the neck. So of course he too has a very wide range of movement. And in regards to his arms, what I did was these are glued into the foam, and they're just basically wooden dowels hinged together with felt and glued together with a glue gun. Originally I used Elmer's glue for this, but it fell apart too easily, and you can feel it in the puppet because the parts kind of grind against each other. In a way, it's like a broken bone. So at one point, I remember I had to kind of open up Nick's arm and kind of repair it and do all this stuff. And yeah, little Nick had to undergo some plastic surgery. It's a rock star thing. His little hands at the moment are just basically stuffed and attached to the arms at the wrist. And I had to redo the left one at one point, but they both look somewhat symmetrical. The legs are kind of hinged. I really would like to sort of redo that because as you can see, especially with this one, it's much more secure than it is. It's actually somewhat double stitched, but because of the weight and because of the fact that I really wasn't, I was more or less working on time, and I haven't had time to fix it up yet. The stitching is somewhat elongated over here. But I don't really worry. That's really not a priority with me at this time since, when I use him, you don't really see the legs, and of course, we've got his shirt on and everything. The most you see is probably the top of his haunches. But I put the legs on because you never know when you're going to need them. Originally, I wasn't going to give them any, but I thought, well, they look cute. And, of course, I have a sleeve here. I always perform with a glove. Usually, I have a long sleeve black glove. So that way, if I'm performing and I get a little bit high up, you won't be able to see my wrist or hand or anything. But the sleeve actually does quite a good job of that. So I just kind of use a white, for the moment anyway, until I get where I put my black glove, I just use a white glove. And the fur is just, simple. It's a combination of gluing and sewing, especially when it came to getting the neck together. I had to kind of glue a little bit and then stitch the seams together, and then glue a little bit more and stitch the seams together.
Aren't you finished yet?
I'm not finished yet.
I couldn't resist.
Yeah. Oh, I'll get you. Or Nick will.
No, Fox got a sister.
Pardon?
Now she's got a sister they can double team.
Well, theoretically, he's supposed to have 4 bandmates. People have asked me, well, when are you going to build Simon and John and everybody? And I honestly don't know if I will, because Nick himself, by himself, if I were to create the bandmates, he would just move back into the background because, I mean, he's not, even though he sings a lot on stage, he's not in the band the lead singer. He's actually the keyboard player. Simon, you know, because, well, actually these are all based on little cartoon characters I created based on Duran Duran. And of course, you know, the furry incarnation is Durabbit. And there are 5 band members, and they each have their own little personality. And Nick, when coupled with his bandmates, is actually a lot more quieter and much more reserved than he is when he's by himself. And I figured, well, he's created himself to be such a dynamic personality. I mean, he's spunky, he's adamant about his identity. He refuses to get a complex, no matter how many times people try to give him one. And I just found he's much, he's quite charming. And like I said, I mean, if I were to create all the other bandmates, he just sort of gets pushed back. And I found that he's gotten to be such a wonderful little critter that I really don't want that to happen. So. I guess I've more or less covered everything. Again, like I said, he's sort of a work in progress. This is not his usual outfit. The one I have designed for him, is the one that the character wears, is a dark gray suit jacket under a silk blouse. Very 80s. He's very 80s, of course, very dated. Very flashy. And I mean, a puppet like Vixie here, I mean, she can fit half the outfits they have in there. And I mean, they have stuff that rivals things that you'd find in The Limited or The Gap or something. It's just a little crappy teddy bear puppet. You can find very stylish things in there. And they have different sizes. Oh yeah. I mean, the only problem with Nick is that his arms are so long. Otherwise, he'd be able to fit all sorts of things, but that's his only drawback. I originally wasn't going to make them this long, but they just kind of happened, and it's like, well, it works. It's somewhat proportionate, and, when it comes to articulating them, because he's jointed at the wrists and at the elbows, and of course by his hands, so he's, for lucid movement. It works, especially when he's playing the keyboard, or he's grabbing somebody by the scruff or something like that, like he did last night. It comes, long arms come in very handy, it's, and I guess that's more or less all I really have to say about Nick. And since, we have a new person here, since we have Steve here and a couple of other new people, I guess we'll just hand the spotlight over to him unless there's anything that you need to go over.
Trigger my mind on a couple things to talk about, though.
Okay. Should I take a seat? Should I stand here, or?
You can have a seat if you want.
Okay.
Or else, you can go back to your original seat.
Okay. Either way, I'm going to
A couple of things that I'm going to kind of touch on. I was kind of going that direction so I would make my cut stop. Kind of ties into that. If you're going to build a puppet, what do you want? You should have, it's generally a good idea to at least have some basic idea. You can also have a very specific idea. Babs had a very specific idea. We talked about Mike Russell and Vicky Fox. Vicky was a very specific idea.
Yeah.
I'll give you this. If you're learning to build a puppet for the first time, it's better to have a general idea than a specific. It is very difficult to take a two-dimensional character and translate it perfectly into 3 dimensions. Very hard to do.
Yeah. It was kind of funny. I mean, Durabbit, I created them, oh God. I'm guessing probably April of 2001, because I have a picture, one of the first pictures I did of them, and it's dated. And so, I just figured it was originally going to be a parody, and I started drawing more pictures of them, and I thought, well, this is cute. So, I figured, well, to sort of delve into it a little bit more, and since, I'm fond of musical acts, and I'm fond of, flashy things, I decided that, well, Nick, since the human version of Nick Rhodes is my favorite member of Duran Duran, I thought, well, this would be a funny little, character to portray. I have a couple of other ideas for characters that I've done, that I've created, like Calico Heart, except for her, I think I'll probably go with whoever it was who created Hazel, because I like what he did. And I think with Calico Heart, the way her muzzle is and the way that her hairdo is and stuff, that I'd rather kind of just sort of cheat and get that done professionally, because I just like the way it looks. And, the materials, I mean, he's got fancier materials and stuff, so there.
Was usually if you're going to design a puppet, if you can draw, you've got a big advantage. I can't draw. I am not an artist. If you can, if you have, there's a couple ways. If you're going to get one, if you're going to have somebody build a puppet for you, that changes things just a little bit. Because I want to touch that as well, just because some people just cannot build. But it does help to know a few things if you're going to have a builder. There's a lot of little details you don't think of, things like eye color and size of the puppet. And a good builder can ask you, well, what's the personality of the puppet? What do you want out of this puppet? You should have it fairly well thought out before. That's how Gracie got her name. Is, she asked me for the personality. So I kind of picture her as a Gracie Allen type, where on stage she could be a little ditzy, but she's not. It's more of an act. And a good puppet builder will always sign their puppets. And inside Gracie, we got a lot of foam here. There's a little fabric there created by Pam Cloud's puppets, and she said wrote Gracie the Squirrel, spring of '96. So that's how she got her name. It was just suggested from the personality. But Gracie was more of just a general idea. Just said, I have a basic idea for a squirrel. This is what I want. This gives you an idea of personality, and she ran with it. And this is what came as a result. It ended up being a very nice puppet. Scarlet, I took a bit specific. There's certain details of Scarlet I wanted very specific, like the eyes. I wanted her to have the vertical pupils like a real fox. I wanted her to keep a lot of the characteristics of a real fox, and yet have a little bit of exaggeration. If you're building your own character, you have a lot of creative freedom over what you want to do. You can come up and say, okay, I got this. This is my idea for this character. This is what I want to do for this character. And you can create it, but keep in mind that it might end up being a little different than what you think. And Mike Russell's got the Vicky Fox puppet made. He's got model sheets, he's got color charts, he's got the whole deal. He's got it all. And he wanted, and that makes it a lot tougher on the builder. She did a wonderful job, though. If you look at the puppet, it's VickyFox.com. He's got pictures.
Oh, yeah. She did a wonderful job.
And Meredith. I got to perform Meredith for the first time in public. He was right here at the MFF a couple years ago.
I can relate to Mike Russell's specificness on Vicky Fox, because I had to do a commission, and in a way commissions are like, picture commissions are like building, puppets, because you have to, go with what what the person wants, and you have to get everything a certain way, otherwise the character won't turn out. And with him, it's like, okay, this is what I need. He sent me model sheets. He sent me colored pictures. He had me go by a color guide that was specific right down to the number of, the marker number of the shade of purple that he needed for her skirt. But, I kind of respect that. It's like, well, that shows, pride in the character, and it kind of shows, well, this is what I want. I kind of like that, because, you get what you want if you're like that. I don't know.
Yeah, there's good and bad about it, But keep in mind that will make it much more difficult on the builder.
Yeah, because it's like one mess up, and it's like, no, I don't want to start over.
Can I see the weasel for a second? Do you mind if I do that? Borrow him?
The weasel, the same company that...
The same guy that did Hazel, the Muppet guy. In fact, this is the second weasel. Yeah, I want to see my new thing because I want to show how this guy is doing. Well, yeah, I want to look at him in a minute. A friend of mine, this is actually the second weasel this guy put up on eBay. A friend of mine in Minnesota bought the first one. So this is, I've operated both the weasels.
This doesn't make me think about Jim Henson's style.
The guy that did this works on Private Rock.
Oh, wow. The eyes. The eyes.
Yeah, you can see it in Hazel, you can see it in this one. He doesn't tend to put the full arm hinges in because the puppets are smaller. But he's got a lot of the similar techniques where he's made with the Scott foam. He doesn't have as much foam. This one's designed to be very flexible. There's just a thin wall of foam inside him. So the body is just see how it can move around a lot. He's still got the reinforcements in here for the arms. He's got, still got the wire opposable arms. There's wires in there. One of the reasons I wanted to show this one specifically is I'm not quite sure what this material is that he's used. It's flexible. Hazel's got it too, but her mouth's a little bit smaller. He can be, see how he can be very flexible with that. See, he can do that for comic effect, like he gets surprised. You know, and see how you can play with that for comic effect. This guy.
Funniest thing I've seen is whether you pull the face in and collapse it.
Yeah, this one's not quite. I'm not going to try it on this because I'd have to flex it more than I'm comfortable with. This is not my puppet. I'm going to use enough that I know is a very safe range of movements. But yeah, you've seen that. I decided to do that on the folk man ferrets, especially the old ferrets are wonderful just for comic effect. My favorite, yeah, my two favorite things are the beaker ferret and the ferret running into the wall and has a flat, ends up with a flat face. And that's the comic effect. But see, if that you can do that, and but you see. It's definitely an exaggerated thing that you're doing with a character like that. But it can be funny, because a character like this, to me, is going to be more of a comic character. But you can do it to be believable. He's a very believable character. And he moves so nice. He's got look at how wide that mouth can open on him.
Yeah. Kind of reminds you of Scrat from Ice Age.
Yeah.
A little bit. But see, and even though he's exaggerated, you can still do just some wonderful subtle movements with him as well. You also do a lot of exaggerated stuff too. See how in acting you just know, what he's doing. Because that's how you develop personality in character too, is having it react to stuff. See, he does his arm rods a little bit differently too. I forgot to point this out on Hazel. Where instead of drilling the hole in the wooden rod, he has a hole back here and he puts a bend in it and he puts it in there and wraps it with the tape, like a duct tape or something. Duct tape is a puppeteer's best friend, by the way. And you notice these characters are stage puppets, they're not full body. Hazel, and he's the same way. And what really makes your character are the little details, like see how he's got the bushy eyebrows on him. Gracie likes her ear tufts or whatever. Oh, I'm thinking of it too. I wanted to mention when Vance was talking about costuming, she talked about like Build-A-Bear. Well, we don't have any Build-A-Bears in Peoria, live from. What I rely on a lot, there's two things that I rely on. One is Halloween time, Halloween costumes. Scarlett's costume, that's a kid's Halloween costume, is all that is. That is actually, you know what one that is, believe it or not? That is the Barbie prom dress.
She's a real doll.
Yes. It's been slightly modified with a hole cut for her tail. And I got to thinking, this would be a nice Ren Fair style costume for her. So I accessorized it. I put that, got just some material, made that belt, got that pouch, which Rick Dry gave me. Got the necklace for her, got that headpiece. Now she looks like she fits at a Ren Fair.
It works.
And it works. And it wasn't very expensive. Not very expensive at all. The most interesting costume story I've got is this outfit for Gracie. Because there was a lady a couple years ago that lived down in Peoria, I found out, like, was into puppets and stuff. And, I got to talk to her and meet her and stuff. She since divorced, she had a whole big family mess. She basically just abandoned her whole life and moved to Florida and got rid of all her puppet stuff and whatnot. She didn't know the puppets anymore, which is too bad because she was famous. However, at one point when she was still around, one thing she likes to do is collect, clothing for puppets because you just never know when something's going to come up. So, I asked her, do you have anything for my characters? Because I was looking, Gracie for the first few years was naked. Here are some of my old pics. There are old pics online. Gracie was naked. And there's some long stories behind that as well, which I would probably get into in my 10th anniversary show, some of the stories.
It's going to be done here?
Yeah, in the same room, actually. That was what I wanted as an exhibition setting, because that's how it used to be.
So that cat one, is that one of the full motion hand ones you were talking about? I've never seen one of those.
Yeah, we'll get into that here soon. But what I had done is I'd asked that lady, do you have any costumes? Basically, she just kind of grabbed a bunch of stuff, put it in her box, and literally said, okay, here's the box. Go through it. If there's anything you want, take it out of there, and we'll negotiate price or whatever. So I went through, and I found a few items for Gracie. One was this skirt, and believe it or not, this halter top. That is not a custom-made halter top. It's been modified a little bit just to accommodate a puppet. It's like, why in the world they made a halter top that small? I have no idea. That's
maybe anorexics.
But
Maybe only for anorexics.
I guess. I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, I've seen them made for kids. I mean, I knew a couple of kids when I was growing up.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Stuff like that in California for kids.
Yeah, there you go. For Belle,
Do fun stuff like that. Just go to the cat.
for Belle is actually,
There's, they made it, the song artists, Britney Spears and all that, made that stuff all about there.
Gracie's belt is one of my stepmother's belts kept down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't think it was.
Yeah, this was actually an adult belt that's just been cut down to size. My stepmother donated. The skirt's been altered a little bit. She cut a slit down in it for Velcro up here. She only cut down just to below where the tail is, it's just a Velcro, so that's what holds the skirt to accommodate the tail. And then, then she added Velcro closures to that. The halter top thing used to come down like that, which got in the way. So she just separated it and put some Velcro closures on it. Jewelry is good. These are just cheapy clip-on earrings that you can get anywhere for next to nothing. Always keep your eye out. This little shrinky-dink looking squirrel, I actually had bought it in Albany Anticon in the dealer's room. Somebody had made these. Her squirrel charm came from a jewelry store. That's actually a sterling silver charm. It cost me about 18 bucks. The chain is a cheapy chain. Scarlett's outfit, the current necklace I have on her is a cheapy chain. However, the little pendant she got isn't quite as cheap. It's a coin reproduction, but the silver that coin was made out of came from a shipwreck.
Oh my gosh.
And so her little pendant there was about $50. My wife about had a conniption when I told her I was going to use it for one of my daughters. But I thought for a renter outfit, it looks really nice on her. And it's actually been documented. They had found one of the things on the shipwreck was a bunch of silver bars, and they melted them down to make jewelry to sell. And they got everything settled. And I got a little piece of paper or a little documentation at home that even tells the number of the silver bars because it's all documented and stuff. So that one's got a little story. I actually found, I didn't ring it down, it's up in my room. Well, I sent one outfits for Scarlett and Gracie. I got a 50s outfit for Gracie. That once again I got for costume stuff from that lady. I've got a gypsy outfit for a full gypsy outfit, which I bought at the local rent fair last year from a costume. It's just kid-size stuff, and I didn't even have to really modify it at all. The newest one is I've got like a rent fair style dress for her. That is another kid's Halloween costume. My stepmother just recently altered it by cutting down the back and replacing it with Velcro to allow my, inner my hand or for the tail. Then shortened it because it was too long. I mean, it went down below Gracie, good 6, 8, 10 inches, so she cut it and hemmed it up. That's all. So some of the stuff will need modifying, but you don't have to spend a lot. Dixie, I actually found an outfit. I went to a bigger rent fair not too far from here over the summer, and I took her along, hoping to just find some kind of an accessory. I figured I was going to be able to find for some that size would be a headpiece. Well, I found this couple, it was an older couple, in one of the booths set up. The guy was actually a clockmaker, and also had some clothing items and stuff. And the older lady, she was wonderful. People like puppets, these things. And I showed her this, and I said, I'm looking for some kind of outfit or accessory, whatever. She said, oh, I got just the thing. If you ever heard of what an Irish chemise is, kind of like a polar dress, she had a chemise that fit her and the headpiece. So she has an outfit. And the lady just got the biggest kick out of it. She was a riot. So don't be afraid to ask around for stuff. And you'll be amazed what you can find. And she'll show you so much. She got her camera out and had to take a picture of her and Dixie together. She just, she wanted a picture for her record, so.
Well, I thought Dixie was vain enough as it was. And now she has outfits to show off.
Goodwill's a good place. I bought this little thing here at Goodwill, thinking that this would go along with Gracie's gypsy outfit, because somebody suggested that she needs a little more jewelry for it. So I paid like 50 cents for this at Goodwill. And just for the fun of it, I put it on the ferret, just as a joke. Hey, that looks cute. I don't know why, it just gave the ferret some personality.
Yeah, it's put an earring through it, and we have point of an earring now.
See, you do stuff like that. Don't be afraid to accessorize your puppets. Oh, one of the things that's going to bring up about building is one of the trickier things about building your own. What is becoming much more difficult nowadays, and anybody that's in the fur shooting will tell you this, is locating fur. Locating very good fur is getting much more difficult. It's a good idea if you're ever at a fabric store and see a fur that you like, even if you don't have something in mind, you might want to buy it because it might not be around. You used to be able to go to a place called Monterey Mills in Wisconsin that had wonderful fur. You could go up there and buy small quantities of it. Scarlet, the fur she's made out of, came from there. Robert King and somebody else went up there and they had a scrap in and they bought this big, huge scrap of this wonderful fur. And she had so much, I sent it all down out to the builder in Ohio. She had so much of it that the exact same piece of fur that built Scarlet built Vicky Fox from Mike Russell. They're made out of the exact same, not just the same style of fur, the same piece of fur. They're sisters in both. Yeah, but now they, yes, they are. But now they are, I think now you have to buy a very huge minimum order and stuff like that.
Well, their distributor is just CR Craft, who will sell Monterey Mills fur.
Yeah, see, look, the Fursuit website is, I think, probably going to be a really good source for looking at fur, because they keep trying to go to fursuit.org, and they'll have some fur suppliers. So if you're looking, especially for something specific.
That's what I did.
Yeah, and see, it works. I also want to show another technique. Can you bring Gina up here for a second? I want to show you something on Gina, because you know how we talked about how these puppets, you know, how there's no fur in the neck and everything? Gina is built differently. And this is a technique that a lot of the Hensons have done that way, but not just Henson. A lot of people use this technique. And that technique is the head and the neck are separate pieces.
Oh, I've seen that before.
Use wood fur that way too.
Yeah, he's that way. Yes, he is.
Who is?
Bush, yes. And basically, there's just, see, it's all fabric going all the way up in there. It's like a sleeve that goes all the way up and forms the head, and the fur is only going down so far. And the head, see how she can move? That allows you to see how much I can move her head without the body movement because of that. It's a very common technique to do.
Turn her head completely backwards too.
Yeah, see why. There would be like an owl.
Dog.
Yeah.
So is the head, it's not attached to the ball?
Yes, because it's a sleeve that's running all the way down and it's attached where your arm goes in. It's all sewn together down there.
Just pull the head out.
I don't think you can take the head off because it's attached. There are puppets where you can. Yeah. I've operated puppets like that. Some you can. But usually these are not that way. So that's a very common. I've got a big rabbit that I bought off of eBay, and it's done this way as well. And Bush, have a look at him, because I actually haven't seen this cat first before. If you want to grab him again, son. So a little bit up by the arm, remember? Yeah. Very bad. Now see, you see on him, see how that shoots sleeve down in there. And see the neck has got wire around it. See that, form that. See, and the whole sleeve comes out here. This counter's got a little bit on it just to make your hand easy to put in. This is an older puppet. This guy had kind of an interesting history guy. I saw this one on eBay, so I happy that Jeff got it. That's when I found out Jeff had purchased it. I thought, interesting. Yes, he does. See,
You know what those remind me of?
There's so many different ways you can do the eyes. Yeah, his mouth's a little small.
Oh my god.
And you know, notice how gentle I'm being with them. Always keep, it helps. Puppets are surprisingly durable, but don't push your luck.
He looks like he's quite old.
Yeah, he was built in '87.
You know, that puppet reminds me, if you look at Jim Henson's early stuff, you know, his early thing, Salmon Friends, that looks like something out of Salmon Friends.
This is one of the, remember I was talking about the live hand, human hand puppet. That's what this guy is.
The Muppets.
Yes, this is a very common. And see what's nice about it, see how expressive they can be. They can handle props. You know, you do all kinds of interesting movements with that kind of puppet. As you see, you have to be two people to do this kind of puppet.
Mind if I give it a shot? You would like to have two people? I mean, the coordination must be crap.
Yeah,
Unless you get the hang of it.
yeah, it takes a little practice working together, but once you get it down, it's not too bad. Because you have to recognize that the person doing the mouth is going to do most of the arm movements. The other arm is just be careful with the rods there. Move those aside.
Wouldn't you have to have like some sort of collar, something to curve that figure?
What's that?
You can see the gap.
You know, that's just, you know, you can put a collar or something on there to help hide it. But if you look a lot of times at the hints and stuff like these, you can see it, you know, it's just there.
Touch you.
Whose line is it anyway?
Chew.
The left hand is north, the right hand.
Like I said, the puppet you're doing the mouth is the dominant hand. The other one is the supplemental.
Gotcha.
The hope.
Looks like a scream guy on the Puppet Puppet show.
One of my favorite little
Oh, the
gags.
screen guy, I saw that.
One of my favorite little gags to do with the Steve that always gets a laugh. I see this thing at a puppet. Chew.
Yeah.
Like that. That never fails to get a laugh out of people.
I saw the screen guy, that was funny. I think they were, in this case, one person was doing the hands and the other person was doing the head. Because at one point they had a gag where the head and the hands were in the opposite.
Yeah.
Well, they had actually three hands at one point.
Well, see, that's another little technique. Sometimes the arms are not even attached to the body.
Yeah.
And you just have the illusion in your mind fills it.
Yeah, because I think at one point the head actually accidentally fell forward and off the stage and in the front. And then they picked the head up and then they started doing the gag deal.
One thing was originally a mask they puppetized, and all it is that mask and black cloth in the hands.
Yeah.
It's all different pieces.
Yeah. I should keep it in tail like that. No, they're probably,
That's very well. You see this kind of puppets you can do, there's so many types of movements with them. But you can also see how having one person do the hands, you can do some hilariously funny stuff. Because like they said when they did the Swedish Chef, half the time Jim Henson had no idea if Frank Oz was going to do with the hands.
I think the Swedish Chef, the whole idea is it didn't require a great deal of coordination.
Right. Well, Frank Oz, you know, whenever he threw the item back, his goal was to break it. Break whatever it was he was throwing back. But he's got little accessories too. So he's got the whiskers, he has some personality. He also added, notice how he's got the dots and he's used like a marker to, you know, put the little cleft in there, and that helps add some. That's little details like that. See how he's got the contrasting fur colors in there? Contrasting colors, when used properly, can really make a character stand out. And see how it just makes his mouth area stand out more? If that was all the same color, you'd lose his mouth detail in that. And that's a little thing to remember as well. One of the things that's difficult to learn is how to coordinate colors. The lady that made my puppets took some college courses on how to do colors. And because you don't want the colors to clash, to contrast too much. And he's got a full tongue and everything.
This thing about black. Black just tries to become one complete color. It's hard to get any sort of definition out of it.
So I noticed he's got little ridges in the top and the bottom that my fingers are going around to hold them in place. Jeff had mentioned that to me online. Teddy Ruxpin does that in the squirrels as well, although it's softer. It's made out of, you just kind of have a foam thing in there, and that kind of helps hold your hand in place. Those puppets of Gracie and Scarlet, up above the mouth, there's just polyfill up there, so when your hand goes in there, the polyfill just helps kind of squeeze your hand in there. It's comfortable, but it holds your hand in place without overdoing it. And see how this isn't even really I'm not even quite sure what that material is.
Well, actually, that's a material, it's called Muppet Fleece because Jim Henson's brood originated it, but it's actually a form of felt.
Yeah, I thought it was just a modified felt.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
pretty hard to get a hold of, I think. It's like a major corporation. You have to sort of have an inside connection to get to some of those.
It always needs more.
Something So, if you also notice on puppets in general, their proportions is different than humans. I can't remember what the percentage proportion is. The heads are large compared to the body.
6, 7, 1.
Right. There are some books I should mention too. The internet now is an absolutely great resource for puppetry because there's a lot of books you can get. SK1 had gotten a book on building foam puppets. I believe it was done by Gray Seal Puppets. And he built, if you ever saw pictures, he built Humphrey the Parrot using that book. Which is a really nice parrot.
I think he built a fox or something. He showed me something he was working on. I don't remember if it was a fox or
He built a fox. He recently built a wall. And the internet can be a great source for learning that kind of stuff and for getting some of the building done. I won't hold it against anybody if you decide you want to get a puppet builder to build something for you. And once again, the internet is wonderful for that because what you can do is you can get on the internet, look up these puppetry sites, you can find all kinds of builders, and you can look over their styles online and see who you like. Because everybody's a little different in their style. You might not like one builder's style.
We were sort of thinking that in my case is to actually make a puppet matching a costume. I'm having a skunk costume, very realistic looking one, and the leftover fur from that could be used for a skunk puppet. I've been looking to see, maybe I wonder if I could be able to build this myself. I don't know.
One thing I should mention, building a puppet is a lot harder than it looks.
So the thing is about black. So easy to lose definition with black. Trying to find the eyes on that Scotty.
Well, if you notice,
The type of fur I'm getting, for these dogs, black fur, photographs very well.
if you notice on Scarlet, you brought up a point there, notice how the black is flecked out with gray? That's to avoid that effect.
Oh, this is a lot of black I'm getting, so you might know.
Yeah, I need to put like black and white eyes on that thing.
There's black eyes disappearing.
I think if you're gonna, my suggestion is if you're gonna work with black, maybe try to accent it. Like the gray on there. For instance, if you want around the eyes, like hang it somehow, like around the eyes very subtly.
Well, yeah, it's like the Killer Whale. Take a look. Okay, you got the white, and you also got the blue eyes. It definitely sets it off with great.
That's why Fifi does so much white on her face. We did her face all black. Her face would just disappear from the distance.
I think it's too much noise.
Well, like I said, the fur I got photographs well, even with the black contacts on that.
Black contacts?
Yeah, they're all contact lenses. That will be for my costume there.
That's some tips too. I was thinking of if you get some internet, if you go to if you're looking for somebody to build a puppet for you. If it's a company and they do, and you see that they do a lot of TV and video work, and there's a definite company rather than an individual, they're going to be expensive. I tell you that right now. There's a company, I believe they're in Nashville, called Animax, and they build like the puppets for the Disney theme parks and stuff. I've actually operated one of their puppets before and was not impressed with the movement at all. I thought it was very stiff.
Yeah.
But they are very expensive. Any of these puppets from Animax would probably be a minimum of $3,000. Just to give you an idea.
Saw that the longhouse tail puppets that I was looking at. The sheep shop was actually 10,000 each.
Yeah, so you see how
But then I go and talk to Steve Axtell of Axtell Expression. He can do me for one for 500.
Yeah, so he changed. Axtell used to be where they would only build puppets and grant you all the rights for it, and that was very expensive. But they've started a program now where you can go and have one built, but you don't get exclusive rights. You can make others of it and sell them. So that's part of the agreement. For the lower price, if he wants to, he can make more of them and sell them. So, but you would get the first one. So if you don't mind that, so that's a way to think of, way to go by too. A guy like Terry Angus is the guy that built these two Jeffs and Hazel. I believe SK1 had talked to him about a commission. In comparison, he was more like in the $800 range.
That's not bad.
That is much more affordable.
So the 500 then is a good price.
You know, 500's not bad, you know, to get that done. Although, for a few $100s more, you're probably going to get one that I don't know if he's going to try to build any more of. One of the funny things about hand building a puppet is it becomes very difficult to reproduce it. This is like a piece of art. You know, once you draw something, if you try to draw that drawing again, it's going to change a little bit. That's why I said these are so unique, because Pam even said, you know, who built these, she said, I don't think I could build another one of these exactly like it again. She said there's just so many factors. How long does it take to build a puppet like that? Anybody have any idea how long puppets like these take to
I'm
build?
guessing probably a good 5 to 6 months or so. I mean, Nick.
Well, I'm talking not, I'm talking when you add, because obviously if you buy 6 months, I'm talking hours.
Oh, hours.
Total hours, if you added up all the hours you spent on one of these.
Probably 80 to 100.
You're, nah, not that much. You're a bit high there.
Just for how much effort you put into it.
Kia's right, about 40 to 50 hours for puppets like these.
No, the size basically just determines the size of your parts, but you still have the same number of parts.
Yeah.
Unless you're going micro miniature, at which point that'd be very difficult to do.
Now, I should mention
That's what Phil Manus is doing. They're miniaturizing their puppets. So.
Yeah.
That's why it's so hard to get the hand in the mouth.
Yeah, I was looking at their skunk puppets. They got a beautiful skunk puppet. I can't even fit my fingers in there.
I know, they got this huge rabbit puppet out now, and I mean, this thing is probably about this big, okay? The mouth is only about this big, and
Yeah.
I have small hands, okay? I can't operate that.
another thing,
Yeah.
this is so obvious, I should have mentioned this right off the bat. If you want to learn to build puppets, a good starting point is to modify plush. And to study how plush are put together. That's what Teddy Ruxpin did. What's good to look for in a plush is one of the things you want is, does it have, see how this has got a mouse that goes around there like that? That's fairly common.
So you can open the seam up.
Yeah, you can open the seam up. You know, just overall how it's put together, you can see, and that is a definite viable way to start learning how to build puppets. And you don't have to spend a lot. You said you bought this at a thrift store.
Yeah.
One thing I think is kind of neat, another more recent example of this, if anybody wants to take a crack at it, as you know, the Disney store still sells plushes of Stitch, and the seams are in the right place, it's roomy enough, and it actually has been done. Teddy Ruxpin took one of those plushes, opened it up, more or less did the same thing that he did to Vixie and Vixlet, and he's created this this new Stitch plush. I think his name is Slipknot or something like that.
Or just buy one.
Huh?
The trick involved is that they just came
One
out
thing I
with
did this one special all the time.
Well, they came out with a newer Stitch that's about twice the size of that one. It is a
Modify the lining.
but it was allowed to do.
Yeah, the lining is actually quite
That's
impressive.
the whole line.
I bought them over the years. I'll tell you
Yeah.
about my
The lining needs to go, but if you have something like that, then maybe put some, like a foam shell, plug it in there. You probably have to really do some rejigging, but I think
Why,
it's not that
why
much
did
buy
that?
that one.
Anybody have any questions on anything? I'm more than happy to take some questions.
Yeah, I have one. Where do you get one of those? I want one. I want to see one.
Okay, yeah.
Thrift shops in California.
eBay is a good source for finding specific plush. That's why I found Vixie. She's an eBay purchase.
Didn't you find recently find a mini Vixie?
My wife actually got that last year at a local shop. It was just a beanbag version of this. And I didn't know. Well, you know what else is scary is when we bought our recliner a couple years ago. The Lazy Boy, you know how they have they had that raccoon promotion, and when you bought a recliner, you got a plush raccoon with it. So I got the small raccoon plush. The same basic design is the Vixie, but just right with the raccoon.
Same company?
Yeah, same company.
My
Plush
goodness.
Creations.
They still have those?
Have multiple sizes.
I haven't been with it, but yeah, we didn't buy an expensive enough one to get the big one. We only got the little one. $600 to get the big plush. It's like, I don't want to do a recliner that fancy, just for us.
That's just for the plush anyway, so.
But what I was hoping to do in this panel was to at least give you some starting points, you know, some good stuff. As far as if you want to learn like sewing techniques or whatever, I'm not going to ask, because there's so many good resources on that. that me doing it's would almost be redundant anyway. Because like fursuit.org has got a lot of stuff on that, the sewing techniques and stuff. But what I was trying to point out is building a puppet, building a fursuit are a lot more different than you think. If you've ever built a fursuit, you do have a heads up. It is going to make things a little bit easier. But, you know, there are some special things for puppets. Once you understand how the puppet moves, then you know what you're striving for in the building of the puppet. And that will help you get it right. Actually, one of the things that I was going to do was most of you probably never tried out it. Is everybody's hands clean?
Yeah.
Like that. I think everybody's hands to try Hazel out. I'll just show you real quick, getting her on and off just to avoid any undue stress on her. It's just, see how I hold her like this? And I'm holding her gently. I'm only using just enough force to support her weight. I'm not squeezing her or anything. I just gently work my hand in there and that's it. So if you want to see how a puppet should be operated, and it doesn't matter if you use your right or use whatever hand you normally use.
I don't.
How about technique? Do you usually use your strong or your weak hand?
It's kind of funny.
It's where I'm a little weird because like I write right-handed, but I have just. I just found that.
Well, how would you feel if your mouth was sewn shut?
I found that I'm just a lot more comfortable operating one with my left hand. It just to me that just came natural. So just use whatever hand is the most natural for you to use.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because with me, for some, I guess it depends. For me, it all depends on the puppet because, well, you know, seeing as how I'm part of all these puppet shows, I wind up using a lot of Steve's puppets and a lot of the other puppets, including my own. And now when I perform with the squirrels, I always have to use my right hand. I don't know why, but it just feels more comfortable. I can't perform as well with my left hand. Now with Nick, he started off on my right hand, but for some reason, I now, whenever I put him on, it's just more natural to put him onto my left hand. And it's kind of funny because I've been doing some, pretty involved skits with him, and somebody was asking me, hey, are you left-handed? And I'm like, no, but I probably will be by the end of the skit.
Yeah.
That's all you do. Puppet scale, though.
Yeah.
What's that?
Scale? How small, how big?
Compared to what?
Well, we got this here. That's about a 3-foot puppet.
Yeah.
This is how big?
That's kind of personal preference. Foxes are bigger than squirrels, and Scarlet should be bigger than Gracie.
Oh, God, yeah.
Part of the deal with Gracie, why I got her to give me the slightly cheaper cost, was I told her you can make her smaller. So she did. Gracie is my smallest. I didn't show you Odie either. He's my second oldest character. He was a little less expensive.
Some people can try it.
No, it's not good. There's nothing in here when this panel's done until 6 o'clock, and it's just me again, so we don't have to rush out, even nobody's going to take us out. Although I have to run to the room again, because I think I left a cassette up there that I need for when I do the show at 6 o'clock.
That's right. 6 o'clock, that's right.
Yeah, I know, yeah. I got now. My oldest dance is at 7. For the fursuiters. So I got just a full slate. I'm going to really be rushing to get up there.
Gotta eat sometime.
I know. That just be a challenge at furry cons for me sometimes. As soon as I had further confusion when I had lunch, I didn't even get till like 11:30 at night.
That's why you gotta hit that breakfast buffet hard.
Well, I mean, there's also called the story hour also at 7 o'clock. You gotta see that. That's got me in.
See how much better she is than a full planet?
Both masks is so small, I can get my speaking in. What I have is very
I like this one. Found this one. This is Portuguese correctly. There's nothing here.
Yes.
I know JR for his
You'll ever find a looser puppet.
I know JR for his new point ferret for a filter glass in the head. Stretch it.
Pull that or a wine bottle or...
Yeah, like when you
yeah, can of salmon because it's paper.
I call it really fair, open by
There's everything else that was in the head.
Yeah.
So it forces you.
10,000 hours.
Yeah, it's boneless.
Yeah.
Sounds not like that.
Yeah.
Such a cheap shop like that. You know, like you have a.
Yeah, but think about it.
$1 fine on that for can, $5 for candy, a good can. That's all I use it. Now, pat your head and do circles on the front shirt. Circle on the
See if this is a soft shack or shirt puppet. Good coat.
Burley's the same way. I put the normal, my tiger shirt, the one is in lumber shack.
You know, that fox horse,
It's just like a harder
that's just not that push right through, because they call it Teddy, and when he talks, it's,
Yeah, plus it's got the blue.
Yeah, big Fremont, little Fremont.
Yeah, that's pretty right.
Yeah. For a long time. I saw them in the top of the
oh, really? Oh, my God.
When I saw the two of them like that,
Wow.
they go over well. No, I just found.
Yeah, you
Well,
showed me
look
that
at,
for the
looks like
confusion.
something that would be very neurotic.
I've already told you what the hell it's a year back over there. Teddy's one of my many disciples. He saw me at conference 6 and has been hooked ever since.
Open his nose and
Open his nose?
I've been doing it for a long time.
He's got a nice look to get into it. He's a razor.
I was like, hey, just do it.
This guy, once I had to get my skunk on it,
I do know.
do that.
So it's nice to just do it.
Find the foot that is breathing, something's got to get me.
Did you get the RTR out here to give it a show?
RTR was here the first year in 2000.
And that pastry thing, that's all you did of that. Oh, God.
It was a medical procedure.
And that was at DuckCon in '94 over in Lyle, not very far from here, about a half-hour drive, 30-40-minute drive from here. I was actually going through some stuff, and I found something very interesting. These are photos, the only known photos, of the very first furry puppet show that I did. I always like to tell people online, and this is photographic proof, it was me, 2 puppets in a boombox. So we still have me, I still have the same 2 puppets that you're going to see. That is the same boombox that I use. But the CD works, but the cassette quit working. I was debating after the show if I should see if it could get auctioned off or not. It is. If there's ever a furry Hall of Fame, that thing's got to go with it, because I was there. So you'll see it in these...
Yeah, the Folkman's puppet built for $1,300.
Which always at that point. So I'll pass it around, you guys can look at them at your leisure. There's actually one shot where you can actually see this box. I guess it's the very same one. It's a little older now, a little more beat up, just like me. So anyway, yeah, I first got an idea of doing furry puppets back in '94. So see, in 2004 we have another 5th anniversary. We have the 5th anniversary of performing the furry cons. This is warming me up for it. And this was back in, I got my first puppet in '92, which is Fifi the skunk, and she's here. And I don't use Fifi too much anymore because she's definitely getting rough around the edges. She's got lots of wear and tear on her, so I very rarely use her anymore. So a lot of people haven't even seen Fifi because there's somebody that are new to the fandom and stuff. And my second character is Odie the Otter, who's on the show there. Third was Scarlet Fox, who's one of these containers you're going to see. So I said '94, I only had Fifi and Odie, and I did that show in June of '94. In January of '95, I went to conference, at Conference 6, with the 2 puppets, and did the first, at home for the puppet show as well. And it sort of, for a couple of years, became a tradition. In '95, I got Scarlet debuted her at DuckCon. '96, I got Gracie debuted her at DuckCon. '98, I got RC Raccoon, and I did not bring along. And Eventually the raccoon song come out, and that's another story. We've got lots of fun little highlights. So I'm going to do a song. This is the song that, to me, started really establishing myself as a puppeteer. It was the first one where I found a song and a puppet that just, the whole thing just all meshed together very nicely. And this is, if you remember Tiny Toon Adventures, you remember Fifi. This is Fifi's version of Where the Boys Are. Now what's interesting about this one is through some channels, I managed to videotape myself doing this performance you're about to see and send the videotape off to Cat Susie to voice Fifi. And Cat Susie liked it so much she wrote me a little note back to tell me how much she loved it, which is pretty much I thought was neat. And that was, to this day, still one of my highlights as a performer. And nice to meet Fifi. She's still around. Definitely looking a little rough around the edges, but still not bad. She's still cute. She is still adorable. She's nice to get every now and then. The skunk people love her. Besides being known in the furry community, I'm also known in the skunk-owning community. And they love her. I did take her. I took her to a skunk show down in Georgia, where I was a judge at, and I got pictured on the abcnews.com website with Fifi. After that, it was pretty fun. So, let's see. Yeah, I feel like it's in the deck on the right there. So this is the song that really tried to get me going as a performer. Ooh, almost up now. Now we can go to CD. we'll get a little more modern. To me, there's just always such a contrast between what you see now with all the fancy, elaborate staging we have and the lighting and the sound and all that. But this is how it used to be, and that's how I want to do this show. This is how it was at Hurricane from 94 up until 99. When you went to one of my puppet shows, this is how it was. So we get a little taste of it. And I like it because it's more intimate. I like that setting. I feel like closer, you get a closer production of the audience.
I think you need to get that tape converted to CD. That'd be cool.
Yeah, I can do that. I just never did. But it can be, yes, I know it can be done.
Just get the same song off there, Sherry.
Well, I first found out about furry. Actually, Fifi I had made before I even knew furry existed, before I even knew the internet existed. And just like in the old days, I'm going to have to flip through my CDs, because nowadays, yes, I know you can put it all onto one CD and everything, but the purpose of this is to show you how I used to do it, and this is how I used to do it. Because when I did this, I didn't have a computer, I didn't know the internet existed, none of that nice, nifty, neato stuff. You can see how much harder things used to be to do.
Classic stuff.
And it's easy now? Not really.
Well, you saw last night, you saw this morning, went through flawlessly.
What time were you at?
I was asleep last night, so...
It's all computerized. So it was actually late summer '93 when I got a computer, got online for the first time, and found out about furry and stuff. And somewhere in that area after that, I found out about DuckCon, because Robert King had posted something. He posted that, you know, oh, we had a furry track here, and it really did poorly, and debate if we want to do this again. Anybody interested in coming to help out? And I'm like, cool, furry, close to me. So I contacted him and said, hey, I do puppets. You know, I bet this would be nice. And he said, yeah, it sounds like a good idea. We struck up a friendship. So that '94 is when I did the first puppet show, and it did go over pretty well. And just each time I did something, people seemed to like it, so it kind of struck a chord with people. I'm just amazed it took so long to take off. You know, like I said, it wasn't from '99 when other people started doing it. It's just really, they've always liked it, but everybody was like, oh, that's really cool, and somebody else is doing it. So anyway, what I'm going to do with Odie now is one, unlike that last song, I still have this one in my rotation for kids. Kids love it. But this is just such a fun one for Odie anyway. I'm going to do it. Some of you have probably seen me do this one anyway. And, but it's just such a favorite, and just kind of defines the Otter personality in a way that I like to do it. So, and I think I probably did this my first show too.
I'm a grateful man, I'm enter in the eighth I am. Second verse, same as the first. I'm in the eighth I am, enter in the eighth I am. I got married to the widow next door. She's been married 7 times before, and everyone was an entering. Couldn't have a willy or a stand. I'm a grateful man, I'm entering in the eighth I am.
Kids like that one. I do a lot of kid shows too. So in '95, I got started. So
next one. A lot of my puppets have interesting stories about how, you know, when I actually ended up getting them and whatnot. And one of the things with Scarlett was she actually arrived about a week or so before DEFCON. It was over a holiday weekend. She was supposed to come. She sent her express mail, overnight mail, which is delivered 365 days a year. It doesn't matter if it's a Sunday, holiday, whatnot, she will get it delivered. So I had a 3-day weekend, and it's like, oh, good, she'll come on the first day of this 3-day weekend. I'll have all the weekend to play with her and work with her and get familiar, because I only got to count a week away. So here's the day she was supposed to arrive, and it's guaranteed. I started calling post office, has it come yet? Has it come yet? Has it come yet? You guys are going to go down and pick it up. Never came. Tearing my hair out. So finally, I figured, well, it's gotten delayed. So the next day, I called someone. Finally, they call and said, it's here. Your package is here. I said, hold it. I am coming down to get it. Fine. So by this point, I'm getting really flustered. So I've got an automatic garage door opener on my house. So I go down, I hit the button. Door go up about a foot, door come down. Door go up, door go down. Hold the manual. It's like, oh great, here I am in a hurry, trying to get this done, and my stupid garage door decides to take a dive. So, I'll fix you. That ties into something from earlier this year that I'm reading to. So, this time I am just totally frustrated, really getting upset. So it has a little release there. So I go and I pull it away. So just superhuman straight. This door weighs a ton. Just boom, and that door goes up. And I go out of there and go down to, finally, I go down to the post office and there's my box and everything and take her home and get to work with her. So I like to write that Ragged Edges disaster that I did for like less than a week before the con. So how that kind of ties in today is earlier this year, the same day after my garage door go up, door go down. Well, what it was the spring. We have over the garage door, it's got one of those long dual coil springs, and they will snap. And so that happened again this year. I looked up and there it snapped. And I about killed myself opening that stupid door. And here, I had to get my wife to wouldn't stay up on the cell. So my wife told me, I said, okay, I'm going to open this door. You're going to get in the car. You're going to back the car out. And I'm going to close this door. So here I am. Whoosh! And I'm just feel like I'm being scratched. My wife opens the car door. She starts adjusting the mirrors in the car. I'm like, get in the car and back out. This door weighs a ton. Oh, man. Well, it ties into the Scarlett stories because I remembered what had happened with Scarlett. I knew how long it had been since we last had the springs replaced. That's forever etched in my mind. I knew I got Scarlett in 95. I knew that's how long those springs had broken. So that was kind of nice, because my wife's like, let me just get these replaced. I said, no, but no one happened with my box? Oh, yeah.
Hey, there's seats over here.
Good.
I'm talking.
Bucky, got a break now.
Yeah.
Over.
Yes, I need music incidentally.
I'm looking for something. I tried to do songs that were really early on that I learned how to use. And I've had a very bad last 2 months. I'm not quite as organized as I had hoped to have been for this.
So we're realistic here.
Yeah, we're very realistic. Yeah, we are. Trust me, we're getting real hard here. Okay, I guess I didn't bring that one.
Rain out of freeze.
Oh, well. I'll fudge it. I know what I do. I'm good at faking it. We've been doing this for 10 years. You get to be an expert at faking it. I'm going to do another one of these. One of the first songs that I learned how to do. This is Scarlett, by the way. If you ever look at any of the old pics of mine, you notice that Gracie and Scarlett don't have outfits in them.
Yeah.
The reason for that is because sensors.
For some reason, every puppet that I built, or both for Scarlett and Gracie, whatever reason, the builder ran into all kinds of unexpected delays. We had originally intended to get a nice outfit, and by the time all the delays were done, my deadline was up and she had the puppet done and no outfit, so she had to ship with no outfit. That happened 2 years in a row. That's why Gracie and Scarlett did not have outfits at the beginning.
So they did do the scenes earlier in their career.
Yes, it's just like other performers. They started out doing nudie scenes when they didn't have to. Yeah, find the old film, yeah.
And someday on Letterman they're going to go, oh God, they should have.
Yes. Let's look at those old pictures. They're very scary. So this one I don't normally do with Scarlett, but I just am trying to show some of the earliest stuff that I learned how to do so you can kind of see how I progressed. And I have done this for kids. I can remember doing this fairly early on. It works pretty well. So I can remember it's been a long time since I've done this one. So it'd be even more authentic.
Maybe there is something in our business. It's just don't see how it really makes it could be better. Look at this stuff, isn't it neat? Wouldn't you think my collection's complete? Wouldn't you think I'm a girl who has everything? Look at this trove, treasures untold. How many wonders can one cavern hold? Looking around here you see, sure, she's got everything. I've got gadgets and gizmos aplenty. I've got food that says what fits the Lord. You want a single of all? I got plenty. That's the thing. No big deal. I want more. I want to see what the people are. I want to see them dancing, walking around on those, what do you call it? Oh, feet. Put in your hands, you don't get too far. Legs are required, jumping, dancing, strolling along down a California street. Up where they walk, up where they run, up where they stay all day in the sun, wandering free. Wish I could be part of that world. What would I feel if I could live underneath the earth? What would I say to spend a day warm on the sand? Such a homeland, I understand that they don't represent their bodies. Let them live in, sick of swimming, ready to stand, ready to know what the people know. Ask them my questions and get some answers. What's the fire and why they live? What's the word? Burn. When is my turn? When I love, want to explore the shore of the moon. Out of the sea, wish I could be part of that world.
There was one other song I was going to do, but I think I might have to do it tomorrow because the game's just not set up for it. Plus, I didn't mean to CD on it on mini disc with all the tape albums. Yeah, it's my fault. This is another song I was just telling the kid Tommy about. One of the earlier ones that I did at Hurricane was a very flirty song. It was taken from a great mouse detective called Let Me Be Good to You.
Oh, yeah.
You know that one? Which is interesting because it is, as far as I know, the only Disney animated movie that has a striptease, partial striptease done in it.
And it's mice.
Yeah, and there's yes to the story. And I used to perform that song, and it has a nice long instrumental in the middle of it. And I would actually take Scarlett out and for it with audience members doing the instrumental. And people just loved that. People used to love that. They just thought that was wonderful. It was kind of fun to do that. I was hoping to do it again this weekend, and I still might just do that. I'm going to keep when I do shows for kids, I do put the puppets away between each song, but you guys aren't going to get freaked out. She's dead.
She's not breathing.
She was before.
Split hairs.
Wait a minute.
No. We have, the only rabbit here is this one, we're not splitting.
Big pointy teeth.
Blow them up with the hammer.
You didn't know?
My lord!
How does it
He has an appetite.
It looks like Bun Bun's ancestor.
You have to see Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
I have.
Oh. Okay.
Well, you don't get the close-up though. All you see is the rabbit ripping out people's
Yeah.
throats.
Oh my.
I'll get some reactions to those merchants tomorrow.
Well, next to come along was Gracie. Yay! Gracie, for a lot of people, is usually everybody's favorite out of all my characters. Now, the story behind getting Gracie is probably the most interesting out of all my puppets. I'll tell you that one. Gracie debuted at DEFCON in '96. June of '96. The problems we had getting Gracie made the Scarlet ones look like nothing. She just had all kinds of problems, delays, setback. The final straw, the biggest problem that I can remember after all these years had to do with her eyes. One of the last things the builder does is attach the eyes to the puppet. Well, come to find out, she had done the eye assemblies and had set them on her table. And she was going to put them in, but she had to get her daughter to bed. So she goes off to go put her daughter to bed. She comes back, one of them's gone. She has a cat. Kitty decided to run off with it. She never found it. To this day, I have no idea if she ever found it. Gracie came literally the day before I left for DEFCON. That little time. That was one of the most interesting weeks I'd ever had. This was the DEFCON was at the beginning of June, so it was like Memorial Day week. Because what had happened, it was a very interesting week. It made one of the most hectic days I'd ever had. Because back at that time in '96, there used to be a show on cable. I don't know if any of you have the FX channel on cable. A show that's no longer on there. If you ever remember, there's a collectibles. There used to be a collectibles show on there called Personal FX. Anybody ever seen that? Yeah. You've seen it? And it was a really cool show, because what they would do is, my wife and I like collectibles and stuff like that, and what they would do is it came out of, in New York City, they had converted this high-rise apartment into a TV studio. And you have your hosts in the TV studio, and you'd have a couple of appraisers. They had a little team of appraisers, and they kind of rotate the same appraisers around. And people would come in and show their item. The appraisers would talk about the item and tell them what it was worth, and they could decide if they wanted to sell the item or not. People would call in during the course of the show and bid on it, kind of like a phone auction almost. And at the end of the show, they would tell how much the item, how much somebody was willing to pay for it. And then they could say if they wanted to sell it or not. And if they wanted to sell it, then they just act as the third party. They would just put the two people together. If they didn't want to sell it, that was the end of it. But they also had a remote segment. Every week, they would travel to a different city around the country and feature what they would call a super collector, which is somebody who's very passionate about collecting a certain item. He just had all kinds of stuff. And one of the things that I really had going at that time was my skunk collection. Very large collection of skunk items. Very large, diverse, interesting collection. And we found out they were coming to Peoria, where I live, over the week of Memorial Day. They were going to be there 4 days, because Memorial Day, that Monday, they weren't going to film. They're going to be there Tuesday through Friday. And so my wife called the studio. They have a number you can call if you're interested in being on the show. So she called the studio and said, put a skunk collection on. So she called, and they called back, and I talked to them like twice from New York. They called me and discussed the collection. And finally, the second time the guy called back, he said, this was like the week before, he said, well, this was about 2 weeks before the the week. And he said, well, next week the producer's coming to town. He always comes into town a week before to line everybody up. And we want to schedule you to have the producer come out and look at your collection to decide if you can be on the show or not. So he said, as we said at the time, said next week the producer come out to the house and he looked over my collection and talked to me and everything. And he said, yes, I'd like to have you on the show. Wonderful. Slight problem. I work that day. That day is, I don't know, there's pictures of it. I actually have pictures. Catch me later, I'll get them. I worked that day, so I talked to work. The work agreed that I could go on for a couple hours, come home long enough to do the shoot, because it's going to take about 2 hours, you know, between the pre and post and everything, and then come back to work, and then I would work a little bit more, and then come home, load up, drive up to VetCon. So I did. I go home and turned down my street. There's this big, huge, major satellite truck parked across my house. Cable staked into my house. Neighbors standing outside, staring, wondering what in the world is happening here, having no clue at all.
Undoubtedly looking for the police cars or the lights here.
Yeah. So finally the host showed up, and it's kind of cool because we've been watching the show for a long time. This host, we've seen him dozens of times on TV, but here he was in my house. Yeah. Which is really cool. We did a live shoot. BP was there and stuff like that. And so I went back to work for a couple hours, came home, loaded up the car, went up and performed at VetCon. So I had like 2 days to work with Gracie before she made her public debut. So Gracie was, she was very interesting to get, but she's been well worth it. And she's another one that we ran, because of all the delays, we ran into problems and whatnot. So, also with Gracie, what's kind of interesting is I couldn't decide what color squirrel. It's like, she should be a red squirrel, a gray squirrel. What color should she be? So I talked to the builder and I said, I really don't know what color. I said, why don't you decide? So I said, okay, I'll just pick a color, because she keeps a lot of fur on hand. So when I called her for updates, how she's doing, she's just about done. I asked her, well, what color is she? What color did you decide on? I'm not telling you. Yeah, chartreuse. I did not know what color fur she'd use to try to put the box. And once again, she's been great to express smell, and Gracie arrived in perfect condition, and we've been good close friends ever since. And she's got a whole legion of fans now and everything. She's such a cutie. Oh, it's also interesting how many species she gets called. She has been called all kinds of stuff. She's been called panther, wolf, fox. Fox is very common. Reindeer is relatively common. Reindeer. Not just by one person, by lots of people.
No, it's red nose.
What kind of
reddish nose? Feels like antlers.
Yeah, I guess.
Oh, no, looks like a fox squirrel.
You know, she's really not a specific type of squirrel. Actually, this is the exact same piece of fur that Scarlet's tail was made out of a year earlier.
Okay.
We talked about that earlier in puppet construction, how I sent the builder a bunch of fur that Robert King had picked up at Monterey Mills for me to build Scarlet with, and she had so much fur left over, like the shiny, the main bolt fur on Scarlet. If you've ever seen Mike Russell's Vicky Fox puppet, she's built out of the leftover fur from Scarlet. She's built out of the same piece of fur. Same with the tails. Scarlet's tail, Gracie's tail, Vicky's tail, same piece of fur. Yeah. So anyway, so I did this song for Gracie. This is one of my favorites too. I've done this at VetCon before. This actually has been done in the variety show and stuff. And I kind of put it on the back burner because it was just getting used so much. But this one is just so cute for Gracie, and the kids love it. I do audience participation with the kids on it, but I'm not going to ask you guys to do that today. Oh, no. So, that's talked long enough, my voice is going to go.
Take a chance.
this, I'm going to tell a few stories now if you guys don't mind. I can't do all songs. I thought I had a few stories I wanted to tell. I got lots of them for a while. Actually, just very, very recently, just September recently, Gracie and I got to do something. Got to perform internationally for the first time. I went on a cruise. I took Gracie, and I told the cruise director about it, and I got to do a few songs with the kids on the cruise. The first time that internationally. So as a token of their esteem, Gracie and I each got little medals. One for me and one for Gracie. Yay. So that was just this past September we got that. So yes, we have truly gone international now. Yes, award-winning, international. Let's see. What's the story I was going to tell? Always got something. You do it this long, you get to do all kinds of interesting experiences and stuff. So a lot of people don't know that, you know, especially a lot of first years of puppeteers that come into it now, and they just see all this wonderful staging we have, and all this panels and stuff. They don't realize it didn't used to be that way. When I came into it, as far as I know, nobody was coming into a Philly performance. And the nice thing about doing the puppets is it kind of opened up performance to everybody. Kind of got cons to realize that, hey, performance is as viable a part of the fandom as the art is. And the performance area started taking off more. Here at MFF, yay! Our tradition of success at the variety show really led to that. The variety show just really opened up fursuit performance and puppet performance. The first variety show was actually done in '95. The very first act was me in a skunk fursuit and Jimmy Chin in his wolf fursuit doing an act. And I have it on tape. It's one of those now you look back and it's like, oh, don't show me that, it's scary.
The Letterman thing.
Yes. That's what I was referring to. But the variety show, we had a number at first. That's where we did the first combined fursuit puppet performance. Which that one was Scarlett singing You're So Vain and Jimmy Chin's Woodruff Wolf. Was done, and I have that on tape somewhere as well. I can remember some of the early days because performance wasn't taken too seriously. Some of the struggles. Like I can remember Albany Anthrocon, back when it was at Albany. Like the con director saying, oh yeah, I got a sound system for you, so come time for my show. Where's my sound system? Oh, it's over in this room. You're going to have to take it, haul it all the way over there and hook it all up and everything. So you'd see me running all over the place, putting sound together, piecing everything together, which was very, very interesting. Even getting on the schedule could be a problem. I can remember a conference. Oh, we have an empty block if you want to do a puppet show. It's not, you know, obviously can't be in the schedule, but hey, so I go around recruiting people. Here, come, I'm going to do a puppet show if you want to come see it. And actually grab an audience that way. You see, it's changed a lot. Yeah. Well, that happened in '99. You know, so I meet more and more people. And I had a lot of people, you know, I always told them, I said, hey, if you want to ever help with the puppet shows, you know, feel free. People finally started taking me up on the offer. So in '99, we did the first group puppet performance. That was at Anthrocon in '99. And I can remember for stage, we used a table over on its side. And we had the sound systems across the room, so we'd have to run back and forth to the sound. But that's how the Friendly crew down in Florida got started, basically, because, well, Yappy and I had done some acts together. My favorite Yappy story is what happened at Conference. It was either Conference, might have been 7, I'm not sure. And, yeah, that was back when Yappy was old person. He loved Scarlett, you know. And I was helping out with the masquerade. I was backstage just being a furless lackey. That's all I wanted to do. I had no intention of being in the show. 15 minutes before the show's scheduled to start. Scheduled to start and actual starting time, as you know, have no real relationship to each other. So it makes a better story if you say 15 minutes before it's scheduled to start. Yappy comes up to me and he says, you know, I don't have any act at all for this variety show. I don't want to just go out there, you know, pose and walk off. You know, just think of something. So in that short of a time frame, from the time 15 minutes before the schedule starts when it actually started, which is in reality maybe a half an hour, put together an act did it, performed it, you know, entered the masquerade, did the act, and won third prize. That's kind of how Yappy Puppet was. We did a couple times, we did acts together. With that, I kind of got him interested. Scarlett's a big inspiration, isn't she? And how the term puppet got used was that year in '99 at Amphicon. We had a puppet team. You know, I was talking to the programming director. I told the programming director of the con, you know, I have so many people respond to my offer that we're going to just all perform together. We're going to be this big puppet team. She's like, oh, wonderful. That sounds like a great idea. What do you call yourself?
Guys with the puppets.
Well, the only thing that came to mind was Peanuts. You ever read Peanuts? It's usually we do puppet shows. We call them puppet shows. This is all that come to mind. So I told her, why don't you call us, say, we're the puppeteers. How about that? She goes, I like it. I'll put it in the program guide. So she did. And then Yappy, he liked it so much that later that year, when he set up puppet.org, he used the term. And he actually, originally puppet.org was registered in my name. This is kind of a little thingy, little nice thing, nice gesture to do. And that's how the term puppet first got used in furry. Kind of interesting. I like to say it's because I can't think of nice original names. I love that. What do you call yourselves? That year I was also asked to be staff at Amphicon, but I had to turn it down. And it's just amazing how explosively puppetry has grown. How about the raccoon song? Did you guys ever hear how the raccoon song got started? No. The raccoon song got started because back in those days, I used to come up here pretty regularly playing the variety show. Robert King and I, and sometimes one or two others, we'd all get together, we'd start brainstorming ideas. Robert King has got this huge collection of Dr. Demento stuff. So it was 98. So 98 I got my raccoon puppet, the big raccoon RC. And so I remember it was just me and Robert King and Necrad, who I happened to be rooming with her at the con, down in his basement going through stuff, coming up with twisted ideas, because we all have these nice warped ways of thinking of things. I said, Robert, what do you have for a raccoon? Guy so there is the raccoon song. So he pulls it out and starts playing it. You know, this is a hideously bad song. So we were thinking, we discussed, we listened to it a couple times, and finally Robert pointed out that the guy who's the treasurer here at the con, Krim, he just violently hates that song. Just cringes every time he hears it. So we thought, oh yeah, he hates the song. So we thought, any song that can make somebody cringe that much has got potential. So the first year we did it was in '98, and we didn't destroy anything that first year. All that we did was just kind of do stuff from behind the stage over and stuff like that. It went well. And generally we had a policy of not doing something year after year, but we thought this has so much potential. We could find a way to do something better next year. I think we're going to have a running gag. So, between years, I used to watch a show on Discovery, I think it was on Discovery Channel called Movie Magic. You guys remember that where they show special effects and stuff? And they'd always show how they blow stuff up and all that. And, you know, so I kind of had it back in my mind. Well, my grandmother had moved out of her condo or something, had given me a VCR she no longer needed. Well, it quit working, it died. And I don't like to throw stuff like that away because I like to tinker with it or whatnot. So I had it sitting downstairs for the longest, I sat there for months. And I don't know if it was to show up, but one day I'm downstairs, I don't know if I was doing laundry or what, and I looked at that VCR and something just clicked, literally. I looked at it, I said, raccoon song. That's literally how I had no explanation of how that got into my mind. So I took it upstairs and I modified it, you know, so it wouldn't hurt anybody. You know, took the heavy stuff out of it and just undid everything in it. But so from the exterior it looked like a normal VCR, but it was rigged to go boom a certain way. So when the variety show come along, we got two laughs. First half we put the VCR up, and it says breaking in home, stealing all this stuff, and put the VCR up, and I got a big laugh, just because, you know, people say, oh, it's a real VCR. So then when it comes to your favorite stuff, and we make that VCR, it goes kaboom. There's like this millisecond pause. The audience had no idea. They're like, was that supposed to happen? Well, as part of comic timing, I also came up with the idea that we should drop the VCR, and a few seconds later we'll toss out the remote. If you watch the video, you'll see this. You'll see the VCR drop, and then a few seconds later you'll see the remote come flying over. And the audience just dying, and I'm backstage, I'm literally backstage, I'm holding my right thing up, and I am just cracking up. You never see that. Well, not even do that much, you're just kind of reacting to things. You really in that song.
Yeah, he doesn't have to put it.
Yeah, the time.
It is
Yeah,
46.
Cute.
Okay, I think I have to do the dance at 7, so I think I got time for one more. This, I'm going to do what is always the most challenging thing I ever do. This one was so impressive. Kate Turtle put in one of his cartoon diaries. I am going to need you to do the sound. It's going to look up a bunch of movie track 9. It automatically, when you start flipping up or down, it automatically goes into play mode.
Okay.
But not yet.
Yeah.
So anyway, yeah, this here is the most difficult song that I do. Do you think performers don't get nervous when they get up on stage? No matter how many times I've done this song, I don't know how many times. Every time I do something, all this stuff in my head is, please don't screw up. Yeah. So wish me luck. I'll need it for this one. If this goes well, this is very interesting. The only puppeteer crazy enough to try this.
Dude, you're in my shot. One of the greatest compliments I ever got on that one was at Further Confusion a few years ago, when the guests of honor were Mike Quinn and Karen Krell. Karen Krell's best known for playing Red Fraggle on Fraggle Rock. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay, and she's married to Mike Quinn. They met actually while working on the Original Puppet Show. Mike Quinn did all kinds of stuff. He, in The Empire Strikes Back, he assisted Frank Oz with Yoda. He did, if you remember, in Return of the Jedi, you had near the end, you had Lando Calrissian, he had a kind of weird character with him. His ship, he did that one. And he worked on Roger. Yeah, he worked on Roger Rabbit and stuff. So So he's sitting in the front row, him and Karen. You know, I did that performance that you just saw. I got done. My twin who's been done all this stuff. Looks like he's like, you're nuts. That was pretty cool. And actually, at the time, I didn't know he had done all that stuff. I just knew he worked on the Muppet Show and a few other things. And I didn't know he'd been on Star Wars and Roger Rabbit, all that kind of fun stuff, which was really cool to talk to him about. Yeah. So to me, that's one of the greatest compliments I've ever gotten on any of my puppetry. It was. You just looked for, you're nuts. You couldn't believe I could do two of them like that. That just blew him away. And so that was pretty funny. He ended up being a really nice guy. You know, they were both really nice. And it was pretty cool having them as guests. Much puppetry strange. Now I've got Dixie here to help keep me in line.
Keep me out of it, you fucking weirdo.
I joke with this woman at work with Dixie all the time. You know, I do my Dixie voice, I make comments. And I actually printed out a couple of comments that she actually put at her workplace at work. And Dixie was here, and Dixie alert. She kept them at her place at work. But I find it to be pretty funny. So, anybody have any comments, questions, whatnot?
Congratulations.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's been interesting. Needless to say, I'm getting really burnt out on stuff because I've been doing this. Like I said, if you hadn't heard, I think this is kind of the 25 for me. If I count together, I do an estimate of how many panels, performances, workshops, whatnot I've done over all these years. I think it's well over 100. I don't know if anybody can prove it. I've always been one of my most favorite parts, though.
Would you consider the Big Blue House to be probably the smallest place you've ever performed? Because that's the first time I ever saw you perform.
That was one of them. But it's been fun. It's been lots of fun. You will see me. I'm not retiring from furry. I'm not quitting furry. None of that angsty stuff like that. I am going to just kind of lay a little bit low. When I attend cons, it will be as a regular con attendee and not as staff. The next things I'm going to do in February, I'm planning to go out to New York City to visit Rabbit T. Rabbit for his 20th anniversary show. In May, I'm planning to join up with the Kiakami here again and go to MarCon, Con, some puppets there again.
Do you have a rabbit?
What?
You have a rabbit?
Actually, I do. I have a very large white rabbit that I had bought on eBay, and I was going to bring him. Unfortunately, he's just huge, and I just didn't have enough space. He's pretty neat puppet. I need to get some more. Most people don't know I have. Actually, I was going to get, this is a long story, a female rabbit done. I had a female rabbit character that I wanted done as a puppet, and that ended up being one of the worst investments ever made. Was not going to this builder to get her done. I went to another builder, and basically the guy never delivered on his promise of getting her built. Oh, very expensive lesson.
And you paid in advance, didn't you?
Unfortunately, yes.
You want to tell me the rabbit you have, the rabbit you were contracting for, did they have, were their ears up or down?
I noticed that
rabbits don't usually make good, aren't terribly popular as fursuits or puppets unless the ears are down.
They're both ears up, and I've actually got a rabbit fursuit in my room. It's a female rabbit.
Yeah.
Yeah, her ears are up. There's wire coats on yours.
Webcam or something like that. They have a lot of nice equipment. Doing live broadcasts is totally different from making a video because you have to worry about sync and all that fun stuff. Because if you're doing live switching and the pictures aren't in sync, when you switch between them, you're going to get a little black spot where it takes a second for it to line up.
Generate signal.
Yeah, because if you got enough money, you can get what Cheetah has downstairs, you're all set. But I can't afford it. So next best thing is if you do offline editing, which is what we're going to say today, you can turn out, you can actually do a lot more with this than you can with just a straight, analog mixing stuff. And I apologize, cheap speaker setup and stuff. I forgot to bring speakers so I just got to Walmart on the way. Actually blew the power supply out, so be careful buying electric things and stuff from Walmart. It might burn your house down.
We just don't buy Altec Lansing at all.
Well, yeah, that's it. Okay.
It's nice in the city and Best Buy's down the road.
Now, the video capture cards that I prefer are the ATI cards. They have a big advantage over more expensive ones, and that's price. They are really cheap. I have in this computer an all-in-wonder 128, which you can pick up now for real cheap. Like, I'm thinking about 120, somewhere around there. And if you have an older computer, say like, this is a 1.3 gig Athlon, if you have a Pentium 2, 400 or something, you're probably not going to want to go with like a Radeon card or the really new all-in-wonder card, because the computer won't be fast enough to handle it.
That was one of the nice things that Tom with the DV500 though. I was running a Pentium 3 500 with the DV500 card. The nice thing about that is you get the copy of Premiere with it. So you can have a licensed copy.
That is another thing.
And at $500, when you think about what Premiere costs by itself, it's like, oh yeah, the card just went and paid for the software.
Yes,
Better than that. DV500? No. Premiere is 800 by itself. Yeah, because you can buy the DV500 Plus for, I think that's as low as $499 with the copy of Premiere on it, and it has the runtime so that all of the visual effects on the card are real-time rendered, and it's built into Premiere for doing that.
We dropped some way over, so that's not a good thing.
There's a cable rubber mixed in.
Yeah.
It's just the cards sticking halfway out of the slot. Not a problem.
Technical difficulties, copyright Sunday Puppet Show.
Is not a problem.
Oh, actually, that's not a good speed.
It's off balance.
Well, you
Spindle's probably broken.
Dang it.
get the right place. Hey, is there a computer technician at FurryCon?
Yeah, he's checking out right now.
Me too.
I didn't bring my tools, but
I'm sorry, it's on National Systems.
Wow. Dang.
yeah,
If you ever throw out...
so am I.
If they throw anything my way, I'm having to use desktops to go and do my server designs.
Darn.
It's like, you guys like send me an HP DL like 380, an older one? It's like, no. It's like, well, here's this nice desktop computer. Design everything from that. It's like, I'm going to do a system that supports 60,000 users, and I'm going to use a desktop PC to design it. Thank you.
And, yeah, what we have, the camera we have here that we're going to use today, this is a mini DV camera. When you choose a camera, you have a lot of different options. You can, like, if you're doing it basically just to like submit to the Monday Puppet Show or something like that, or you're going to put it on the web, where you're going to have a really, really low resolution, you can get away with quite a bit on a camera. But the better the camera you got, the better off you're going to be, especially if you're thinking of doing
I'm used to a file shift, by the way.
Oh, dang it. That's why I reset it. Oh, don't do that. Oh, dang it. Why does it do that? It's very nuts.
I guess it was designed by Microsoft.
There you go.
Yeah, don't use XP.
Alright.
Actually, I've talked to some people, and as long as you hack it properly, you go into the registry. XP is one of the best OSs they have designed. It's just going through and churning off all the garbage they added in. If you take the base engine, it is very, very stable.
Or
all the extras they've added on that make it bad.
Yeah, and this is actually, this is the corporate.
We're taking, Unix and turning on only what you actually want.
Hello.
Hi, wonder what
And low light, the Panasonics aren't the best for low light. This one, if you film, this does a lot better than, or
Charles likes lenses on consumer ones are very, very nice.
yeah. But the thing you want to remember is like if you're looking at say like a high 8, you can get the lowest model high 8, which has the Carl Zeiss lens and everything like that, and has really good low light and everything for about $250 brand new. And you can probably pick up one used. But the thing is, high 8, when you record it, the quality is not anywhere near DV. But most of the time, you're going to be directly recording into a computer or CAN. So if you do that, you don't really need, even like the old VHS cameras or anything like that, you're more worried about optics than the actual recording of it. Because a good way to get started for cheap is if somebody has a broken VHS camcorder, that's all you need, really. You just need the video out and take it into your capture card.
That's broken as in recording.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. If I could make one comment on that, though. If you're planning on going directly into your computer, do not discount high 8. High 8 is actually a very high quality. Remember that mini DV is going to give you 75% compression. And if you pull it in, go back out, go back out, go back in, every time you do that, you hit it with 75% compression every time. So be very careful. Now, I have used one of these. It goes into the computer and I change the codec into a lossless. So I don't lose anything. But if you can, high 8 is by no means a bad format. Because you're getting analog, you're getting full signal. It's actually very, very good. Another thing, because I just got my license to go pro now, I have my vendor's license. Be careful about using a consumer-grade camera. If the company you bought your camera from finds out that you're making any money off of this, you avoided the warranty. Sony has a habit, if you admit that you videotaped a wedding, they consider that professional use of your camera, and you have voided your warranty. Be very careful.
Remember, tell them nothing.
I only used it on vacations.
Yeah, that's safe.
I just took it off box and
The entire computer now, they now have 1394 cameras. That is an uncompressed data stream straight from the CCD into your hard drive.
If you're going to carry a computer with you, I don't want to carry a computer on the back.
I like the lightweight to be able to go around, and I'm looking at. If you're doing it in a studio setup, that's not much of an issue.
Yeah, but, remember portables weigh 30 pounds? Came in a little box.
But the nice thing about a camera like what you've got is you've got weight, which is much easier to stabilize when you're doing a long shoot. This is actually harder for me to do a 2-hour shoot than when I was running with an old Panasonic 455, because the 455 was rock solid on my shoulder, and I could do a 2-hour shoot and not have a problem, and it wouldn't be on jiggling. No, you can't have that.
Yeah, well, this is the backup camera. The Sony died on me. It records only in black and white. Of course, Murphy's Law, 15 minutes before you're ready to leave.
I have a brother that developed.
So, okay, well, I got this thing. I haven't used it in a long time.
You have a remote.
Break that, batteries are dead.
He can let 33s zoom in 50%.
The pan they don't have, but Sony already has one that all the functions
are down on the end of the grip, so you don't have to have your hand up on the camera now. It goes into the Land C, and it does all of your zoom and all of your effects you can have right down in the end grip. It's about $80. It's not a great tripod. It's not like one of the nicer Belgians that I can get a nice sturdy one out of it that's lightweight. But if you go around, it's just like, okay, I want to start, stop. I want to go ahead and run this effect in. I want to do a fade right now. I can hit all of that.
Alright. We have video.
Any camera, especially the ones that don't have the motion compensation, it looks downright shitty when you try to tape something.
Yeah, be careful about motion compensation. Panasonic does a little interesting thing with theirs, how they handle it. Okay, it's on right now, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now watch the screen. Okay, now this is cool. I won't do it now. Okay, it should. All right, it's not doing it. What happens is that it'll actually shift. It shifts over on the CCD, and if you have it turned on a tripod, when people move across like on a stage area, the picture shifts back and forth. Sony's doesn't do that, but it doesn't work. This one works a little bit better for jittery conditions than the Sony's, but the Sony's work better when you're just standing still.
The effect on this one is basically locked in on black. It's probably locked into this t-shirt right now. And as such, you're not going to see it. It shifts back and forth. Now last night, I was noticing when we were doing the variety show and the puppet show, whenever someone took a flash picture and threw extra shadows on the screen, I could watch the game show. As I tried to compensate for those extra shadows, thinking it was motion. But in reality, it was just the shadows being cast by the flash. Unfortunately, there was a guy walking around on the back of the main camera at that point, the big camera that they were recording. We had to turn on the stabilization in order to keep him from walking across that bouncy surface, and the camera on the top tripod was bouncing.
And
we'll compensate a little shift when that happens.
If you are buying a new camera, two things to look for that are very important: manual iris and manual focus. Because your worst enemy is autofocus. Autofocus my monitor's kind of funky, on trying to do green screen shots. You set everything up, everything's great. Pop it up in the green screen, and it goes all wacky.
Well, and even in regular settings and that, there are times when you want autofocus, especially when you're doing something on stage. Somebody stands up in front of you, it sees a bigger target, and if it's in the square of where it's looking, it's going to then focus to that.
Right.
And all of a sudden, what you were focusing on, that's not in focus because it says, oh, I know you really want this person who just stood up like an idiot right in front of you. You want to focus on that, so now it's going to take even longer to set back in. So
exactly.
It comes in handy.
Fortunately, in the case of puppet shows, you don't usually get too many people standing up in front of the camera, but you get people walking in front of it all the time. Especially when you're dealing with a limited space and doing a puppet show, which most of us don't have a nice big open studio to work in. I'm lucky I got a fairly big open basement, but even where it's situated with stages, where we do all our shooting, there's a stairwell on one side and a wall of the basement's on the other side. You got about 2.5 foot on either side of the stage to get through. So basically, there are times when we do that across. Try to cross behind the camera, then you get watch the camera go. Alright. Because hopefully by then I have it set up for the manual focus. The problem with this camera, which I didn't realize at the time, because I wasn't thinking about it, is the fact that it doesn't have auto iris. Manual iris, I should say. It's got an auto iris on it. Which gets to be rather interesting when you have light-colored puppets. You set the camera up for a nice balance on the color brightness on the background, and you got a puppet, all of a sudden your white sheepdog pops up, and your beautiful blue background suddenly turns into almost black as the camera adjusts to the white sheepdog. So when you're setting up the camera shot and setting right to get the balance and everything right, make sure you have the puppet you're going to use in the shot so you can balance to that, as opposed to having something coming out. Unless you happen to have one with a manual iris. If you have manual iris, you can cut that out so it doesn't keep trying to reset the f-stop on
last model, which looks like the one I have. The inbuilt mics, well, it will not pick up the noise from the mechanism of the actual line take. It will pick up every last squeak, noise, whisper.
Yeah, which actually, if you notice, I unplugged the audio. You know why I did that? Because it'll feedback.
Yeah.
When you're doing a shot, the best way to do it is whatever you're playing the sound off of, to feed it both into your amplifying system and then feed it also at the same time into the computer and record it. That's the best way to do it. The second best way to do it is if you don't have that capability, record with the mic, and then when you go back into the editing software, drop the original sound in there and take the sound from the mic out.
Yeah.
That's not the best way to do it because it's much more difficult than you think, especially if you've got a multi-part song to line things up again.
Yeah.
Yes.
Doing for NACOCon down in Virginia Beach, I used to go and do the videotaping for them, and one of the things we videotaped was the cover OK. And I would go multiple camera set. And actually my back camera, what I would do is I would feed right off the mixer board. There you go. And I would pop that in at the line level on the back camera, so I had everything straight from there. This one I would just run with the built-in mics, and I would be going around in the pit. If you're doing that, never shut off either camera, right? Because now, as soon as you get those two lined up, you have automatic sync through your whole video. That, especially with digital cameras, if you time stripe your tape beforehand, and then go or black stripe, so you get time code all across your tape, and then go back and record, you won't lose your time codes on there. Now, once you get that synced up on audio at the beginning, you can have both video tracks on your editing program, and you just start cutting out. It's like, cut here, okay, pull this out, cut here, pull this out, and you can go right through. And you never have to worry about resyncing your audio. And when you make a change to move scenes, you just pull the camera down and you run to your next spot, come back up. Don't hit your stop and start. As long as you keep it running, you've got your video still in sync. And we've done up to, on this one I can do 2 hours. On Super VHS, we ran at most 90 minutes per tape. And the biggest problem was when we go to shift tapes, that it was a high sign from one of the camera operators, like, okay, you go ahead and make the switch. I'd have to pop down mine, change tapes, get it back going. Once I got stabilized and I was running it up to speed, I'd do the high sign, he'd go and make the change on the other. So we have to do a second sync for that one point. But that was the only points we had to go through the whole production then. That otherwise everything was time synced on both cameras.
That's pretty good. The problem we run into is if you're doing, in our case, a mime act to CD, different CD players have slightly different time preferences on them. And basically what ends up happening, if you play back the CD and you do your video to the playback and record it accordingly, but let's say you don't have a tap at that point to do the direct audio from the CD. When you play back the video and then layer the CD on top of it, you're going to find that here's where your video ends, here's where the CD ends, and you got like up to, well, the one we did was like about 1 1/4 seconds difference in the actual length.
Empty time code versus straight time off the CD.
Exactly. And of course, we're trying to do this on a budget here, not so much with capability of doing syncing and items like that, which most furs don't have a big budget for video.
Well, no, I mean, everything that goes on video, it's got drop frame, and that's where your difference is. You're getting a drop frame in here, so it's shifting everything automatically on you. Right. CD isn't dropping that frame for you.
Exactly. So what ends up, well, in our case, we had more video than the CD. The CD actually ended ahead of the video. So that means our playback CD was a little fast.
You mean VCR? You mean the VCR?
Well, the playback CD that we were using to play the song for recording.
Oh, okay.
Just the background audio, so that they could hook into it.
Wow.
And that actually ended up being longer than a direct rip of the CD into digital audio. So it was, unfortunately, the software we used, which is made by Sonic Foundry, allows us to stretch. And we were able to bring it back.
You can do that in here, because I had to shorten the song video that I was submitting by 10 seconds. Okay, it was 5 minutes and 5 seconds long. They had a 5-minute time limit, so I shortened the song to 4:55. And Premiere adjusted my audio for me. It took a re-render, but it took a 44.1K sample rate, adjusted enough to shrink down the whole song by 10 seconds. And nobody heard it because it was a small enough amount of change that Greg Lake's voice didn't like go up a whole step. So it was like, okay, I can use this.
Yeah, you didn't shift an octave.
Yeah. Well, even a 20-second change in that song was enough. I could hear the change in his voice.
Yeah. That means you guys start using audio shift effect from the frequency back down, which isn't Doesn't always work if you start looking at these artifacts in there.
The wonders of production.
Oh, yes. Definitely. What do you got up on the screen right now?
Right now I just got the preview of the
Two
camera.
bands. Oh, just the camera?
Yeah.
Okay.
You want to show them Video Factory?
Well, eventually, yeah. Not right now. What I wanted to do is, we were talking about videos. Of course, I think I need to stress at this point, since we were talking about cameras, the one thing you need, absolutely, positively, absolutely have to have, besides the camera, light. You don't get the right amount of light, your production's not going to work. As some of the people who tried doing the videos for the Sunday Puppet Show discovered, it's also, it looked good for them, but when it played back through the FPS system, it was like, I think there's something there. It looks like a gray shadow moving against a black background. Trez knows what I'm talking about now. Our first video actually was a little dark, and I tended to boost. I wanted to boost it on the second one, which I did, and that kind of fixed it. So, but you always need light. I always bring along extra light. I think we have enough light here for this stuff. I wanted to bring along different types of light, of course. This is standard bulb, which works quite well. It's balanced incandescent usually for most of your home camera. So if you stay with an incandescent bulb, it takes pretty good within your color band.
And the cheap.
That one there, you mean?
Cheap. That's what I look at.
$3.
This is the mini reflector right here, and it actually creates a little light hotspot light if you want to use it for highlighting.
Have you found the use of the back reflectors, is that really that much better when you've already got the shell around it?
Actually, it does, because what this does is it confines the light to an area.
So it's almost like having barn doors a little bit less.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Not quite as good as a barn door light where you can actually directly get rid of this stuff, but this helps quite a bit. And actually, we would go ahead and use this with this light right here, which is an actual spot.
I've actually found that those lights will, your shell will actually get cooler because most lights
Directed forward, yeah. This is actually, this is a 75 watt, it's a little dusty. This is a 75 watt reflector spot. It's got the aluminized back right in here, out to the front. And I found this particular UV halogen is what they use. Produces a very intense and a very focused light, as opposed to the other manufacturers. This is what we use on the long front lighting shot now to get the main facial light on our star. It almost looks like a spotlight shine. Get the light on itself. And then for general purpose illumination, we just go to a general purpose flush. This gives us all the background and side illumination that we use for that. I have 8 of these little suckers aimed at our stage right now. And I would call it borderline lighting. Right? We used to use the halogen type work lights.
Yeah, the key here is you want even lighting, not hot light. Because we kept getting more and more intense bulb. We were running 1,500 watts of halogen, and we couldn't get good shots because it was all concentrated in a very small area.
Right.
These are only, what, 75 watts?
Yeah.
We have 8.
Actually, plus the 65.
65. We have like 8 of those on the ceiling with little track lighting. By spreading those out, you get more even lighting. And with the older cameras, you need a lot more light. I mean, that's what I say.
The lux rating is so much different on it.
Yeah, with modern CCD cameras, that you can get away with a lot lower light, and especially the Sonys and the Panasonics and those. If you get, you can adjust for, like for halogens or incandescents, you get a little bit warmer color. You can adjust that out with the settings of the camera.
If you watch the screen, I'm gonna use your mouse on the camera they get you right there. This is 100 watt with the reflector on it. As you see, you get a slightly brighter picture at this point.
Yeah, and the thing you want to watch, like look down around your neck area there. See how like you can't see
shadow.
Yeah, you can't see all the detail around here.
Right.
And you actually need probably a little bit more down there.
Right. And I'm gonna change this. I'm gonna take this 100 watt one away. I'm gonna put this 75 watt reflectorized bulb in place. This one is 25 watts less, but